Looking to get car or van insurance double quick? To mustard.co.uk. With top insurance providers, a 5-minute pit stop with us could get you out in front in the race to savings. Car or van, work or play. Compare insurance with mustard.co.uk. T's and C's apply. Authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast.
With Luker's Land Rover. Looking to sell your Land Rover? Contact them today for a no-obligation quotation.
When you lose a game 5-1, you have to respond. The players have always responded pretty well.
We keep the faith. We keep singing. Listen to the roar! We keep believing. Can we open our Euros account against the Swiss? He's a genius again for Scotland! It's game 2 for Scotland.
Hi, I'm John McGinn on Clyde One. Hi, I'm Kenny McLean. This is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Scotland versus Switzerland. Live from Cologne with the Tartan Army. Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Good evening and welcome to Clyde One Super Scoreboard, live from Germany on Matchday 2 of the Euros for Scotland. Switzerland are next up here in Cologne as Stevie Clarke's side look to get their tournament up and running. After Friday's disappointment, a draw is the minimum requirement, so what changes, if any, will be made? I'm Gordon Duncan, and joining me basking in the sunshine here in Cologne is Gordon Dalziel and Mark Wilson.
Well, what a huge evening for Steve Clarke and the Scotland team. It's taken on the form of a cup final, a must not lose anyway. Perhaps a draw will keep us alive in this tournament, but we cannot afford another performance like we saw last Friday night. The nation here in Cologne is full of optimism, and I believe we are too. Can't wait for the kick-off.
Yeah, like Mark, I think everyone's now starting to get that bit of excitement, Gordon, the build-up. It's been a terrific day, been in the city, speaking to the fans, just watching how much they're enjoying themselves. But it's all about the result tonight. It really is. Yes, it was disappointing Friday. Let's forget about that. Let's look about tonight. Let's look at Steve Clarke's starting 11. Let's look how we start the game, and hopefully we can get a positive result.
Gordon Dalziel and Mark Wilson here live in Cologne. Let's give you the view from back home with the one and only Hugh Keevins.
Our problems don't need much in the way of analysing, Gordon. It's not rocket science. In the last 10 games, we've conceded 26 goals. We are too easy to score against, and that is the first thing that has to be rectified tonight. You can only build from a solid foundation, and we need to stop losing goals, and then we have to be transformed, and totally transformed in a forward-going sense, from the side who played in the Allianz Arena on Friday.
One of the biggest nights for the Scotland national team in many a year, so make sure you join us. 0141 951 1025. What are you thinking? Where are the confidence levels? How are the nerves? What team should Stevie Clarke pick? He's going to have to change something because Ryan Porteous is suspended, so who should take his place? Does Billy Gilmore simply have to return? If so, who does he replace? And what other tweaks would you make to make sure that it is not a defeat tonight? Let us know on the phones. 0141 951 1025. The beauty of being here live in Cologne is we can get some live Scotland fans to give us their thoughts as well, and we will do. So strap yourselves in. It is going to be a 5-hour epic here on Clyde One Super Scoreboard, and hopefully one that ends on a positive note, Mark Wilson, because yet again, and I am conscious that people at home might be a touch fed up of hearing this, it is unbelievable to be here. The atmosphere, the numbers that have travelled, the enthusiasm of those numbers, the mood here is through the roof. And now it's time for the team to try and match that.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's time for the team to respond to the support that they've been given since they've arrived here in Germany. I mean, Munich was something special, and we spoke openly about that. When we've got to Cologne, it was a bit quieter, but there was still a number of Tartan Army here a couple of days ago. Then yesterday, more arrived. Now, the weather would have dampened most supporter spirits, but not the Tartan Army. And then today, when we've been out in the city, in the square at the cathedral, the numbers that have turned up today and filled that square are incredible. Now, the Scotland Hotel is only across the bridge where they're staying here, and they were out a walk today, so they must have had a sense of the sheer numbers that are in this city supporting them, and they must back it up and give them a performance and something to be proud of this evening.
Gordon, we just continue to be surprised on this trip. As Mark Wilson said, nothing quite prepared you for Munich, and you thought, well, Cologne can't quite be as lively as that, and it just might well be.
It certainly matches it, Gordon. It's incredible. They just, as Mark says, when we arrived here the other day, it was quite quiet and we were walking about. You come into the city today, it took us 45 minutes in a taxi, which is a 15-minute usual journey. You step out of that taxi and all you can see is people with their kilts on, their Scottish strips. You're talking about fathers, mothers, kids, everything. It's a family occasion as well. We've come in today and it's been incredible. Mark's right, because I think he touches on a great point there. The Scotland Hotel is just round there. We were having lunch quite next to where they were staying. And if they come out a walk today, they must know what it feels for these fans to come over and support them. They need to give back tonight.
Come on then, 01419511025. How are you feeling? Who should play? Give us all your pre-match thoughts. And I'll tell you one man who's closer to it than us, certainly as close as we are here on the banks of the Rhine in Cologne. Andrew McLean is even closer. He's inside the stadium. How's it looking, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, after all that chat about thunderstorms, weather warnings, it's absolutely lovely here in the Cologne Stadium. The sun shining down in the stand across from me, ready to be filled by Scotland fans and Switzerland fans. Scotland fans outnumbered by Germans, of course, at the Allianz Arena on Friday night, but there will be a huge following in here for Steve Clarke's men in this 50,000-seater stadium. You talked about how busy this city is. I'll tell you how busy this city is. I got the tram to this stadium, and the tram broke down because there was too many people on it. It was too heavy, the announcement said, and we all got chucked off the tram and had to find a different way to get there. I don't think it's ever happened before, but the tram was dragging along the ground because there was too many people trying to get to this stadium. So the city is full of Scotland fans, lots of Switzerland fans as well here. I was out and about getting the picture from plenty of supporters today, and I did sense a lot of optimism among the supporters despite that result on Friday night. In fairness, it could be something to do with the sun and the mixture of alcohol as well. There was quite a lot of that going on as well, but you've got to have belief in this game that we know we have to get at least a point to take it in to that final game. Speaking to those in and around the team, they've made their moves this week to banish the ghosts of Friday. It's all about moving forward. It's all about focusing on this game tonight. Looking forward to seeing as well the team that Steve Clarke picks, because as you said, Gordon, there definitely will be one change. Ryan Porteous is suspended, so won't play a further part in the group stages as it is, so there will be a change in defence. He was asked about other areas, was very coy on that, so not too sure exactly what's going to happen. I'm sure there will be plenty of debate before we get the team news in. A few fans already dotted about the stadium at the moment, and I'm sure it will be deafening come 9 o'clock German time and 8 o'clock back home when it's full for kick-off.
Yeah, paint the picture for us, Andrew. It's around, is it a 40 or is it a 50,000-seater stadium, home of Cologne? I won't do the local pronunciation, but it's a lovely footballing arena, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is why Germany hosts major tournaments. This is why it has been picked for previous major tournaments. This is why it will continue to get picked, because it just has lovely stadiums all around the country. This one, FC Cologne's, is a 50,000-seater stadium. If you think of a sort of old traditional German stadium, one that will be more well-known than this one is Westfalenstadion, Borussia Dortmund Stadium. It's quite boxy, isn't it? And it's very similar to that. It doesn't quite have the one big stand with the yellow wall, but it's got two tiers on every side, 50,000 seats. It's got the red seats for the colour of Cologne. On the big screen at the moment, we can actually see Germany taking on Hungary. Germany 1-0 up, but it just seems like a stadium that's going to be conducive to a really, really good atmosphere. The corners are all closed off, and the sun still shining down. I'm looking forward to seeing what this place is going to be like when it really ramps up and kick-off is close.
Yeah, and you've been in and around the Scotland camp over the last few days. How would you describe the mood in the aftermath of Friday?
Yeah, look, it was a very sort of serious mood in the camp. Speaking to Andy Robertson yesterday, he said that he told the players he gave them until Saturday night. That was it. You can wallow in the defeat until Saturday night, and then that's it. Sunday morning, full focus on the Switzerland game. A few other players I've spoken to, Steve Clarke as well, have said that it's been important to make sure that they just get over that defeat. They can't let it define their group stage. They can't let that be the thing that they take away from this tournament. They need to make sure they go into this game and give themselves that chance to go into the Hungary match with a chance of getting in to the knockout stages. So we'll see on the pitch, because Steve Clarke and Andy Robertson said it yesterday, they need to do their talking on the pitch. They don't want to say lots of things and then it doesn't come to fruition out there tonight. But it is absolutely huge, and hopefully the ghosts of Friday night are gone and it can be a completely different performance tonight.
And they all trained, didn't they? Everyone's fit and available apart from the obvious in Ryan Porteous.
Yeah, every single player, all 25 fit and training. Ryan Porteous as well, of course, was part of that but cannot play in these games. So that's it. Steve Clarke, whether you want to call it a selection headache or not, there will be choices for him to make. You look at the areas. Will it be Shea Adams that continues up top? Will Lawrence Shanklin maybe get a shout? Could he do something rogue? Could it be a Tommy Conway that goes up there? Something like that. And you look at the midfield. That's been the big talking point, hasn't it, with Billy Gilmore not playing. It happened at the last Euros as well. Didn't play in the first game. Started the second game. Was man of the match against England. Could it follow a similar theme where Billy Gilmore is left out of game number 1 and comes into game number 2 and has a masterclass? Certainly a lot of clamour for him to get into this team. The defence will need reshuffled. Is there a potential for there to be a change of shape? Steve Clarke has dabbled in a back 4 as well, so we'll see come, I think, probably about 6:45, maybe 7 o'clock German time, that'll be UK time, won't it, that we'll find out the team news.
Well, thank you to Andrew McLean. He will bring us the teams very soon indeed. Until then, what are you thinking? What would you do? What would your team be? And how are you feeling? What is the mood like back home? Do let us know on 0141 951 1025. Just before we get the thoughts of a Scotland fan, the beauty of tournament football is you simply have to look at the other results. In your group, we're watching it here, a lot of German fans. It's Germany 1, Hungary 0. Musiala again, like he did against us on Friday, opening the scoring, and Germany worthy of it, Mark, but Hungary a lot closer to Germany than we were, unfortunately.
Yeah, Hungary is sort of playing like we expected them to play against the Swiss. Always thought the Hungarian side would be very good. Germany clearly in control, showing their quality again, but Hungary have got a bit about them, so we could do with the Germans scoring another just to put this game to bed. Try and tire the Hungarians out a bit for when we face them in a couple of days' time.
Yeah, I agree. We've watched this game. I've got to be honest, I've been quite impressed at times with Hungary. They've created a few chances, caused the German team a few problems, but like Mark, I think that Germany are just that step above, and I think they'll eventually win this and hopefully get another couple of goals.
Yeah, I suppose in theory we all want Germany to batter everyone else now, so if they can score a few more, that would be great. But Havertz and Wirtz go off at the moment, 57.5 gone, Germany 1, Hungary 0. Now, as you will have noticed during our live shows here in Germany, it's been a great opportunity for us to get Scotland fans on the show live. We're joined by Alistair. How are you, Alistair?
I'm very good. Yourself?
Now, I understand, Alistair, you've come further than most. What's the story?
Yes, I flew in from Minneapolis yesterday morning into Frankfurt. I live in Minneapolis. I listen to the show, guys, on the podcast. I'm a big fan.
Unbelievable. So where are you from? Where is home?
Hamilton. I sound English, but I grew up in Cheshire for a while, but I'm from Hamilton, Scotland.
Oh, well travelled, just along the road from you.
Yeah, my cousins live in Motherwell. I'm familiar with Motherwell.
There you go. So, yeah. You can be found in the gym in Hamilton most mornings. Not that you've been taking your foot off the gas while over here. So is that, Alistair, is it as simple as you had to be here sort of thing?
Yeah, the Tartan Army here. I rarely get to go over and watch games because I live in the States, so me and my brother flew in. We're here for the game, just the atmosphere, enjoy it. Tried to get tickets.
One game?
I had tickets for the Belgium game, but I tried to get tickets for Scotland and obviously couldn't get them. So I'm here and then I leave. What day is it? Wednesday. I leave Friday.
That, Mark Wilson, is what it means to people. He flies from Minneapolis in the USA here without getting to go to the game, and then goes home a couple of days later. I love it. I love his style.
Special. Look, every club that has a fan base, you always think they're the best fan base that's out there. And then you come out here to Germany and you witness some of the stories like we're hearing here about the Tartan Army, how well travelled they are. And not even getting into the ground as well. It's sensational, but it's something to behold, coming, just experiencing the atmosphere and being with fellow supporters all pulling in the one direction. So fair play to you. Awful long way, much longer from where we've came out.
I'd love to be able to wangle Alistair a ticket, but we're not that important, quite frankly.
Maybe next time.
We're down the food chain. Right, it goes without saying, you will have had a good trip anyway, and you will have a good trip anyway.
Yeah.
But there's a small matter of a football game tonight. Yeah. How are you feeling about it?
Confident. Germany was Germany. It's 5-1. It's their home. They're playing in their home turf. Maybe the occasion got to them a bit. Slow the game down. Get to half-time 0-0, I'll be happy with that. See if we can press on and take some points today. Yeah, it ideal.
Takes a bit, Mark Wilson, for players to admit that, because it's like the one thing you never want to admit, that your bottle went a bit, or you got a bit scared, or that's usually the last thing a player admits to. But Andy Robertson did speak yesterday, and again sort of admitted that maybe they were a bit overawed.
Well, I really think it was impossible for them not to be affected in some way by the occasion. Whether that be a slow start or what we saw with the final product on Friday night. And, the captains came out and admitted it. Now, that's a guy who's played at the top level, Champions League finals, won Premier Leagues and FA Cups, and yet that would have been one of the biggest games of his career. Leading his country out in front of 80,000 in Germany in the opening game of the Euros. So, of course, the occasion gets to all top sports people, but it's more about how you recover from that. And these players are good enough and resilient enough, I believe anyway, to get over that disappointment. Now, if they didn't start well, the occasion affected them, but the flip side is they might have got away with that if they were playing against a poorer side. But they're playing against the Germans, like we're just talking about there, who are full of world-class players, and you combine those two at least to what happened on Friday. So all about recovery mode, all about putting them behind them now. There'll be a much more relaxed squad. I'm convinced of that this evening.
Alistair, what would you do to the team? Would you make wholesale changes, or is it one or two tweaks?
No, I don't think Clark's going to change much. Maybe, I'd like to see Shanklin on with Che Adams without him being up front by himself. Maybe Billy Gilmore coming on, controlling the ball a bit, slowing it down, putting it where we want it instead of chasing it. I don't think he's going to change much, but like Mark said, hopefully they've got a good attitude about it and they come out and they slow the game down, they play the way they want to play. Hopefully we get a better result this time.
Hugh, you'll have seen this at home. It's almost like when you're so far away and all you've got is that 90 minutes. You don't have the positivity of the trip, like Alistair has, and all the colour and all the noise, and you've experienced it before. So all you've got is the 90 minutes. You've got the disappointment, and you'll have heard the calls in the last few nights. There are calls demanding wholesale changes like never before. Does that really seem like a sensible way to go about things from your perspective?
Not at all, and it's not the way Steve Clarke will approach it. But I do think there's a managerial defence mechanism, and it comes in the form of Billy Gilmore tonight. I'd be very surprised if he didn't start the game, because every day Steve Clarke will be being brought up to date with what's being said back home, and Gilmore has been the main talking point. And I think that managerial defence mechanism will come into play, and they'll play Gilmore, because were he to leave him out again and Scotland lost, people would question his judgment in a very serious way. But again, it's not just about what happened in Munich on Friday night. It's about the last 10 months of 10 games, 1 win, 1 clean sheet, and that was against Gibraltar. That's the thing that we have to address. We've had a terrific qualification campaign, scored goals, were defensively solid, and we've stopped being that. And that is the thing that has to change tonight.
Yeah, Gordon, the Billy Gilmore, what is incredible that Andrew mentioned it, we're just right back to where we were at the last Euros, because he didn't start the first game. There was a big clamour. He came in the second game and did brilliantly, but that must be tough for managers. Hugh says, well, Steve Clarke, I'm sure, is adamant that he doesn't listen to the outside noise, and he makes the decision based on what he thinks is the best team to win the game. We said it the other night, that the difficulty Steve Clarke has, it's not like he picked let's say you pick Kenny McLean instead of Billy Gilmore, right? Then you're kind of, it's someone who plays the exact same role, but he's obviously just tried for legs. He's tried for Ryan Christie's energy. So fine, Billy Gilmore can come in tonight like everyone wants him to, but does that mean you take Ryan Christie's energy out? It's a difficult balance to strike, surely.
Yeah, it's big decisions, and that's why he gets paid the money. I've always thought that Billy Gilmore would probably be in the game plan for this game tonight. I think that he looked at the Germany game. I think he looked at their strengths against the home nation, terrific players, and he tried to play energy, he tried to play Christie about the pitch, he tried to, have that midfield shored up. He thought we wouldn't get a lot of the ball, i.e. Gilmore, and I know the big question mark. Well, he's a guy that holds the ball in for us and passes and whatever it may be. Gilmore will certainly start tonight in the middle of the park.
Alistair from Cheshire, Hamilton, Minneapolis, it was a pleasure. Safe trip home.
Guys, appreciate it.
That was Alistair, and you can join in on the phones. Let's do that next. 0141 951 1025.
This is it.
Level 23. Final round.
Let's go.
Let's go. Almost.
Help.
Guys.
I need
more
power.
This is performance-enhancing broadband.
Yes.
With the fastest speeds in the most places. For the only broadband made just for gamers. Search EE Broadband. Powered by BT.
EE Game Mode requires EE Smart Hub Plus. To verify, see ee.co.uk/claims.
From Germany, with UK Debt Experts, the national team helping you tackle your debt. May not be suitable for all. Fees and disadvantages may apply. Free advice at moneyhelper.org.uk.
Yes, welcome back to Clyde One Super Scoreboard live in Germany with big thanks to UK Debt Expert. We're live again in Cologne from the Tanzbrunnen Rheinterrassen Beer Garden. It is spectacular, and we'll be here until tomorrow before moving on to Stuttgart, hopefully, with plenty still to play for. Now again, a big thanks to UK Debt Expert. They've helped over 250,000 people deal with debt. If you think about it in football terms, that's about 5 times the capacity of Hampden. So if you're struggling with debt you can't control, talk to UK Debt Expert. There is a solution for you if you check out ukdebtexpert.co.uk. We are about to go to the phone lines and speak to Ross. Just quickly though, an update from the other match in our group. It's now Germany 2, Hungary 0. İlkay Gündoğan rounding off a very impressive move, and the hosts look like the home and hosed Gordon DL. Hungary doing well, to be fair, but 2 goals to the good.
Yeah, but they've just been, once again, they step up the pace, they control it, they can make substitutions, take off quality players, bring on quality players. Doesn't make any difference. They pass the ball about, their movement's great. I think Hungary have put up a good show, Gordon, I've got to say, but Germany just look a little bit above everybody just now.
I've got to say, the Scotland fans are so optimistic about our chances, but German fans don't really. I mean, the taxi journey on the way over here, the taxi driver's saying Germany can beat Scotland, but they can't beat anyone else. And even I'm sensing from the crowd, it's, I don't know, it seemed a bit underwhelmed at 2-0, but look, from our point of view, from my eyes, they're certainly one of the favourites. Musiala's gone off similar to the last game. They're making similar substitutions. It just shows you how good they are and how everything's pre-planned. If they get themselves ahead, they make the changes, and they'll go. This game will end up more than 2-0. I'm certain of it.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. Germany 2, Hungary 0. 72 minutes gone here in Cologne. Let's bring in Ross, who's on the line. How are you, Ross?
Hi, Gordon. Martin Gordon. Hope you're enjoying your time in Cologne.
It's not bad, Ross. It's not bad, I have to say. It's growing on us. What's the feeling like from you at home then?
I think obviously for the Scotland point of view tonight, if we beat Switzerland, we're essentially going into the game on Sunday levelling points, knowing that they need to play Germany. So tonight is massive that we get the 3 points to relieve a bit of pressure going into the Hungary game, which means that we only really need a point on Sunday to get anything to go through.
I get that, that's interesting, because I feel like most people have been saying the other way around, take a point tonight, then try and go for a shootout against Hungary. I wonder why that is, Ross. I wonder if it's because Switzerland looked better than Hungary the other night. I think that's maybe why.
I just think tonight is an opportunity for us to relieve that pressure, because I think getting into the game on Sunday knowing that you need to win is more pressure than getting into the game on Sunday thinking, right, a point does us here.
To be fair, it's probably not that deep, Mark Wilson and Gordon Dale. Steve Clarke's going to try and win the game tonight. I think it's probably a bit of kind of emotional reassurance from the fans who are hurting because the other night was so poor. And maybe think a win tonight is unlikely, and therefore they're saying, but don't worry, because a draw would actually be okay in terms of taking it to the last game. But Ross is putting a more aggressive spin on it, and I like it.
Well, to go from a 5-1 defeat to a win would just simply be Scotland in a nutshell, wouldn't it, from one extreme to the other. I think the optimism's there purely from the players that we've got on the pitch, who they represent at club level and how they've performed this season at club level. You match up with some of the big performances against Norway and Spain. And yes, I take on Drew's point that within the last 10 games it hasn't been perfect, but we have played against some of the elite. We haven't had a full squad. I know it sounds like excuses, but as the reality of things. And in tournament football, you have to quickly go over the disappointment from one game to the next. And quite similarly, if you're on a high, you need to have a level head going into the following game. So that's why there's optimism. I was optimistic about beating Switzerland, maybe because I was holding on to my Euro 96 memories where that was the only team we beat. But the Swiss are a good side. We saw them the other day, and they've got a good record in major tournaments. Let's just hope our boys turn up, because if they do, we've every chance of beating them.
Oh, you'll remember that day well, Hugh, I'm sure. Ali McCoist.
Yeah, very well.
Were you there?
I was, yeah. And we had a much better squad then, to be perfectly honest. But, tonight it is players needing to re-establish themselves in their own eyes, never mind the eyes of the fans, because I'm trying to put myself into the position of a McGinn or a McTominay or a McGregor, and they've come off the park thinking, I just did nothing tonight and I don't look like the player I have been all season. So for them it's a matter of personal pride tonight, collectively, individually, but we face very good opposition, so we have to be realistic, understand that just about anything can happen, but at least we have got to be more aggressive in our attitude and in our physicality than we were against Germany.
I think that will happen, Ross. Do you think they'll have had a bit of a wake-up call from the other night as just to how wrong it can go when you're not at it? Do you expect a vast improvement tonight?
Yeah, I do. I think Friday was a wake-up call, and I expect this Philly to come out of the traps tonight. Don't know if it's just my heart talking, but I generally do fancy a 3-1 Scotland win tonight.
Well, I would take it, Gordon Dale, all day long.
Listen, I totally think Ross is right. I know we're all saying just keep yourself in this tournament, look forward to Sunday, we'll still get something to play for, but you also highlighted it, Gordon. Steve Clarke will be desperate to regain that confidence, regain that trust for the Tartan Army, have that good feel factor of leaving the stadium tonight and hopefully with 3 points. But I'm with you. I think Switzerland, they're not a bad side. They've got off to a terrific start. They'll be playing with a lot of confidence. We will need to be right at it tonight. Right team, right formation, right at it. Is it possible for us to go out and win it? Yes, and I'll certainly take Ross's prediction right now and move on.
I mean, Mark, you're here, you want to compete, you're not here to make up the numbers, but at the same time, by every possible measurement, Switzerland are better than us, and I know that just sounds really sort of defeatist before we even start. They're a good bit higher in the FIFA World Rankings, they've been to way more international tournaments recently, they've got out of the group stages, so on any given isolated game between Switzerland and Scotland, we would be up against it. But there seems to be a feeling that we can pull it from somewhere and get a positive result.
Well, I think people still look at Switzerland as a small nation, and so we should be able to compete with them and overtake them in some regard. And maybe they've got a point, but what they've got is a group of players who've been together for a while, who've experienced these major tournaments, and our big players have been in and around top clubs and successful clubs for a long time, and that rubs off when you enter these big tournaments. Now, I know going back to him saying Andy Robertson and Scott McTominay, big players, but Switzerland have got a lot of them as well, and they seem to manage this situation much better than we have. We've had very little experience of major tournaments, and I believe we will get better with every tournament we qualify for, like the guys did in Hugh's generation and Daz's generation. I was coming to the tail end in my generation, 96 and 98, but I believe that this group of players can keep qualifying. We will get better, but we have to start with a big result in a major tournament to take confidence from it, to then build on it.
Ross, you are confident, positive, optimistic, which I like. Is there no part of you that fears the facts that Hugh Keevins outlines, that there are mitigating factors in that poor run? We played some very good teams. A lot of those games didn't have the likes of Andy Robertson and Kieran Tierney in them. We had already qualified. But the facts are the facts. It's been a while since a particularly convincing performance. Does that not worry you?
No, I get that, and I agree with you. I think he's a knowledgeable guy. I think he knows his stuff, and I think he's right to highlight that. But for me, I just think tonight is about Scotland going out and basically showing the nation that, look, Friday was a bad result, so let's go out and finish it tonight, get the 3 points, move on to Sunday, and then we'll see you in the next round.
I guess that is the whole man management bit, Mark, the psychology for those players to remember why they're here. I keep saying it, they weren't invited, they had to qualify. They qualified extremely well. They had to qualify in a group that had Spain, and let's be honest, out of all the teams you could have got in Norway's pot with Haaland and Odegaard, that was a really difficult opponent within that. They earned that. They are obviously good enough to be here. There is no other way. That's just a fact. Yeah. And all this stuff, nowadays you've got Nations League and you've got playoffs. It was none of that. It was a proper qualification campaign. It was extremely convincing. So convincing, in fact, that it seems like ages ago, and that's why people are struggling to remember the positives.
But that run of form was so crucial. It was ages ago, and maybe that's the downfall of people, commenting in Scotland just now in their poor run of form. But I've no doubt that Steve Clarke, when he's doing his analysis of the opposition, would have maybe taken the last few days to show them a compilation of what they achieved in that run. Because, by the way, see, when you're a player, it's easy, very easy to forget those moments that you're really, really good, because the bad moments stick with you so much longer than those good moments. So I think Stevie Clarke and his staff would have got them together and just reminded them how good a squad they are when they're all pulling in the one direction, they're all performing to their peak, and they can match anybody when they're like that. But the problem was on Friday, nobody was at it, everyone was well below par, the occasion got to them, and a combination of that, playing against a good team, cost them heavily. And I don't believe it will be like that this evening.
Ross, would you do much to the team?
I think for me, I would probably draft in Billy Gilmour somehow, maybe for Christie, and then I would maybe look at drafting Lawrence Shankland. I think he's imperative that he plays tonight. He's still a bit of a striker, and I would have him in the team.
It's going to be interesting on that front, isn't it, Gordon? This is not a new debate. This has been here for previous games, and when squads are announced, we know what Lawrence Shankland can do in front of goal, playing domestically for Hearts. There is no doubt about it. How much does Steve Clarke lean into that? How much does he lean into what Shea Adams has done previously?
It's going to be interesting to see his starting lineup, because we've had phone calls, especially last night. The full team was ripped up. We're looking for a new squad flying out here to play the game tonight. I don't think he'll make a lot of changes. But
who would you pick up front?
I would go with Shankland, but I think tonight he may stick with Adams. I know Adams gets substituted on Friday night, but let's be honest, I was a centre forward. If you've not got the service, and he didn't get the service, there's nothing you can do whatsoever. You can't point the finger at him as well. I think Mark touched on it. Every player was below par. We need better tonight. But the one certainty, Gordon, is he will make one or two tweaks. Obviously at the back's a big one. But the one certainty for me, Billy Gilmour will start this game tonight.
Who would you have up front?
Chopped and changed. Shankland. I would go with, I think a lot of people we're speaking to would say Shankland, but I think they're remembering only what Shea Adams did the other night, which is a danger, and I think that's unfair. I just think if we get more territory up the pitch and a chance falls in and around the box, who would I want it to fall to for a goal? I would want it to fall to Shankland.
How do you make all that work? To a layman like me, is there a danger that Lawrence Shankland takes up the positions that you actually want Scott McTominay and John McGinn to eventually arrive into? Is that not the way it works?
Maybe a possibility of that, but I think Lawrence Shankland is experienced enough to take on instructions and understand where other players in the team would play. The one thing you get with Shankland is he can drop in and he can take the ball in, allowing that space in behind for McGinn and McTominay or whoever else, if it is Christie, to run in behind. I think Adams is more a runner in behind. So, look, toss a coin for us. Steve Clarke's got a big decision though.
Still Germany 2, Hungary 0, 83 gone. Germany could have extended their lead a couple of times. but Hungary are still giving it a really good go as well. Thank you to Ross on the line. Before we go any further, you know we like to try and be generous. We like to try and give you things. Well, we're giving you the chance to win a 4-ball on the PGA Centenary course at Glen Eagles, and it's all for Cash for Kids. It's our big Scottish golf day with Arnold Clark. Now the prize includes that 4-ball, so it's you and 3 of your mates, tea, coffee, bacon roll on arrival, a set 2-course meal after you've played, and a Q&A with the Super Scoreboard pundits. But here's the best bit. For your chance to win, you text GOLF, G-O-L-F, to 84901, and all you do is make a £10 donation to Cash for Kids. How good value might that turn out to be? Now, the text costs your standard message rate plus the £10 donation. It's over 18s only, and you must ask the bill payer's permission. If you go to Clyde1.com/golf, you'll find the T's and C's and the chance to enter your very own team. This competition closes at 8 p.m. tomorrow. I'm hoping you're going to be up all night celebrating, so don't leave it too late. Text GOLF to 84901 and make a £10 donation to Cash for Kids.
Hi, I'm John McGinn on Clyde 1. Hi, I'm Kenny McLean. This is Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard.
It's game day 2. This is Scotland versus Switzerland. Live from Cologne, this is Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard.
Yes, welcome back to Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard live in Cologne. Mark Wilson and Gordon Dalziel are alongside me. We're going to get the thoughts of a Scotland fan who's joined us live on the show. But very quickly, let's go to Andrew McLean, because he has the Swiss team. Now, I know we're all nervously waiting the Scotland team, but just quickly, anything we need to know, Andrew, just that starting 11?
Yeah, just the one change they've made to the team that beat Hungary, and it's an interesting one because the starting striker Kwadwo has dropped out. He scored in that game, and in comes Xherdan Shaqiri, a player that I'm sure many folk out there are aware of. It looks as if he'll be playing that lone striker role. So the starting 11, Jan Sommer in goal, who has been a high-profile Bundesliga goalkeeper for a long time. The back 5, Sylvain Widmer, Fabian Schär, who's at Newcastle, Manuel Akanji, who's at Manchester City, Ricardo Rodriguez, and then Dan Ndoye is the left wing-back. The 4 in midfield, Michel Abischer, Granit Xhaka, the captain, the former Arsenal player, the man who has had a fantastic season with Bayer Leverkusen. The other 2 in midfield, Remo Freuler and Ruben Vargas, and it will be Xherdan Shaqiri leading the line for the Swiss.
Yeah, easy as that. We'll get the Scotland team very soon indeed. I'm pleased to say Michael joins us here live on the show. How's it going, Michael?
It's going very well, guys.
Enjoying the trip?
Totally. This city looked really good, really amazing. What a place to be here.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, couldn't ask for any better. Sun shining, not like last night, but I'm actually thinking of bringing my wife over here for maybe a long weekend. No football, just a wee romantic.
That's right up your street with the Saints.
Yeah, I was thinking the same myself, but your wife told me she wasn't going to come.
Before we get before we get ourselves in trouble, Michael, right. You said it couldn't get any better, except it could, just a little bit, if the football goes well. What are you thinking tonight?
Well, I watched the football on Friday night at my mate's back in North Berwick, and I'm 60-year-old and I've seen a bit of football, kids, SPL, English Premier League. I was pretty disappointed. I think the whole nation was disappointed. Yeah. I mean, not to have one shot at goal. When have you seen that in any football game? From kids football to Champions League, not one shot at goal. Pretty disappointing.
Yeah, it's a fair point, Mark. And there are obviously lots of reasons for it, but we spoke about this. The result is the headline and the performance, but even within that, looking for even just the ball to sort of break your way and be able to take a shot at goal. I mean, I don't even remember the opportunity to hit the ball from 30 yards, which is crazy because your chances of that going in anyway are pretty slim, but I don't even remember the opportunity to do that, so it needs to be different.
I think I saw the stats after it. I think it was something like 2 touches in the opposition box. Now that's in the box, that's working it up the field, but you're right, we didn't even get within 20 to 25 yards and have real comfortable possession to actually create an opening. And that was the most disappointing thing, because I think throughout this full qualification campaign and everything that Steve Clark's done within that shape, I think we do well to work the ball from side to side and then pick our moments to go through our better players to work those opportunities. And it was a combination of a couple of things, obviously underperforming, people just, slack with their first touches, but the pressing of the German team were they smothered us, and we couldn't get any territory further up the pitch.
Here's an exciting time you've joined us, Michael, because we're going to pause and get the Scotland team. Andrew McLean, tell us how many changes, who are they?
2 changes for Steve Clarke. Ryan Porteous, of course, drops out, and Ryan Christie drops out the starting lineup as well. It means Grant Hanley comes into the centre of defence, and Billy Gilmore starts in midfield. So it's Angus Gunn in goal for Scotland. The back 3, Jack Hendry, Grant Hanley and Kieran Tierney. Anthony Ralston remains as the right wing back. Andy Robertson down the left, of course. So it will be 2 holding midfielders, Callum McGregor and Billy Gilmore. The 2 more advanced ones, John McGinn and Scott McTominay, who moves forward from that deeper role that he played on Friday night, and Shea Adams continues to lead the line as well. In terms of substitutes, Kelly, Clark, Shankland, Christie, Cooper, Armstrong, Morgan, Conway, Jack, McCrory, McLean, Taylor, Forrest and McKenna.
Happy with that, Michael? Would you have brought Billy Gilmore in?
Yeah, I certainly would. I think, well, you've all seen it on Friday night. I just think we're missing a spark. I mean, the manager, I think he maybe got it wrong,
Yeah, Gordon, that's been the one that people have been clamouring for. Well, in fact, let's start at the back quickly, because there had to be a change. Porteous suspended. Everybody thought, well, Steve Clarke loves Grant Hanley, so you kind of thought it might be him. Is that the right call?
Mark and I both agreed last night on the show, Gordon, that we'd both go for Hanley. I know he's not had a lot of football, but he's experienced, and I think we need someone in the middle of that back 3. Against Germany, we were too open. The runs from the German midfield were just too good. We couldn't pick them up. We need someone in there that's just going to try and organise, plug the gaps. I think Hanley was the right choice tonight. I think he's got it right.
Billy Gilmore, Mark, everybody seemed to want it. They've got it. It does mean no Ryan Christie, like we say, who's got that energy, who's played a big role in games like the Spain game at home. I think people maybe forget that it was Christie and not Gilmore that played that day, but we know Billy Gilmore, how good he is on the ball. Hopefully that can provide a bit of a spark for us tonight.
Well, he's an outstanding player, outstanding at keeping possession, and the best for me in that Scotland squad, and that's with top players like Callum McGregor and with Scott McTominay playing in that deeper role. Billy Gilmore is better than him at that job, and that's what we were clearly missing on Friday night, or one of the things we were clearly missing. Having that composure in front of the back 4 to go and take it in deep areas, in tight areas, and start moves. We didn't have that because the players underperformed, of course. But Billy Gilmore, I think, is a standout now. He showed it at Wembley, and he's come on leaps and bounds from then, and playing at a top level as well. So I'm delighted that he's back in the team tonight.
You'd be happy anyway, Hugh Keevins, because it's some Seagulls representation for you.
Yep, absolutely. But I go back to the point that I made. Steve Clarke has gone from Mr. Angry to a man on a charm offensive since the game against Germany ended, and I am quite certain that he has said to himself, I cannot leave Gilmore out again, otherwise my judgment will be seriously questioned. I think he's in there as part of a manager looking after his back, and it's a lot of pressure on Gilmore because there had been so much said. I know it's not true, but it's almost as if the case has been made that if Billy Gilmore had played on Friday, it wouldn't have been 5-1. I don't accept that for one moment, but I do accept that he's in there because Steve Clarke believes he cannot go another game without having him on.
Well, hopefully it works. Michael, can we do it tonight?
Well, I'd like to think so, but I've just sat and watched the German-Hungary game here, and I thought Hungary
were pretty good as well, weren't they? They were.
Yeah.
Germany have won that game 2-0, by the way, in the end up, so they go on to 6 points. They've cruised it, they're through already, and we see what happens. Thanks to Michael for joining us, and it's over to you on this.
Beat the Pundit with the Scottish Sun.
For the best football news and opinion online, thescottishsun.co.uk/football.
Come on, this is where we want you to get involved on the phones for Beat the Pundit. 0141 951 1025. It was another day traipsing round Cologne in the sun. I don't know how many beers were consumed, but we'll see if it affects Mark Wilson or Gordon Dalziel's performance. Give us a call right now, 0141 951 1025, and you could be playing Beat the Pundit. Lines close at 7.
Hi, I'm John McGinn on Clyde 1. Hi, I'm Kenny McLean. This is Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard.
It's game day 2. This is Scotland versus Switzerland. Live from Cologne, this is Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard.
1 hour until kick-off. Welcome back to Clyde 1 Super Scoreboard. I'm Gordon Duncan. Alongside me, Mark Wilson and Gordon Dalziel. Or is it? We'll get to that in just a second. We're here live on the banks of the Rhine, looking forward to the big game. Some Scotland fans round about us, waiting for you to call in as normal and give us your pre-match thoughts. We'll go back to the stadium as well to find out what's happening there with our reporter Andrew McLean. Before we play Beat the Pundit, though, we cannot let it go unnoticed. What just happened during the break, during the news? Mark Wilson, a Scotland fan, was shouting. We're on a sort of mezzanine, if you like, or a balcony or whatever, and some Scotland fans down below us, and one guy was really enthusiastic. He was shouting, he was waving, he was giving it the thumbs up. He somehow found his way up here, because usually we need to chaperone people when they come onto the show, but he found his way up here. He asked for a picture, which is not uncommon, but he was not interested in me and you. He pushed us out the way. He wrapped his arms around our colleague here, and he said, "Charlie Nicholas, I'm such a big fan."
I didn't have the heart to tell him. he's actually with a photograph.
How many times did he call you Charlie there?
Mate,
in the space of 30 seconds.
So embarrassed.
Amazing.
Hugh Keevins, just when you think you've heard it.
Well, I have to say it's a great compliment to the strength of German beer.
Yeah, correct.
There might be some truth in that. Anyway, we're still taking your calls from home, so join us as the build-up continues to the big game. We'll take you through the game when it comes round as well, and anything else you want to share with the guys, give us a call right now and we'll play this first.
Beat the Pundit with the Scottish Sun.
For the best football news and opinion online, thescottishsun.co.uk/football.
Right, it is Beat the Pundit time as normal. Robert is in Bellshill. How's it going, Robert?
I'm alright, mate. How are you?
Not bad. What's got more chance of happening, you beating the Pundit or Scotland getting a result tonight?
Scotland's got a bit of a result tonight.
I can't even find confidence in his own performance. We'll find out. Mark Wilson, I think you've played 4 in a row, maybe even 5. Not unless we toss the Euro, but I'm just saying.
I'm on a roll. I've enjoyed myself out here.
He's won 4 in a row while he's been out here in Germany.
You're on fire.
It's the time difference. He likes it. He's ahead of the game.
He knows
here.
the questions.
But he's behind the game. How does it work? Anyway, we'll toss the coin anyway. Heads, it's Gordon Dalziel this time. Tails, it'll be Mark Wilson. And it is you, Gordon Dalziel.
Right, am I away?
It's you up against Robert and Bellshill. So yes, we send you away.
Stand over there.
Away to the other end. Zone. Keep going. Further.
The problem is he's got no shoes on again.
Faster. Why does he have no shoes on?
Off in this country.
It's disgusting. It really is. Anyway, Robert, it's quite straightforward. You have 30 seconds. You answer as many as you can, and if you want to pass and move on to the next question, that is absolutely allowed, okay?
Okay.
Good man. You've got 30 seconds on the clock, and your time starts now. Who's got a higher FIFA World Ranking, Switzerland or Hungary?
Switzerland.
How many games is Ryan Porteous banned for at the Euros?
2.
Who's Ukraine's all-time top scorer?
Shevchenko.
How many group games will each team play at Euro 2024?
3.
Name either former Celtic player that's in the Netherlands Euro squad.
Van Dijk.
How old is Spain's Lamine Yamal?
17.
Okay, let's bring him back. Gordon Dalziel. Oh, he's miles away and I can't actually get his attention. Just shout on him.
I forgot I had a mic there.
Burst the eardrums of everyone in Glasgow in the West. Here he comes.
Here he comes, lumping along. Come on, Charlie, Nick.
Come on, Charlie. Come on, Champagne Charlie.
Charlie's here.
Are you back?
Back.
Right, same set of questions. Are you ready? Do you need to catch your breath? You all good?
No, go.
Okay, 30 seconds then on the clock, and your time starts now. Who's got a higher FIFA World Ranking, Switzerland or Hungary?
Switzerland.
For how many games is Ryan Porteous banned?
2.
Who is Ukraine's all-time top scorer?
Puskis.
How many group games will each team play at the Euros?
Group games, 3.
Name either former Celtic player that's in the Netherlands Euro squad.
Frimpong.
How old is Spain's Lamine Yamal?
He's 41 tomorrow.
Name any team who got 0 points in Euro 2024 qualifying.
Pass.
Robert, what do you think? Have you done enough?
I think it's going to be tiebreaker.
I think it's tight. I have to say. Let's go through them. The producer, or the boss, whatever he's called, was away lining up our next contributor. So Mark Wilson, you were helping me keep score. I hope we've got it right.
0 points in right.
Who has got the higher FIFA world ranking, Switzerland or Hungary? It is Switzerland, so you both got it right. Well done. Oh, we're having a nightmare here. I'm reading this off the boss's laptop.
Oh, the boss.
And it's locked. You need to enter your password in there. I can see the see, he's got dodgy stuff on that laptop, by the way. Right, anyway, so Switzerland, you both got it. They're 19th, Hungary are 26th. How many games is Ryan Porteous banned for? It's 2, you both got it. Ukraine's all-time top goal scorer, amazingly.
Ukraine, no, sorry.
Amazingly, is not
Pushkas.
It is Andrei Shevchenko. So Robert goes in front.
Oh no!
Each team will play 3 group games. You both got it. Jeremy Frimpong or Virgil van Dijk, you both got it. So was Robert still one up?
Yep, 5-4.
Okay. Spain's Lamine Yamal. This was stupid from you. I mean, obviously he must have been young. That's why we would ask the question. He's 16, but Robert didn't get it either. He stays one in front. Robert ran out of questions.
I can't believe
this was your chance to equalise. Name any team who got 0 points in Euro 2024 qualifying. Cyprus in our group, Gibraltar, Malta, San Marino or Liechtenstein. Robert, you are the man. You've done it. You've beaten him. Well done.
Well done, Robert. I don't travel well. 5-4.
Robert, maybe that is just the sign of things to come. Maybe it's a double. It's a Robert and a Scotland win tonight. You fancy it?
Oh, I hope so. It's the way forward, mate. It's the way forward.
I hope so. Brilliant, Robert. You're a good man. Take care. The sign ball will be with you. I don't make any promises. At some point in the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Take care. Good man.
Well done, Robert.
I hope I'm joking, Robert, but I just cover my own back. Anyway, thanks to Robert on Beat the Pundit. 01419511025 if you want to call, and you can. We're here in Cologne. We're live, building up to kick off, 50 minutes away. The great thing is it's not just phone calls. We've got Scotland fans joining us live on the show as well. I think this is one with a bit of a difference. This looks to me, I'm hoping I've got this right, like a mother and son combo. Yes? Nod?
Yes.
Good. So what are your names?
I'm Taylor and this is Jay.
Jay and Taylor, how are you? Taylor, first of all, how's it been going?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been good. Sure it has.
Jay, you been looking after your mum?
No, she's been looking after me.
Well said. He's well drilled.
Yeah.
This guy. So what's the plan been? Have you just arrived? Have you been in Munich? What's the plan?
So we came down. We've got a motorhome. So came from Scotland, left on Friday night after the game, down to Frankfurt, and then back up here today to Cologne.
Superb. Jay, how have you enjoyed it?
It's been really good in my opinion. I love it.
The other gate night wasn't great though. How annoyed were you at Friday's performance?
I was really annoyed.
Really annoyed. Did you stay up for it as well?
Yeah.
Oh jeez. What are you expecting tonight? A better result?
2-1.
2-1, he says. Brilliant. How good is it, on a serious note, Taylor, for you as a parent then, to be able to give your son this experience? And I don't mean on SuperScoreBoard, as good as that obviously is. I mean the bigger picture. How good is it to be here and take this in?
No, it's amazing. We're Kelly fans, so we don't get many trips away. So yeah, it's been good to enjoy football in the sunshine.
Hey, listen, things are looking up. You could have a Kelly trip as well.
Away to Belgium, Belgium in the draw today.
Coming round the corner. Does that mean you're all very... The Kelly fans' loyalty to Steve Clark, so has he got more goodwill in the tank for you, do you think, than he does for non-Kelly fans?
It would have been, who did they have to pick for the squad, Jay? Danny Armstrong.
Oh, she's still holding that against him? There's no Kelly players
Other
in
than
there.
that, still Sir Steve Clark.
Still loving his work, still think he's the man to do it tonight?
Yeah, he's going to bring home the points, sure he is.
Jay, who's going to score tonight? You've got the prediction all down.
I think it will be...
Don't say Danny Armstrong.
I'm going to say Billy Gilmore and McTominay.
Sounds good to me. Brilliant. Honestly, Jay and Taylor, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Enjoy your night. And if Scotland win, you come back and see us. You're the lucky mascot.
No, Scotland, no.
Brilliant. Well done, young man. Thank you very much to Jay and Mum Taylor. I like that. Look at
good.
that.
Well done,
I'd
guys.
been lucky enough to go away on Scotland
imagine
trip.
that in the motorhome. That we were close to going round this country in a motorhome, weren't we? But
missed out on so many.
Magnificent. Imagine being that young and travelling the country and seeing Scotland play, and Kelly fans as well. They could be in Europe next year.
Well,
they could be back in the motor.
They are in Europe.
I will deep into Europe.
They're going to Belgium.
But they got put in the first round. Did they know a couple of years ago?
Well, I didn't want to bring up the whole Welsh debacle in front of Taylor and Jay.
They went to Wales and
they seemed like thoroughly nice people, so I didn't feel the need to kind of rub that in and make things even worse. But
I can't believe he didn't say Tierney would score. He's got Tierney on the back of his shirt, number 6 as well. Thought he would have been a certainty, obviously a favourite. But good on the young man, soaking in the atmosphere here. And Scotland fans, I think a few more starting to pour in after the Germany game have just finished. There's quite a lot in here the other night, so hopefully nearing kick-off we'll get more in.
And you might have heard it in the background whilst I was trying to negotiate Beat the Pundit. I think Taylor did message me on Instagram the other day. I think they must be serious Super Scoreboard fans. They were just very keen to find out where we were, keen to come down and meet you guys. Understandable, of course.
Yeah, very nice.
Big celebrities, Charlie Nicholas and Mark Wilson.
I'm not going to go over that one, am I?
Too right.
But it was great to meet them. It's great to meet so many people. So we're having a terrific time.
Can I just say
how
to
many
you,
listeners? Oh, sorry, on you go, Hugh.
Can I just say to you, Mark Wilson, I think you got off very well with not having that motorhome, having listened night by night to the strange tales of Gordon Dale's peculiar hygiene habits with regard to taking his socks off and putting his bare feet up on tables, and I think you get away with one there, Mark.
Hugh, last night he did one of the oddest things I've seen any human doing, because we were watching the game and we get to the tail end. It is late here, of course, and he's fell asleep, so I've took the remote control to switch the TV off, and he's away. He's out the game, and he wakes up 10 minutes later out his slumber, and he gets up and he walks over to the TV unit and gets a big slab of chocolate and just starts eating the chocolate and then goes back to sleep. I've never seen anyone do that.
But I've noticed there's a theme developing here. So the other night, for anyone that missed it, he woke up and he thought, oh well, that's the morning and I'm going to jump in the shower and go a walk. And right at the last minute he realised it was 2 o'clock in the morning. I've got this mad concept for you, right? Now bear with me, I know it sounds radical. Why don't you check the time when you wake up? Just check the time and then you'll know. Don't eat chocolate or don't go for a shower and a walk.
I quite enjoyed the chocolate break. I was hungry. I woke up hungry. Okay, I was only sleeping for 10 minutes, but I woke up hungry and I thought, I need a wee bit of chocolate here, and went back to sleep. Always good.
Wasted on you, Shug. You're still the only man I know that doesn't like chocolate, so there we go.
Well, the more I hear of Gordon abroad, the more I know a psychologist would give up his holiday pay for a look at him.
This could be good though, because Hugh hates chocolate, so if we can get one over in the Swiss, right, could we film Hugh Keevans like stamping on a Toblerone?
He could injure himself with that. They're jaggy, aren't they?
They are quite jaggy.
His toes.
If he gets those hush puppies on, stamps it. He wouldn't want to waste his new River Island shoes.
Well, I have you know that I've had my pesta and pine nut pasta salad.
He does like that.
That's on Saturday, 6 hours, yeah.
It's a late shift for Hugh Keevans tonight. Look after him back there at Clyde 1 HQ. We're here live in Cologne on the banks of the Rhine. Tanzbrunnen, Rheinstrassen. It is incredible. That's not even what it's called.
I was going to say, how do you remember the name of that?
I just got it wrong. I clearly didn't. But it's spectacular. And some Scotland fans sort of swapping in, if you like. Lots of Germany fans who were here watching their game. They won 2-0. They'll head off. Hopefully some Scotland fans join us as well. Let's go back to the stadium quickly before we take another call. Scotland players, are they out to warm up yet, Andrew?
Yeah, they just came out moments ago, about 10 minutes ago. The 3 goalkeepers, goalkeeping coach came out to warm up. A big applause from the Scotland supporters, and then after that the whole team came out, and it was just a taste of the atmosphere we're going to get later on, because every single Scotland fan in here was on their feet. They were singing, they were cheering. No Scotland, no party was ringing round the left side of the stadium as I look at it. But the Scotland fans are going to have a bit of competition on their hands, because over to the right the Swiss supporters have been making a lot of noise. That side has filled up quicker. They've got a big support down the front that looked like a singing section. They've been loud. Their goalkeepers came out. They made a lot of noise. They actually had someone out on that side of the pitch sort of geeing up the crowd, getting them to make some noise early on. So I think we're going to be in for a deafening atmosphere. I'm looking forward to it. It's filling up nicely. Maybe now that the Germany game is finished, people are maybe watching that elsewhere and are now making their way into the ground. But yeah, just a wee taste of what we're going to be in for when this game kicks off in just under 45 minutes time.
Yeah, such an incredibly busy night. So to paint a bit of a picture for you, we are sort of next to one of the other fan zones. There are a couple of official UEFA fan zones or fan viewing points. We're here at one of them next to the river, and that was so full. I think it was at capacity, so people started pouring in here next door as an alternative venue. Everywhere you turn, the thirst for these Euros is through the roof. It really is an incredible turnout from various nations. Of course, we're surrounded by all the Scotland fans, but it has been quite something to witness. Let's go back to the phones, because I believe we have John Paul and Cambuslang. How's it going, John Paul?
Hello, how you doing?
How are you? I'm good, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm wishing Scotland all the best tonight, but being realistic about it, I'm just looking at the previous tournaments, and I think we'll get a reaction tonight, but I've been surprised if Scotland draw, the next two couple of games, but I hope they don't and they win tonight, or at least gives a chance and don't get beat. But there always seems to be a kind of glorious failure, like playing well against the bigger teams. But I don't think the Swiss and Hungarian are any mugs, because their records going into the tournament have been pretty good, whereas Scotland's has been pretty poor.
Yeah, Mark, that is the reality. We said it. It's we have to find something, right? I think we were all excited because of the way we qualified and find that the kind of reality of it is Germany, obviously, but Switzerland and Hungary, they're all ranked above us. They've all got a better recent standing. We are supposed to be underdogs to qualify from this group, but then at the same time, we're there, and why can't we? So it's a difficult balance, I think, just acknowledging how tough the task is, but that doesn't mean you just accept it and roll over and you're happy to be here and make up the numbers.
No, definitely not. I mean, the Scotland team might be the highest ranked out, or the lowest ranked, whatever way you want to look at it, but doesn't mean that plays out within a 90-minute period. And this Scotland team have ticked off kind of big results for us. First of all, that night in Serbia, where they managed to get that monkey off the back, that they get to a major tournament, then they get there, and of course that win doesn't come, but there's still a good performance within there that we were reasonably happy with at Wembley. And then to get here, I think the next milestone is ticking off a real big one in tournament football. They managed it in qualification. I don't think many would have imagined them beating Spain at home or beating Norway away with Haaland and Odegaard in the side, but they did that, so they did it in qualification. Now the next step for this group is to do it in the group stages. Look, if they don't do it tonight, then it's a bit of a damp squib, I think, at the next game against Hungary. Of course, if they lose the game, if they get a draw, well, fine. But what a statement that would be for the full country if they bounce back from 5-1 against Germany to win this game against a very good Swiss side.
John Paul, do you think Steve Clarke's got the team right tonight?
I think so. I had to bring Billy Gilmour in, definitely. And I think we have to be... They can't be any worse than they were the other night, put it that way, you know what I mean?
So it's always struck me as being good about Billy Gilmour, many things, but if we're talking about this pressure, maybe, if you call it that's on him, because there's so much expectation, so much clamour for him to come in and make a difference, none of that stuff seems to faze him. This is a guy that barely made the last Euro squad. He was so young, hadn't played that much first team football, and get man of the match at Wembley. It's just not his thing. It's not a guarantee, but it's not a guarantee that he performs out his skin, but he never seems phased.
I think he thrives in pressure, Gordon. I think he likes it, the lad. I think it makes him a better player, but I think we've got to be very careful tonight. Billy Gilmour will be a big part of it if we can play the right way. If we can get the ball into him, if we can keep possession, get us up the park, then fine. Billy Gilmour will be massive for us. But if the rest of the players perform the way they performed the other night there, it doesn't matter who's in the middle of the park. It won't make any difference. And that's where tonight I think Steve Clarke will have to say, look, if we're going to get anything here, it has to be a team effort. Collectively, everybody together, knowing their jobs, knowing when to press, the passing be sharper, getting on the front foot, creating chances. Just get up for this game tonight. And if you can do that, and you're playing at that level, and you've got the quality Gilmour in the middle of the park, you can get the ball to him, he's a real threat.
The change at the back's an interesting one, Hugh, because most people, I think, expected Steve Clarke goes with Grant Hanley. It appears to be a favourite of his. There's not much between them, though. You could have made a case for Scott McKenna, Someone even suggested Liam Cooper last night.
Yeah, I heard the caller last night who was emphatic that it should be Liam Cooper. We simply have to acknowledge that the manager has a high regard for Grant Hanley, and although he's only played, I think, 7 or 8 games all season, The manager's got his faith in him. That's one decision. Gilmour's another. I think those decisions, Gordon, come on what is the biggest night in Steve Clarke's 5 years as Scotland manager. Because if we win tonight, great, all is forgiven. Who expected to beat Germany anyway? If we don't win tonight, if Switzerland win, I think the manager then comes under scrutiny. Because if we have no points going into the last game and we do take our early exit back to Scotland, then the 2 European Championships for which he has qualified and for which he deserves credit for qualifying, they have ended in severe disappointment. And I don't think he could handle a bad night tonight against Switzerland. He has to get something. A draw will be fine, a win even better, but I don't think Steve Clarke could handle a bad defeat.
Okay, thank you to John Paul. Thanks for getting in touch on the... Oh, go on then, make it quick if you can.
I was just to say, I would play McKenna before Hanley every day of the week. I think Hanley's too slow. Yeah.
Here's the thing, the stats show Grant Hanley is not slow. There's a way of testing how quick people are. You can time these things, you know, and it's not like a matter of opinion. When he gets going, he is quick, Mark Wilson. Yeah. But is he... Maybe he's not sharp, maybe doesn't turn the way that... I don't know if that's why he gives off this impression, because loads of people think he's not quick.
I think that's why people think that, yeah, you know, probably a trickier player round about him. He might not move his feet quick enough, but once it gets in behind him, he can shift.
Thanks again to John Paul. Right, it's now your chance to win some cash with Call Robert by simply guessing the results of the next 3 games at the Euros on our pundit predictor. David in Douglas lost out on £100 because it was a draw between Croatia and Albania. Earlier, he predicted a Croatian win. I think you got that right, Mark.
I got it right, didn't I? Yeah.
So the prize fund rolls over, and it now means you can win £200. So all you need to do is predict the outcome of the next 3 games. Call now for your chance to win £200 with Call Robert 0141 951 1025, and we'll talk to you next.
Versus Switzerland. Clyde One Super Scoreboard live from Cologne.
How are the nerves? How are you feeling? 30 minutes time. Scotland against Switzerland at the Euros live in Cologne, and a positive result is a must. A defeat would almost certainly spell the end of the tournament. And even a draw means there's still a big job to be done down the road. Let's see how we get on tonight. We've given you the team news. We've been to the stadium. We will go back. We're here live in Cologne on the riverbanks watching the game. We have the opportunity, as always, for you to give us a call on the phones on 0141 951 1025. And we'll get live reaction from fans here as well. How about you two feeling? Any nerves?
Of course. We're like everyone else here. I mean, We've come out here, such disappointment the other night, but we know what's resting on this game, and if it's defeat, then it's a bit flat, isn't it, going home? So that brings about its own nerves.
Especially when we won't be going home and we'll have to spin this out a few days. Come on, think about us, Steve.
I'm the opposite. I'm a bit confident tonight. I know the Swiss are a good side, but we like to do it the hard way, Gordon. And most certainly, I think the team's good. I think bringing Gilmour back in, Adams was a big question mark. I don't think he done anything particularly wrong on Friday because he didn't get any service whatsoever. Probably deserves that other chance. We've also got that luxury of, if we do need an extra goal, you know what,
Lawrence Shanklin is the name you're looking for.
Yeah,
what were you going to call him there?
Shanklin.
Lance.
Lawrence Shanklin, my apologies.
The sun's getting to him.
Yeah, he's sitting there waiting to come on and show what he's worth, and he's certainly got a goal in him. So as much as it's a bit nerve-wracking, I think we've got the capabilities of getting it tonight.
Okay, now we've been teaming up throughout the group stages with Call Robert for our pundit predictor. We want you to predict the outcome of the next 3 Euro games for your chance to win £200. Those games are, of course, Scotland, Switzerland, Slovenia, Serbia, which is tomorrow, and Denmark, England also tomorrow. So on the line we've got Stuart in Kings Park. How's it going, Stuart?
Hi there, how you doing?
Good, Stuart, good. Do you consider yourself a good predictor, or is this just about having a guess and seeing what happens?
I just can't predict anything right now during the Euros. It is, but here's hoping.
Well, Well, listen, Hugh Keevins has made a career out of it, so let's see how you get on this evening. The 3 games, Stuart, let's go through them. Scotland against Switzerland. Is it a Scotland win, a Switzerland win, or a draw?
It's going to be a Scotland win.
Yes, well done. Slovenia, Serbia, or draw?
It's going to be Slovenia. That's because I've got that in this week. So.
Right, okay, he's combining his 2 predictors. And Denmark, England, or draw?
Oh, right. I was going to say England, but having watched, I think I'm going to go draw. So that. Yeah.
There we go. I like it. Just out of curiosity, Gordon Dale, this is just the bragging rights bit. Scotland, Switzerland, or draw?
Well, I say Scotland today. I'm sticking by it.
Slovenia, Serbia, or draw?
Serbia.
Denmark, England, draw?
I'm going England or draw.
Are you indeed? There we go. Let's look forward to that then, Stuart. It's pretty straightforward. We find out tomorrow night if you win that £200. That make it even more enjoyable to watch the games?
Well, yeah,
exactly. A bit of interest. Good on you. Thank you very much. You take care.
Right, thank you. Right, take care.
There we are. It's all thanks to Col Robert as well. Although I have to say, if you're looking for match predictions, look no further, because we were given an absolute treat today when we met Hennis the Goat. We went to Cologne. You might remember Paul the Octopus from one of the previous World Cups. This octopus that could apparently predict the outcome of the games. I think he did quite well. Well, now we've got Hennis the Goat. He is the mascot of Cologne, the local team here. We got sent to Cologne Zoo, Mark Wilson and Gordon Dale. If you want to see the video, go on our social media channels, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and you can see the chaos. In fact, why don't we just play? I think we can maybe let the audience at home hear what went down at Cologne Zoo. Let's hear it right now.
Here he comes. Come on. Aye. Think of Andy Robertson. Yeah. Think of Gilmore.
Oh. Give him more food.
You obviously saw the Germany game Friday. Saw that flag and thought, no.
He's not behaving, this boy.
No, by the way. This is going to go on. It's all right tonight, by the way.
Yeah!
Yes! I was buzzing with that. Took a wee bit of time to get going. The goat had to relieve himself as well, just before he picked the right ball. But we got there in the end. We're going to win.
And like Mark Wilson in the room, I'm glad I'm not cleaning that cage.
Do you want to crack the joke of, do you think he got it right, or will I do it, or Mark do it?
Look, I was impressed, but if he'd have named the first goal scorer, I'd have really been impressed. But I was brilliant this morning.
I wasn't impressed with anything. No, actually, I tell a lie. Right, he wasn't impressed. He was in a mood that we were going there. And then the goat darted at his house and right up onto its log, and he went,
that's impressive.
That's mean business. That was good. Even though the keeper did drag it with the horns towards the Scotland ball.
Oh, I didn't.
Did you see me try to clap it?
He thought it was going to bite him.
The worst part of the day, by a mile, obviously, was the fact that Hennis the Goat, is a local legend here. He's loved, but you were calling him Anus. You got his name mixed up a few times.
I got his name mixed up.
Hennis, H-E-N-N-E-S.
In fairness, the goat did come over when you shouted it.
Alright, Dazzler.
I have always said you talk out your backside. But anyway, we are here in Cologne. You can still join in on the phones right throughout the evening on the usual number, 01419511025. But back home, the atmosphere is rising as well. There are fan zones right across Scotland getting ready for the game. So let's go round them. We'll start up north in Aberdeen with Dave Galloway.
Thanks, guys. I'm here in Aberdeen at OGV Podium. When I was at this fan zone on Friday night, the atmosphere and general vibe about the place was very much optimism and excitement. This evening, it's a feeling of hope, and the buoyancy of the build-up to the Germany match is sadly lacking. There's a big neon sign up on the wall here saying, "Be bold, be adventurous." And that's exactly the message to the Scotland side for their clash with Switzerland. Of course, goals change games, and an early one for Steve Clarke's men would send our qualification chances and the atmosphere here soaring. That sets the scene in the Granite City. Let's head to Edinburgh now, where Gavin Pearson is at Easter Roads.
I know it's a cliche, but the sunshine is once again on Leaf Day. Thank you. We're here. We're blessed with the company of a member of Craig Brown's France 98 squad, Darren Jackson. Darren, the fans want them to go for it tonight. Would you agree?
Listen, they're a good side. I mean, it's easy saying, fans saying, you've got to go for it. We've got to stay in the game to begin with. We can't concede. And then we see how the game goes. Can we get control of the game? I've just saw the team. I'm delighted Billy Gilmore's playing. I think Billy's the one that can make things happen. I think Billy's the one who can get on the ball.
Those were the words of Darren Jackson. Let's now cross over to East End Park and the Dunfermline fan zone with Ewan Cameron.
Thanks, Gavin Pearson there at Easter Road. Steve Cowan, former Hib striker.
How you doing?
Not too bad. We are here at the Dunfermline City fan zone, looking ahead to the big one tonight. The atmosphere is building. The fans are turning up. There's an expectation, but can we do it? Can we keep it alive until Sunday when we play Hungary on the final day of the group stages for the European Championships? We're all hoping that Scotland can get a result tonight to keep it alive, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that we get it. Back to Gordon, who's in Cologne live with Super Scoreboard.
Indeed, we are 25 minutes to go until kick-off. You can hear the atmosphere round about the fan zones at home. We've been capturing your feelings and emotions and thoughts ahead of the game on the phones. And let me tell you, the atmosphere here in the city is bristling as well. We're really, really looking forward to this. Hopefully everything crossed that it goes the way that we need it to on the pitch, because it really is time to try and show up. A defeat tonight almost certainly ends the Euros before it even begins. So let's, again, like we said, keep everything crossed that it's that positive outcome. Even a draw, move on, but a win, that would change everything. Looking back from Friday night. So I'll tell you what, we'll take another breather and we go back to the stadium next.
Scotland versus Switzerland. Clyde One Super Scoreboard, live from Cologne.
Countdown very much on. We're inside. 20 minutes to go until Scotland take on Switzerland. It's match day 2 of Euro 2024 for the Scots, and it has to be better. It simply has to be much better than Friday night. That said, Germany were excellent. Unfortunately, we're being subjected to reruns of that game on the big screen here in Cologne, or analysis certainly, and you can see where Scotland's problems were lying. Very, very poor use of the ball when we got it, which wasn't very often, it has to be said. What about the grandkids, Hugh? They swept up in Euro fever?
Well, 2 of them are half Danish, so they're getting ready to swap allegiance if anything goes wrong. But the 2 in Brighton, of course, are full of it because Billy Gilmore's playing tonight, so they believe.
Good stuff. I like it. I like the sound of that. I like the sound of it. And I mean, Hugh, like we said, we can't afford to get too misty-eyed about this stuff, because if you're there, you need to do something. At the same time, you were there in '98, then you had to wait so long. I suppose the next step is trying to make this a regular occurrence.
I've always said to people, on the night that I left France in '98, having lost 3-0 to Morocco, I thought to myself, wow, the European Championships next, and then the next World Cup. And I've enjoyed myself a lot more had I known it was going to be another 28 years before we got anywhere. So, this is a big, big night for Scotland. They have done outstandingly well in the qualification process. And then something overtook the players, and there was a collective and an individual breakdown against Germany. No one, starting with Angus Gunn, finishing with Che Adams, no one anywhere on the park had pass marks. Somehow these people, and they are people, they're professional footballers, but they are people with ordinary everyday feelings like the rest of us. They have got to get over what was a shattering experience, and they're playing a very good Swiss side as well, so we can't help them anymore. It's down to what they do tonight.
And then I suppose maybe there's a lesson there for you too, though. Listen to Hugh Keevins, the wise words. You need to really go for it in the next few days. What if it's another 28 years?
We've got every confidence we'll be back, so we'll take it easy for the next couple of days. You really should
go for it, Gordon. See the sights that you want to see in this city. Don't leave anything behind.
I've no regrets if I had to go home tonight. I've done everything I've had to do.
Still one outstanding venue.
Yeah.
that you need to visit in Cologne. World famous.
So it's been such an enjoyable trip. But listen, we've a lot more exciting ahead of us. I've got to say, you're just looking at the the screen there, Gordon, and we're looking inside that ground. It looks electrifying. I would love to be there. And Hugh's quite right in what he says. We can cheer them on. We can give them every bit of confidence in the world. When you step over that white line, it's up to you as an individual to go and do your very best for your country.
Yeah, Andrew McLean, I take it the fans are all in now. You'd like to think it's not like your run-of-the-mill Scottish Premiership game where you might pour in at a minute to 3.
No, pretty much every seat in here is taken up at the moment. The Scotland fans over to my left, the Switzerland fans over to my right. I think the presentation team are just making their way onto the pitch as well, because there are sort of pre-match, not quite entertainment, but they have the flags and the banners on the pitch with the team logos and the team flags as well. But just a few moments ago, the Scotland fans were in full voice. Chelsea Dagger came on over the tannoy system. They were absolutely loving that. As you can expect, Super John McGinn was being chanted by the Scotland fans as well. They're in full voice. They are ready for this game. The Switzerland fans are exactly the same as well. I'll tell you who is up for it. It's Murat Yakin, who's the Switzerland manager, because I said earlier on that someone was on the pitch geeing up the supporters. It was the manager. Could you imagine if Steve Clarke had come out beforehand and was trying to gee up the Scotland supporters? The Switzerland manager, he was out on the pitch, he was giving the fist pumps, he was trying to really rile this crowd up and get up for it. He seems confident that Scotland will have the belief that they can surely do something tonight as well.
They've all got their own styles. I saw the Germany manager out on the pitch after the game. Shorts, t-shirt, sports socks, trainers. He's a young man, of course, strolling around. Now we've got the Switzerland manager is on, right on the pitch. He's up at the fans. I've just seen the footage of it, waving his arms. I cannot see Steve Clarke doing that in a million years.
Steve Clarke, he'll have the suit on with a tartan tie, I'm sure, which was very smart, I've got to say. I did like that, but I don't think Steve Clarke will be taken to the field or sporting a pair of trainers anytime soon. But if he gets a result tonight, who cares what he wears?
Look, the easiest thing in the world is, as a manager, if things are going right for you, you can go on the pitch, you can get the fans up for it, you can wave to them, they'll sing your name, everything about that. Germany are qualified, they've been brilliant. Switzerland's got off to a terrific start, so there's no pressure whatsoever. It's all down to Scotland tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, Gordon, I'm yet to find a game where people don't want to get off to a good start. It's just the same, no matter what game of football you play. However, I wonder if there's an extra importance if you are fragile, if you are coming off the back of a sore one, if there have been question marks levelled at you, if that becomes even more important. I don't mean taking the lead early, as lovely it would be, just to really set a bit of a tone, whatever that looks like. I know that's a cliche, but Friday night you almost knew straight away, you could just tell straight away that it wasn't going to be a successful night.
No, we weren't sharp on Friday night. Germany probably did tell us what we were hoping to do to them. They get in our faces, they upset us, they never gave us a second on the ball. We've got to try and do that tonight to Switzerland. We've got to be in the front foot, Gordon. I think the midfield looks quite strong tonight with Gilmore back in there. It gives that licence for McTominay and McGinn to go and support Adams, and they've got to really press. I would like to see them pressing high tonight, really putting the pressure on the Swiss, but everybody's got to be singing from the same hymn sheet. If we don't, then we're in trouble. To get a result tonight, we'll need everybody working to the same pattern, the same plays, the same distances, getting the ball and cut. I'm looking at the screen there, and the players are all high-fiving each other and cuddling each other. Okay, fine. We've seen it the other night with Tierney and Robertson. Get out there, you're terrific footballers. You play at high standards week in, week out. You've now got a lot of pressure on your shoulders. They've got to go out and perform.
You know what Germany did well the other night? Actually, they did a lot of things well the other night as the game wore on. But see, in the opening 3 or 4 minutes, went direct in behind Scotland. Scotland knew right away that they weren't afraid to put the ball in behind them, so Scotland dropped automatically a bit deeper at times, and then the distance became bigger. I wouldn't mind seeing us doing that tonight. Now, I don't mean just hoofing it aimlessly, but in the opening few minutes, trying to play the game in Switzerland's half.
How are the nerves? How are the excitement levels, the optimism levels? We are so close. Matchday 2 at Euro 2024 for Scotland. It is huge, and kick-off is coming next.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with Lookers Audi. Looking to sell your Audi? Contact them today for a no-obligation quotation.
I love history podcasts. I was listening to one about the suffrage movement, and it got me thinking about my great nan. With Ancestry, we discovered she'd been arrested and imprisoned with other suffragettes. They've got her voting records and even examples of her protesting on the census. It made my family so proud.
Bring your backstory to life. Get a free 2-week trial of a full membership at ancestry.co.uk. Renews automatically from $10.99 per month unless cancelled.
At 3 Business, we understand the importance of making savings. With our multi-SIM plans, the more SIMs you buy, the more you'll save. Get up to 15 SIMs from as little as £7.50 a month each, all with unlimited calls, texts and data, so you can keep your business connected and your costs down. Head in-store or search 3 Business.
Unlimited UK only. £7.50 per SIM when you buy 10 to 15 SIMs on a 24-month plan. X 20% VAT. Annual price rises apply. Terms apply.
The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast.
With Lucas Jaguar. Looking to sell your Jaguar? Contact them today for a no-obligation quotation.
Live from Cologne, this is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Match day 2 at Euro 2024 for Scotland. We're live in Cologne after days of soul searching and post-match analysis. It is almost showtime. Let's go back to the stadium and check in with Andrew McLean.
Yeah, the sun is still shining down on parts of the stadium. The sky is clear, and it's mad to think that it could all come down to this already. Game 2 of 3, and Scotland needs something, anything from this game. Friday was far from the image many had in their head of how this tournament would start. Not many were expecting a win, of course, but to go down with a whimper means the fight needs to be there tonight from those players. The players on the pitch, as you can hear, will get a huge backing from the Scotland support. The left half of the stadium, a smattering in other areas as well. Scotland tops, scarves, saltires, any piece of Scotland memorabilia you can think of is all round this stadium, and the team know they need to respond. Many of these supporters who were in the stadium in Munich stayed behind, showed their support after full time on Friday. They stayed and applauded the players despite that performance. So the players who are just on the pitch now, waving to their family members who are sat in the section in front of us, they know what the job is tonight. And we are just about to enter the national anthems, starting with Switzerland. The red side of the stadium in full voice, but just wait for this Scotland national anthem up next. Well, that will give you goosebumps. That will make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. The Scotland players on the pitch will have felt every single word of that. Every single supporter in the stadium showing how much this team means to them, and I'm sure those all across Germany and everyone back home will have been feeling exactly the same as well. So much talk in the lead up to this tournament as well, that history could be made by the Scotland team getting into the knockout stages. It hardly feels possible right now, but with that backing and the fact that Scotland could get a draw, get that win tonight, the picture could look very, very different if they get it right on the pitch tonight. They've had their official photo, the team now breaking off. I'll give you that Scotland starting lineup again. Angus Gunn in goal, the back three, Jack Hendry, Grant Hanley and Kieran Tierney. Anthony Ralston is the right wing back, Andy Robertson the left wing back. It'll be that box midfield of Callum McGregor, Billy Gilmore who comes back in, John McGinn and Scott McTominay. Shea Adams leading the line for Scotland, and a big part of this performance tonight for Scotland is channeling the emotions correctly. We heard from the Scotland camp during the week, they used words like fear. They played with fear against Germany. The occasion got to some of the players as well. Andy Robertson and Kieran Tierney were criticised minutes into that Germany game for celebrating winning a goal kick. They were accused of being overhyped, so tonight will be a big, big test to see whether they get the mental side of this game correct tonight. The players all high-fiving, getting themselves ready. The final preparations. The Switzerland team are in a huddle at the moment. Steve Clarke, his final words in his broadcast piece that he did just before the team came out, he said, hopefully tonight you'll see the real Scotland. That's what everyone is hoping for. And I look across the stadium at the moment, there's a banner that says rise now and be a nation again. That is the challenge set to the 11 Scotland players on the pitch at the moment. That is the challenge set to those that come off the bench. The time is now for these players, and we are ready to go in Cologne.
And if that doesn't inspire you, Mark Wilson, it's probably best you do bow out of this tournament, because that national anthem was incredible.
Quite sensational. The volume within that stadium, the Scotland fans who have travelled here in the hundreds of thousands. There's only maybe, 20,000 in there at the game this evening, but they certainly made themselves heard, and the players, what are they feeling just after that? And we're off and running.
Yeah, Scotland in a rugby style, just kick for touch early on, just try and get into the corner.
Yeah, well, what did I say? I would have liked to have seen us do that pretty quickly, play the game in Switzerland's half. It doesn't mean aimlessly kick the ball up, but now what you find is Switzerland have got a throw in just beside their corner flag 10 seconds into the game.
I was watching Andy Robertson, the toss of the coin, right away he took the ball. That was planned. They obviously looked and thought to, right, let's go on the front foot, get the ball in behind them, and obviously ask for a little bit of question, try and hem them in there, but Switzerland now try to put themselves up the pitch.
You remember the England game at the Euros when we did that from kick-off and Lyndon Dykes absolutely flattened someone within about 3 seconds. But on a serious note, it sort of worked. Yeah. He's not here, unfortunately, so Shea Adams is going to have to do it, or someone else. Kieran Tierney showed good pace, as you would expect, to come across and cover. I think he actually was fouled as well, so Angus Gunn will be allowed to just get this one up the pitch.
Well, that was the point we were making about that back three. You know, Switzerland win the ball from that throw in, they put it behind Scotland, and our back three are so quick. Kieran Tierney has to come across, cover, and he gets a foul on that occasion. But they're going to have to be that tonight. They're going to have to play high. There is going to be a lot of grass behind that back three. Switzerland have got quick forwards. They're going to have to cover a lot of ground, the Scotland back three.
Yeah. The thing I'm a little bit just now, I know the game's settling down, Gordon. We've had 2 or 3 opportunities. We've got Gilmore in there to pass the ball, and we're starting to still hit the longer balls. I don't know if it's just a plan of saying, let's go up the park, let's turn them, let's ask questions, everybody go and squeeze the middle of the park. Gilmore's in there for a reason.
I think for the first 5 minutes you have to do this.
Just turn them.
Yeah.
Corner to Scotland. John McGinn bustling his way into the corner as he does, and just tries to flash across in. Akanji was the defender, and it went out. So Scotland's first corner. Going to try and not relate everything to Friday because the bar was set so low, but we didn't manage any of this stuff either and get in territory. But we'll try and take this game in isolation where we can. Scott McTominay is going to take it, so you lose an aerial presence.
3 players round the goalkeeper.
But he is, and it's not a great ball, you have to say. Hopefully that came off a Swiss player. I think it did, and it's going to be another throw-in to Scotland. It's disappointing though, isn't it? You get those opportunities when they come along.
Well, when things are going right, nothing's mentioned. And then obviously Germany, they had that talk about Austin McPhee, the set piece coach, and Steve Clark having a burst up. That will not please them at all. Got to get the ball in there. We're trying to put a little bit of pressure on the Swiss here.
Yeah, we're going to go long throw, Kieran Tierney. I don't know how long his throw is, and I don't think we've got many big men in the box, Mark, but just going to try and feed off scraps, I guess, early on.
Yeah, it's all about putting under pressure, making them defend their box, something we didn't do the other night, and we're certainly doing that in a minute.
Yeah, Kieran Tierney's crossed those blocked as well. If we could just get that delivery to be a bit more impressive. And it's going to be another corner to Scotland, so it's good early pressure.
Well, this is what we needed. Again, playing the game in Switzerland's half and in and around the penalty area. Couple of corner kicks, a long throw, Switzerland putting bodies in front of the ball. We're just hoping for something to fall in these opening stages. I have no doubt the game will settle down, and then that's where we get Billy Gilmore and, you know, our more creative players into it. But this is a good opening.
Yes, McTominay again. He's going to get a second goal in the first 3 minutes or so. Hopefully a better delivery this time. I do suspect there was something deliberate about that ball, but it just didn't quite come off the last time. There's a lot of movement in there, and that's a better one by the goalkeeper. Straight into his arms. It went just over Grant Hanley's head though, so it was really close to being a brilliant, perfect delivery, but it goes to the goalkeeper. And as Switzerland come forward, luckily for us, they overhit the pass, and Angus Gunn will just stick his foot on top of that one.
You've got to say it's been encouraging opening 5 minutes, Gordon. I think Scotland have been on the front foot. Mark's right. I think Scotland's went with the game plan. Let's turn them, let's put a bit of pressure on them, get a few corners, put some quality balls in there. It was good goalkeeping. He came out and dealt with that well, but I think that will settle the Scotland players' bit of nerves.
Just looking at the way the game's going to pan out though, you're right, Gordon. If Billy Gilmore's in there, you try and use him. The Swiss press is so high. They're 5 probably within about maybe 40 yards of the Scotland goal when Angus Gunn has it.
Well, it's how brave we are on the ball. Can we take it? Can we work out the situation to beat that press? And are we brave enough to keep others beyond that, so when we do break it, we've got enough numbers to support Shea Adams? Because what we don't want is huge gaps from our back line to Shea Adams. When we eventually get the ball to him, there's nobody round about him. We can't have that this evening.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened. So for the first time, Gordon, it went to Gilmore, fine, and then he gave it to Anthony Ralston, but then the only thing that was really on for Anthony Ralston was a long ball up the pitch.
Yeah, we seem to, our pressing looks a lot better tonight.
You know,
we're on the front foot, we're not letting them settle, Gordon. And this is positive for Scotland, but you can't give the ball away cheaply like that.
It's really bad from Grant Hanley, but I think his teammates are going to bail him out.
Yeah, you know what, it was Gilmore. Gilmore stepped forward. As soon as Hanley gave that ball away, Gilmore stepped forward into a press. We didn't have that again the other night. We're going to continue to see that until something else positive happens, but it's shaped up much different in this opening 5 minutes. I don't know how the game will pan out, but it looks better at the minute.
Fabian Schär and John McGinn will be familiar with each other from the English Premier League, and Schär thunders into the back of McGinn. That's one of those, Mark, is that some sort of statement challenge early on? Because you know you're not getting away with that. That's just a foul all day long.
Yeah, it's just centre halves and defenders like doing that, just to say, yep, I'm here, I'm going to be tight to you all night.
See, Tierney for me's got more, we all know he's got more quality there. You can't just play
take the free kick.
Take the free kick, drop off if you can. If the second ball has to get in behind, fine. But you will never ever beat a team that's got a bit of quality with that sort of ball in behind their defence, Gordon.
Yeah, it was a poor free kick. We've wasted a couple of set piece opportunities early on, and now we're seeing what Scotland fancy at the other end. They do press. Again, it's a tough shift for John McGinn, and when it comes through to Angus Gunn all the way up the pitch, he slices it out of play. So a bit of territory for Switzerland which we could do without.
Well, I think Scotland were brave there, and I think their backline was brave to go man for man. What you need is a goalkeeper that's good with the ball at his feet though to deal with that, and Angus Gunn gets it all wrong, just allows Switzerland to throw in. It's game to nothing anyway, but you saw the game plan, you saw how brave the Scotland 5 were, going right up against the Swiss.
Well, they're certainly pressing them high up the pitch, so they've got to be careful. Obviously Switzerland have got good players that can play around you, so everybody's got to be on the same page. Go and press at the right time. It's a start of two teams. It's 100 miles an hour. It will settle down.
Yeah, John McGinn penalised for a foul there. I'm not convinced it was. No. I know I would say that, but seriously, Mark, when you see it back,
yeah, maybe hard done by. Just getting round the side of the Swiss defender there.
And we're seeing a bit more already. Scotland just trying to play it out. It's not always easy though. Can you keep that up? Shea Adams wins it well. Hugh, it's certainly it's a different feel. Certainly looking a bit more positive.
Yeah, it's completely different from the German match on Friday night. It's lower in quality, but it's only important that we start in a fashion that gives us some encouragement, and we have done that. Remember, after 10 minutes we're a goal down in Munich, and we're 8 minutes in now and we're comfortable.
Yeah, it's a bit frantic, Gordon. You wonder how it will settle down, but it's fine, it's okay. We'll take it.
Yeah, I like the pressing. I like the energy from Scotland.
There we are.
There you go, pressing, get the ball back, win the ball, especially in their final third, try to play some quality balls.
Scott McTominay tries to thread one to Shea Adams and it's cut out. Wonder if he could have just held on to it a bit, Mark, but there wasn't loads of people joining in.
I was going to say that. He just looked a bit detached again, Shea Adams. The distance between McTominay on the ball and Adams was huge, and I would have just liked to have seen another pass there just to connect that up a bit. That's going to be important.
And now Scotland are caught a bit. It's in behind Andy Robertson. You can almost see it building. It looks like it'll be a heavy touch,
defending.
And Grant Hanley's able to come across and it's a goal kick, but that's a real warning sign, Mark, because you could see that brewing. Andy Robertson pressed, but then when the pass came in it was easy to spin it in the gap that he left, and a warning sign.
Yeah, it certainly was. And Grant Hanley does fantastically well there. Didn't look so slow there, did he? And that goes to show you when it's played in behind. Okay, Switzerland player might have taken a heavy touch.
It was a terrible touch.
It was a heavy touch, but he gets himself in there, gets his body in. Yep, just need to be careful. We're playing against a quality side who will look to pick the passes and be patient and then play that one right through the lines that eliminates 2 or 3 players. So, well, warning sign, but still okay.
That's a couple of times that they've looked to play down that side in between Robertson and Tierney.
That's a weird goal kick, is it not, for Tierney? I've not seen that for a long time.
Yeah, Kieran Tierney's taking the goal kick like long. You know, Angus Gunn was, you know, you seen a Sunday morning when the big fat goalie injures himself and the centre back goes and takes the goal kicks for him. I don't know if there's an injury there or if it was meant to go short from Tierney. High boot from Shea Adams.
Yeah, I know that we've got to turn them, we've got to be on the front foot. Totally understand that. But when you've got a situation like that, I think we've got quality that we can go and play. Try and play through Gilmore. Try and get it out there. There'll be occasions. We can't just keep kicking the ball up. We've got to settle the game down. Passing, we've got good passers in there. Gilmore, unfortunately, just was in the same wavelength as...
that is the challenge. Billy Gilmore's there to be the ball retention master, but even he slides one out of play for a throw-in, and it just allows territory to be given back to the Swiss, and they then hit it out of play, even worse. So it's a bit cagey, Hugh.
Yeah, as I say, it's low in quality. Hopefully it will get better the longer the game goes on, but I would actually venture the thought that the Swiss look more nervous than we do.
Yeah, it's got that feel about it early on, so let's see how the next 80 or so minutes pan out. 10 gone. Steve Clarke would have taken this start, but there was the first couple of minutes there was a bit of territory, some set pieces. Could be doing with a bit more of that. Switzerland are starting to settle a bit now, Mark, you'd have to say.
Yeah, I would say so, showing, you know, that they are a side used to playing in this sort of environment and these sorts of occasions. We've just lost a wee bit of the pace of the game. It is settling down. They look comfortable on the ball. You can see they're trying to tempt us out.
Yeah,
so
they want to play around us.
Yeah.
There's no doubt they've got a game plan that they know Scotland's going to go in the front foot, so they're dropping off a little bit and they're hoping that they can play around us and cause us problems. But so far, I think Scotland look disciplined. I really do. But the one thing I've noticed about Switzerland, when we get the ball, someone, the nearest guy, goes right on to get Billy Gilmore to stop him playing.
And by the way, he sprints from wherever he has to. They're running from deep, busting a gut to get onto Billy Gilmore. And Billy Gilmore's he's returning the favour up the other end, I notice. So it's some shift. And again, this is where you can... We talk about trying to be comfortable and trying to keep it, but Jack Hendry tries to go back to Angus Gunn and just fires it out of play for a corner.
My worry's quite similar. I don't know if Mark's seen something I'm not. Jack Henry's over in the left-hand side. Before Tierney's over, there should be a nice balance there.
I think they need to track him. I think in these situations they need to track them across. I think Scotland are being that brave in the offensive positions. They're going man for man, that Steve Clark's instructing them to go with their man.
So a corner to defend, and it's a real cheap one to give away. So Steve Clark will be furious if this comes to anything. Shaqiri goes short. It's going to be off the training ground and try and work something out in that corner. You know he's got a wicked delivery, and it comes in, but it's well headed away by Scott McTominay.
A great header, because that's into a dangerous area.
Brilliant from Billy Gilmore. Really brilliant from Gilmore. He brings in Andy Robertson. And is it Kieran Tierney? And the ball's fired out wide. He can't sort his feet out. Back to McTominay. Oh, it's a goal! Scotland 1, Switzerland 0. And it's that man, Scott McTominay. How many times does he come up trumps for Stevie Clark? And he's done it again. A big deflection, but he won't care. Scott McTominay scores. Scotland 1, Switzerland 0.
Absolutely sensational from one end to the other. Scotland breaking at pace, and it's first of all a great header from Scott McTominay in his own 6-yard box, but then the amount of numbers to get forward. Brilliant from
Gilmore's touch is sublime. It was absolutely brilliant. Tierney just goes there, he keeps going. I thought he's made the wrong pass there. I thought it was a poor pass, but take nothing away. Listen, we got a bit of luck, we need a bit of luck, and we'll take a bit of luck.
Oh, well, it's on target. The Swiss defender puts out his foot right in front of the goalkeeper. Only 3 yards out. Goalkeeper's got no chance. Oh, what a start.
Hugh Keevins, how good was that?
Well, this is a rerun of Friday night, only with us cast in the role of Germans and the Swiss cast in the role of Scots. I said earlier, and I stand by it, the Swiss, yes, they have a game plan, but they do look a tad nervous to me, and the own goal from Shah will not have helped them.
I've got to say, Gordon, it was brilliant play from Scotland. From their own box all the way up, but we keep saying them and maybe hype them up so much. Gilmore's touch was outstanding. He made that goal for me.
Well, there's a few things that made it, Mark. If you're talking about desire, Scott McTominay heads the ball clear from Scotland's box and then finishes it at the other end.
Yeah.
You've got the driving run from Kieran Tierney. That's why we play this system. For everybody who wants to bemoan it in the last few days, there aren't many centre-backs that can carry the ball like that. Everything about it was what we've been.
It was brave, and it was desire. You had Kieran Tierney driving with a ball. You had Scott McTominay making the box. You had Callum McGregor, who makes the overlap and run, who I thought had actually taken a heavy touch and made the wrong decision, but he gets it back to McTominay, and it's a terrific goal. He gets on target, that's all he has to do.
Oh, there's another one. It's the same though. Kieran Tierney slices the ball out for a corner, just like Jack Hendry did before. The ironic thing is we scored from the last Switzerland corner. So,
so we'll take it again.
But no, I don't think so, because it was easy to... should have been easy to roll that back to Angus Gunn.
What we've got to be careful of, we're excited now, Gordon. We've got the goal. The guys, that their hearts will be pumped. They've got to just settle down now. Settle down, make sure they don't give them any more encouragement.
Yeah, it's a frustrating one to give that corner away. Shaqiri's going to go the more direct route this time, you suspect, and what a delivery it is. But again, it's that man, Scott McTominay, comes edge of the box and it's fired wide. Breathe. Scotland, the country, you can breathe.
You know what, I know we've gave away some corner kicks, but I think we are looking comfortable. We've defended our box well on a couple of occasions there, and even there we've got enough bodies in front of Rodriguez when he's volleying it. That's nice and comfortable. But what a start. Steve Clark couldn't have asked for any more. Couple of corner kicks in the opening stages, good territory, higher up the pitch, made Switzerland defend their box, and then a breakaway goal like that to put you ahead. Fantastic.
Yeah, it might well have gone down as a Fabian Schär own goal. I don't think it really matters. I don't feel too precious. I mean, it was on target though, so I don't really know
similar
how
in the Scottish Cup final, Gordon,
and
very similar, and I claim that. So Scott McTominay can claim that one.
I mean, it definitely was on target, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was on target. Is that not the rules? If it's on target, it's...
I mean, it might have been quite weak, but that's not for us to worry about. Who cares? Scotland are one up against Switzerland at the Euros, and own goal is our top scorer at the tournament. That's that one, for goodness sake. Come on, Rudiger can have his. McTominay takes that one. Come on.
I looked around here just in the fan park we are, and a lot of Scotland fans up off their seats on the tables celebrating. Then the song comes, no Scotland, no party. It's what they deserve, and I think this is what we needed. you know, coming to this tournament, we needed to go ahead at some stage.
Having said that, talk to me about that Scotland fan down there that's asleep.
I can't believe that. I want to get down and wake him up. I can't believe that all this way and he's asleep.
He's been asleep for ages. He keeps looking up every now and then and just nodding off again. Side netting for Switzerland. Good defending from Ralston. Corner. So we need to defend these as we have been. We've defended them well. You don't want to give too many away.
No, certainly not, because they've got great delivery. I mean, that's two. It's been right in the 6-yard line, right into the middle of the box. And we've been lucky Scott McTominay's been there, but don't want to give them too much of this.
Yeah, I think it's Vargas who whips it in from the other side from Shaqiri with the right foot. And again, the delivery's brilliant. It's defended so well. And I think there's a collision in the box, so the ref will just see what's happening there. Is it Scott McTominay? I can't really see. John McGinn? No, it's whoever it is isn't a lot of bother though.
Anthony Ralston?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it's Ralston. No, is it?
No.
It's... Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Anthony Ralston. Just taking a real sore one. Couldn't really see
where
the origin of it was.
Oh yeah, it's Ralston. He's right in the middle of Henry and the Swiss.
I've got to say, great defending from Jack Henry there. Great defending. Goes and attacks the ball, goes and clears the danger. But unfortunately for
looks in real discomfort, Ralston. It's a whack to the face. He's not a medical professional, so I always don't like to judge these things too quickly. But it's not like I don't think he was knocked out or anything, Mark, but he just looks like he's in a bit of pain. I think he'll be fine.
A real sore one in the face. Anthony Ralston can get on with it.
And plus the fact, if I was Ralston, I would just take an extra couple of minutes just to calm everything down. We've got off to the perfect start. Just calm everything down and take the sting out of this game.
Yeah, and to be fair, the Switzerland player is in every bit as much discomfort. We're just seeing the goal back. Callum McGregor did well because the pass wasn't brilliant.
It wasn't target.
Yeah. By the way, I thought
whether it was beating the goalkeeper or not, I don't know.
Callum McGregor's ball back to McTominay was a little too heavy, actually. Played it with a lot of pace, and I think McTominay does really well to control that with his left foot. Gets in target, deflected into the net.
The thing, like, the importance of just getting in those areas, though. He scored that goal multiple times.
You were chatting about it earlier. When we
crashing the box at the right time. But even the deflection, though.
Yeah.
Think of the one against Spain.
Yeah. Well, yeah, of course.
Get your shot on target. You never know what can happen, but you have to get into those areas.
I think you summed up desire. You need that desire. We didn't have it there right there. It was just desire to get there. He thought, do you know what? I'm going to go and I'm going to keep going, and I may get a reward at the end of it. And he certainly did.
Yeah, there's just the usual negotiations and arguing as to who should get the ball. I think there was a drop ball, wasn't there?
I think
the referee at some point as well, did it not?
Yeah.
So anyway, Anthony Ralston just coming over for a bit of treatment. He's a sturdy boy.
He is, but I'm just seeing he's got a bit of Vaseline there on the right side of his face, just above the eye. So hopefully that's not a cut that's too deep, but he will go on with things.
He's like a lightweight boxer with the cut man doing his magic. So hopefully that stays secure and we're good to go for the rest of the game, or until such time as Steve Clark doesn't think he's required anyway. There's a back heel from Switzerland just to get them a bit of space down that left-hand side. And Scotland do need to be careful. They've done so well to get their noses in front here. Just try and either really stabilise, or let's be greedy. Let's go and try and add to that. And it's that trio up front, that McGinn, McTominay, Adams trio seems to be pressing really high. And if it's not McTominay, actually Billy Gilmore's going in there as well, Mark.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at how Shea Adams is pressing as well. He's certainly cutting off Switzerland's left-hand side. They certainly want Switzerland to go down the right and then forcing the press with John McGinn. And you see Scott McTominay then triggering it as well. It's looking good so far from Scotland.
It looks a bit easier for Switzerland to get out that time, though, and that's a nice play from them. You forget how highly ranked they are. We heard it and beat the pundit. These are a good team, and it's a brilliant sliding challenge from Andy Robertson, but it is another Switzerland corner.
Yeah, we're giving away a few corners, but we're defending well. I think I totally agree with Mark. I think the shape is a lot better. Everyone pressing at the right time. We've defended these corners brilliantly. We've went and attacked every single ball. So just got to be careful.
Yeah, Shaqiri again, his set-piece delivery's been brilliant. The way Scotland's dealt with it's been brilliant as well. Let's hope that combination continues. And yeah, it's the exact same. Great ball, but good header. Grant Hanley. And the only problem is Switzerland win the second ball this time before Andy Robertson hooks it clear. But can Scotland get out, Mark? You just don't want it feels like Switzerland are getting a bit of pressure here.
Yeah, without doubt. And Scotland, once they clear that initial threat, they need to get up the pitch much quicker. They don't want to be inviting this Swiss team onto them 20 odd minutes into the game.
Yeah, we'll just stay with it just now. Hopefully that's offside. Scott McTominay is everywhere. Scott McTominay absolutely everywhere, and does really well to find Gilmore and Hanley.
Terrific.
And it's really neat from Scotland. That's so composed at the back, really composed to pass out of their own penalty box. But this is the next bit. They don't have loads of runners in behind, but who needs them when Andy Robertson does that through to the goalkeeper? We've reached the quarter of the game mark, Hugh Keevins, if such a thing exists.
Yep.
We would have taken this, wouldn't we?
Every day. They look comfortable. For me, the Swiss don't look anything like the team who beat Hungary 3-1 on Saturday. But they're still defending to be done. However, a goal up inspires the team, and the longer we hold on to a clean sheet, of which we've only had one in the last 10 games, the better we'll feel about ourselves.
Yeah, a bit of a shame, because we could have had good possession, but Gilmore and McGregor seem to get in each other's way, and it does allow Switzerland to come. There's no doubt Switzerland are the team that's building the more sustained periods here. So whether Steve Clarke's happy with that and happy to soak it up, or whether he would like to see a shift in it, only he will know.
I've got to say, I think you'd be happy. I know that possession-wise now they're trying to get in behind us. They've really targeted us down this left-hand side. They're trying to get balls in. But look, you're 24 minutes or so on the clock. The goalkeeper's not really the safety net. So you've got to be pleased with that. We're 1-0 up. I think we're holding a great line. I think everybody's working very hard. You see the desire of McTominay. You see Robertson got up left flank. Gilmore's trying to go on the ball. Adams working his shift from the front line. So far, it's went really, really well for us.
Yeah, a real shift from Scott McTominay already, Mark. You can see what he's putting into this.
Yeah, without doubt, at both ends, defending his own box. But the most impressive thing is showing that composure. And when you're playing alongside players who've got similar composure, like Billy Gilmore, it just brings out confidence. That should have been a free kick to Scotland there.
Yeah, the referee's just taking his time. I don't know how he's failed to notice that it's a head knock. Like, everybody could see that it was a head knock. But I don't think Scotland are getting the free kick.
I think the referee's saying, it's just to come together. I don't think it matters. Scott McTominay takes a knock to the back of the head there, so he has to stop the play.
Yeah.
What's the ball?
It's just the ball.
Come on. Yeah. Right, okay. Well done, mate.
Well done. We'll give you that one. But once again, when you're 1-0 up, sometimes just take the sting out of the game. It slows everything down, it slows the pace of it. I know there's a lot of football still to be played, but so far it's been a real positive start.
Yeah, Scotland 1 up against Switzerland, 25 gone. We're calling it a Scott McTominay goal. I think it's gone down as a Fabian Schär own goal. I mean, it was definitely on target, so it's not even like some crazy clutching at straws for us. In the end, it doesn't really matter.
If that's a Ronaldo or a Mbappe, they're giving them it, so we're giving it to McTominay.
They're just scared he's going to be the top scorer in the tournament, aren't they?
Yeah, well, he certainly showed it in qualification.
Yeah, he was one of them. Shea Adams is going to try and press the goalie, but that's the difficulty. It doesn't manage to really work, and we're seeing possession stats that are hugely in favour of Switzerland. It has to be said, and Scotland have given it away. It's a huge opportunity, and it's in the back of the net. It's a nightmare for Scotland, and it really sums it up, because it was a mistake, but then it's an outrageously good finish. Such a good finish. The top teams punish you for those mistakes, and Scotland have shot themselves in the foot.
You've just come out with the best statement I've heard. The top teams punished you for mistakes. We've made a mistake, and I'm still confident, we can get out of this. What a top-class finish that is.
Oh, well, it's Anthony Ralston. Yeah, Ralston tries to play it back to his centre-half, Grant Hanley, but it's behind him, and Shaqiri's read it, and he's came from 18 yards. It's just in front of him, curls it with his left foot into the top corner, and gives Angus Gunn no chance.
It's not going to matter.
I think he's onside.
He was offside, but I think Scotland regained control of the ball, so it's not going to matter.
It's further out than I thought, actually.
Hugh Keevins, what a terrible combination. It's rubbish from Scotland, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But talk about getting punished.
Well, first of all, it's a truly wonderful strike. A strike worthy of an international tournament of this magnitude. But it's been coming all night, Gordon. The number of times that we've recorded a bad pass back from Henry, a bad pass back from Tierney, and now it's Anthony Ralston, and we're back to square one.
Yeah, Scotland defence look ragged. It's now giving the ball away again. It's good tenacity from Billy Gilmore.
It's poor from us because Ralston doesn't need to make that pass. He's not under any pressure to make that pass whatsoever. But you do get punished. That was a world-class finish. Let's give them credit for that. But I feel for Ralston. He started the game well, as is everybody. Yes, they've had a bit of pressure because they're a decent side. But what a lift that will give them now.
It was my problem the other night, and particularly on this right-hand side, that I think the passes were so negative. And we could argue that the other night there wasn't much in front of him, so that's why they were negative. But Daz is right. I don't think he needed to play that pass. I think that was just a negative pass for the sake of it being negative, and he got it all wrong. And look, there's an awful lot to do from 20, 22, 23 yards out there, and Angus Gunn's slightly off his line.
Yeah,
a few minutes.
Now it's one-way traffic, you have to say, and Switzerland have it in the edge of the box, and it's over the bar this time. Sometimes feel like you need a break, Gordon Dalziel, as well. Look, you're in control of your own destiny and you give the ball away, but how often do teams give the ball away like that and you get away with it because of where you are? That finish is absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, I can see Tierney there just saying, listen, slow everything down just now. Try and just take the sting out of this game. Remember, it's 1-1. We've had a positive start. Yes, they've had good possession. They've had a few corner kicks. An outstanding goal, you've got to say, from a terrific football player. But it's still 1-1. We're still in it. And there's more positive in the first 30 minutes of this game than the whole of Friday night. So let's just calm down, but we need to be careful because if we don't concentrate, this team can punish us.
I think the problem is, Mark, as well, as Switzerland were coming into it, you could sense that there was territory, but they hadn't created anything. No. Then you go and make life difficult for yourself. You give them that belief. Shea Adams is penalised for a foul as well. You then give them that impetus, you give them that belief.
Yeah, because it's okay if somebody cuts you open and plays 10 passes and plays through you. But to give them that opportunity or that slight opening, that's a disappointing thing. Scotland just need to regroup. We've not seen a lot of Gilmore or McGregor on the ball in the last 5 minutes. Hardly seen any of John McGinn even touch the ball.
Oh, and Switzerland are in behind. Anthony Ralston, it's cut back, it's defended well by Kieran Tierney, and then Scott McTominay's not really getting many options, but he does brilliantly.
Brilliant.
Yeah, really,
that's why he's a top player. Playing at a big club, he can deal with situations like that. He just needs a couple of the other ones to step up alongside him to regain composure of this game.
Ralston just needs to settle down. I think he'll feel it with that pass. He'll think to himself, I've let everybody down, but that happens. You make mistakes in football, and the reason you're a Scottish international or any professional footballer is how you react from them, Gordon. You've seen him there, he get caught ball watching. He has to just settle himself down.
Yeah, he then clipped a really nice pass over to Kieran Tierney, so hopefully that settles him a little bit, and Billy Gilmore has it. Scotland could do with just a period of just keeping their foot in the ball, even if it is at the back. Not really managed to do it yet.
They could, but not too many times, Gordon, because the Swiss just edge you back towards your own box and then they pounce. Somebody needs to make a positive pass through the lines or you'll get caught.
And when it goes to Shea Adams, it has to stick, and it did a bit, and then that's going to be a foul on Billy Gilmore. We'll take a booking there, thank you. Rodriguez goes into the book number 13, chopping down Billy Gilmore. The Brighton Scotland Supporters Club won't be happy with that, Hugh Keevins.
No, it was a terrible tackle. In fact, at first I thought he might be lucky to get just a yellow, but it's a big mistake on the part of Ricardo Rodriguez. Very much an open game now, even Stephen. The next goal before half-time, if one comes along, could be so important.
I do agree with you. I think it's become such an open game. Both sides, I think there are a lot of positives.
Scotland aren't creating much though.
I know that. I think that's the negative for Scotland. I think we'll need to get a little bit more quality in the final third.
We've got no real runners in behind. How many times have you seen Switzerland play those little slide rule passes in between centre-back and Andy Robertson? We've got no runners in behind. Everything's aimed towards Shea Adams and hope that he can hold it up and bring others into play. I would like to see.
And it's brilliant from the Swiss.
Play wide areas.
Scotland do well. They press well, but Swiss just carve them open, play really well, and this is a huge moment. Can Scotland defend it? Good save, Angus Gunn, good save. He was criticised a lot on Friday, needed a big save, and that was one, because that could easily have seen Scotland fall behind. Tips it away with the left hand.
They cut us open with these. Absolutely terrific play from them. Their movement, they moved us about the pitch. He cuts inside there. You're thinking he's got to put the ball in the back of the net. And well done to Angus Gunn. He's kept the ball out there, turned it round for a corner kick. We'll take that and settle down just now.
Yeah, Vargas and Doy, the danger men at the top end of the pitch, showing why they're so good there. Just cutting Scotland open. Here's another corner.
Shaqiri, the goal scorer, is going to try and create something from the corner. His delivery is so good, but I think it's the smallest man in the pitch, Billy Gilmore, that heads that one away, and Angus Gunn comes and he can't get there, and Switzerland have scored. The flag is up.
It's not.
But you never know. We'll need to wait and see if that flag was the correct one or not. Again, it looked disastrous for Scotland.
Yeah, I was going to say either way, it's poor. It's a flag. It's a poor header in the first place. I think it's poor defending there. Who's offside?
It's offside, is it? Or I thought it was a hand. No,
he's onside.
This might not go the way we think.
He's onside.
This could be Scotland trailing here. It's hard to tell, of course, when you're looking without the lines. But it was certainly tight, and it was really poor defending again from Scotland, and they might be about to find themselves. No, there we go, it was offside. Good call. Great call by the assistant.
Well, certainly one that I didn't see. I thought he was onside, but who cares? Look, we need to be better than that. And we've defended corners okay so far. That one was a bit ragged, to be honest, but we can't keep conceding them. We've said that at the start of the game. We need to get a grip of this a wee bit better.
Maybe a chance here. Billy Gilmore down, free kick. Referee says no.
I don't think it was
a dive.
Yeah, I think he
went down easy.
I think he played for it, but it was good pressure for him. We got up the pitch, you see it here. He's got his eye on the ball.
Takes a lovely touch. That's a free kick for me, I think. No hand on the front of him.
If it's Scotland player, I would. No, it's not a free kick for me, Gordon. I'm sorry.
Well, it goes all the way back to.
I'll take it, but it was not free kick.
I was going to say Gilmore's been good though. I think he's been a bright spark, picking up the second balls there. You know, he's rolling the goal, his composure. He's been a good addition so far.
Yeah, Scotland just needed something a bit more cohesive in that final third, don't they?
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, again, we're trying to aim for Adams, who's trying his best to hold it and bring others into play, but we've not seen John McGinn at all get even anywhere close to Shea Adams. Scott McTominay's been in there and thereabouts, but we need to keep the ball at the top end of the pitch for a longer period, not just flash in the pan that we're putting it up and we have a few seconds, then we lose it.
I do agree. I think we need more quality getting up the pitch.
But we said this in the lead up to the game. The problem with we did it at the goal, which was good, but we can't really hope to keep countering on teams because we don't really have that much pace.
Yeah.
You know, if it's wide open, we've got guys that can carry it, like Andy Robertson, Kieran Tierney and McTominay, but we don't really have that kind of blistering pace.
Switzerland doing, they just showed up moments ago when they cut us open pretty easily. You know, you're right, their game plan is to get bodies in and around Adams, probably not beyond, and that's my argument. I would like to see once or twice him go beyond, just to try and take that Swiss backline back a bit, because you think if you've got a striker who's the lone striker who's coming to the ball constantly, it just allows the Swiss backline to squeeze up as well, and that's the way it's playing out at the minute.
Yeah, Scotland need cool heads here, Hugh, for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, no more mistakes if we can avoid them until the interval, but you get the feeling it's such an open game, and defensively we are so erratic. There's a danger on our part, but also, you know, the Swiss goal, you know, the ball was going comfortably into the goalkeeper's hands before Shah knocked it into the net, so they're not without the danger of making a mistake for themselves.
Billy Gilmore's composure is just a joy to watch, isn't it?
It's good, and for one, you know, so well, he's not a teenager anymore, of course.
Callum McGregor gives it away. I think he wins it back cleanly. Luckily, just about got there.
Yeah, but for one, you know, in his early 20s, he shows such a cool head in the middle of the pitch. And it's not easy, that, you know, and just controlling, dictating the tempo of the game the last couple of minutes, which is good. It's what we need.
Yeah, that's not
bad.
That's from not Scotland. Bad. Just trying to have a shot. Adams just slips so, but so does the Switzerland back line.
Yes.
There's Scott McTominay, edge of the box, and now he gets it caught under his feet. I think it was a flag up. No, I think it's a foul. I think it's a Scotland free
foul.
kick.
Even though we didn't see what it was for.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
Well, it's a clear free kick for me anyway.
But you know what, I know that you were going to moan it. It looked like it was an aimless ball, but Shea Adams actually ran the channel and it was put into a good area that the Swiss defence had to deal with. Shea Adams does really well.
Yeah, fair play. It's a good spot from the ref, because Adams, it was at such a late challenge that the ball had sort of gone out of shot and we didn't realise what it was for.
I think the ref's done particularly well, Gordon. I think he's kept the game flowing. There have been one or two that we've looked at and shouted free kick and played on. I think he's making it an open game. Great opportunity here for Scotland. Bit of quality.
You must really trust Scott McTominay's set piece delivery, because you would want him in that box, wouldn't you? You really would. And especially this, you would maybe want a left-footed in-swinger, but we'll trust Austin McPhee for now. It's going to be a cross into the box from McTominay. Even he won't shoot from here, you wouldn't have thought. And he does, he just flights it. It's not bad, and I actually wonder if...
Keep it alive. Free kick.
Free kick.
Yeah.
You know, at that free kick,
Hendry headed it, but Hanley was behind him.
But Scott McTominay was walking away from the ball. He then gets a shout from the bench. He turns round and be like, oh, is it me that's taking it? You know, I would have preferred that left footer going right in towards the goalkeeper.
That's good tenacity from McTominay, and Callum McGregor has it. He's not got loads in front of him, so he just chooses to go out to Andy Robertson, and then the sting comes out of it a bit. It goes all the way back to Grant Hanley. Good possession though.
Yeah.
Oh, poor from Gilmore. We've praised them, so we might as well call it as we see it.
Scotland need to go after that though. They've lost the ball, but the Swiss centre half takes a bad touch towards his own goal. You need to press in really quickly, but they allow him to regain composure and they work the ball up the pitch.
Scott McTominay's pressing's been excellent.
Yes,
really good, and it's a Scotland throw-in.
Yeah, well, they'll just take their time over this. I'm pretty sure Kieran Tierney will come and try and launch us back into the box rather than work something here. No, I'm wrong.
It's your ex-gaffer.
Yeah, they are working something.
There's not much out there, but Scotland do just keep it and come back, which is fine though for now. But now what? Because now it's all the way back with Hendry, and he's got the look of a man who wants to fire it just long up the pitch. Shea Adams does again pretty well.
I think he's done terrific, by the way.
Anthony Ralston, it's just overhit all the way. It might just fall.
Yeah,
it's going to fall on the left side for Andy Robertson.
That's good from Robertson. Getting high up the pitch, keeping that alive.
Tries to help him out. You've got Hanley and Gilmore. And Gilmore maybe just turn and take a bit more of a risk if he tries to face the Switzerland goal. It's better from Scotland. They really need a ball in at some point and make sure this pressure doesn't come to nothing. They've not built loads in the first half. This is where it becomes a bit squeezed, because now it's to Ralston, and who's helping Anthony Ralston?
Yeah, we're now back in here.
He gets criticism, but
he couldn't do anything there, Gordon. That was the right ball to play.
And now it's back with Angus
Gunn. We were in the final third there, we were in good possession, we had options in the wide areas, and we end up back at the goalkeeper.
We need somebody to make a forward run there. We've got safe possession about 25 yards out, but everyone's just playing in front. Nobody's willing to go in behind. We are now though.
Yeah, Tierney to Andy Robertson.
Great ball.
Andy Robertson might get in the box here. Corner to Scotland. We'll take that, and that's where direct football works, Mark. That's not a lump up the pitch. It's planned.
But where's it come from? Runners in behind. Andy Robertson holds his position and then takes off, meaning Kieran Tierney can play that ball, and it gets us up the pitch. It's a positive pass, and we've got a corner from it.
41 minutes gone in Cologne. Scotland 1, Switzerland 1. Scott McTominay / own goal put Scotland in front. They've been pegged back. Shaqiri with a stunner. A Scotland mistake, but a stunner nevertheless. Can Scotland strike again before the break? That's a decent ball around the back. Shea Adams just doesn't. He's claiming for a handball. We'll get another look at it.
It was well worked, I've got to say.
Shea Adams
a ball it was.
Fired the ball towards goal. He was quite vociferous in his claims for handball, but I'm not sure.
We just need to recover here.
Scotland are outnumbered a little bit. Scotland are outnumbered on that
get
side.
People back now. They've got good numbers back now.
There's a ball into the box, and Ralston just brings it down in his chest, but he needs to just try and get rid of it on this occasion.
Does really well to get rid of that there.
Shea Adams.
Referee's not interested in a lot of things tonight, is he?
He lets a lot of things play
But I've
on.
got to say, I think Adams is working some shift up that forward line. It's a difficult job to do.
Don't let him go in the box.
Ralston's backing off, and so's McGregor, and this is nervy for Scotland. Punched away by Angus Gunn when the shot came in. And it's not clear yet. This is nerve-wracking for Scotland. It's bouncing around everywhere inside that box.
Yeah, we don't want to concede here. You know, I'm stating the obvious, of course, but just before half-time, You know, we got a bit of territory a couple of minutes ago where it looked good, and we've reverted back to the other end.
Not getting a look at that handball claim then. Must have been nothing, because the ball went out of play for a throw-in.
Right now, again at 1-1, I would take 1-1, settle everything down.
That was a mini decent spell from Scotland, but Ralston's a bit out of position, or Hendry, or one of them, because there's so much space on this side. And that's never going to be a penalty. Switzerland go looking for one.
Yeah, I just don't like how they're allowing them to carry the ball into the box. As soon as you dangle a foot, they're going to go down. What a space opening up in wider areas.
Yeah, offside flag goes up. Just out of curiosity, would like to see the Shea Adams incident back, because he looks pretty convinced about it. But
I've got to see it, but it's definitely
a good line. A good line from Scotland there.
There's a lot of positives for Steve Clark. If he gets in here 1-1, I tell you what, they're a decent side. We have really got to keep up the concentration, keep up the discipline, because they are not a bad side at all.
Tell you what, we're just having a look at the offside.
It's offside. It's a great decision.
Yeah, that was the Switzerland goal that was ruled out.
Yep.
Offside is offside, as they say.
Yep.
No problem with that. Can Scotland end the half on a high? Shea Adams is putting in some shift, but he's up against 2 and 3 defenders at once sometimes. Tierney just tries to spin when he gets it slightly wrong, and Hanley misses it because through to Angus Gunn.
But it's good. I mean, Tierney, brave, 1v1 at the back, but he's got his mate Hanley coming round just when he gets some things and a wee bit of a tango there. So it's good defending from Scotland that occasion. High, brave. So where they're going to have to be to allow their midfield to have any chance of pressing in the middle of the park.
Yeah, I'm just watching here, Gordon. I think Gilmore's just sitting there with McGregor trying to take the sting out of the game. I keep going back to it. If I'm Steve Clark, I'm standing in that dugout now soon. Right, okay, we'll take the 1-1 at half time. We can have a chat. We can take all the positives out of it, and then hopefully second half we can go and win the game. So as I say, they're a decent side. We've got to be careful. We're just trying to knock it about. They've got a press where they let the ball go back to Ralston, and they're right on us, and they're making us going back the way. We've just got to be careful. I quite like this. I know that sometimes you shout and get the ball right up the pitch, but we're dominating the ball just now at an important time of the game.
Yeah, nearly half time, Hugh.
Yeah, both defences highly suspect for me, Gordon. There are definitely more goals in the game. The Swiss slightly more subtle in terms of their offensive play, but fascinating game. You could not tip a winner from this distance.
Yeah, Ralston taking no chances this time, all the way back to Gunn. He does look a bit nervous after that goal. He gave the ball away. Unfortunately for him, it was pounced upon expertly by Shaqiri. You could make that mistake numerous times and not get punished in that manner.
I think out of 10 you could make that 9 and not get punished. It's absolutely top quality.
I think again with the pace of your backline, someone would have got across had he taken a touch or two, but he just didn't even think about taking a touch.
Just bent it into the top corner as you do.
It'd be great to have that ability.
Yeah, that's the thing, because I feel like we get punished for mistakes. It might be one of those things you think that only your own
what
team
was the
does.
one? Was it Czech Republic and the other Euros? The guy scored from the halfway line, and you're thinking.
And again, not to keep going over it, but as bad as we were the other night, some of the German finishing were unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely terrific.
3 additional minutes at the end of the first half. Still Scotland 1, Switzerland 1. It is nervy. 3 minutes, 3 crucial minutes, Gordon Dalziel, you'd have to say.
Yeah, I keep going back to it. I would take 1-1 and look at the second half, try and be a bit more positive.
It looks like they're going for it a bit, because it's a long free kick and everyone's gone up for it. Jack Hendry just going to lump it. We don't have a huge aerial prowess, and John McGinn actually does quite well in the initial ball, but
I would like to see more from McGinn. I don't think he's influenced the game the way
is that his game? That guy's bigger than him.
No, I'm not talking about just winning the headers. I'm talking about overall in 45 minutes.
I don't think we've looked to go down in that kind of left inside channel an awful lot. If anything, it's went to Robertson, but if anything, it's been Gilmore and McGregor that's taken a lot of the ball in these tight areas. So you're right, it would be good if we can work it through him to get himself turned.
Ralston takes it a run, gets fouled.
Yeah, you know,
I do put the pressure on him
I do feel for him, because every time he gets it, they're allowing the ball to go out to him, and he's not got much on, so he has to come in the field, and then the pressure's on him.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be a problem area that Switzerland are going for, but again, that's not all about Anthony Ralston, because any time he gets it, he's not really got many options.
I was just about to say, I'd like to see one of the midfielders drop into that kind of false full-back position, allow Ralston just to go for 5 minutes the other way. McGinn has now come over and tried to drop in there.
Andy Robertson trying to burst in behind. Akanji just does so well, brings it down on his thigh at the last minute.
That's good pressing.
Yeah, Scott McTominay's going to press the goalie, who does put it out of play for a throw-in. Maybe one last chance. It depends how Scotland feel about this. 40 seconds of the 3 minutes left.
Look how simple that is. When a centre-half takes a poor touch and turns towards his own keeper, if you press him, even though they're top-quality players, there could be a mistake in there, and he forces it on that occasion.
Yeah, you suspect Scotland might have to settle here. We're 2.5 minutes, although Hanley's going to try and just put something into an area, but it's really poor. Ralston's no chance of catching that, and that probably will be the end of the half Hugh Keevins.
Yeah, we've almost had 2 halves in one half. You know, both sides have had their moments of dominance and supremacy. One goal, an own goal, the other one absolutely majestic finish, and the second half, I think, could go either way.
And there we are, the half-time whistle has gone. Let's go to Andrew McLean in the stadium. Clyde One Super Scoreboard is coming live from Germany this summer thanks to UK Debt Expert. They offer free advice with experts who could help you clear your debt, or at least help with a large portion of it. UK Debt Expert has already helped over 250,000 people UK-wide deal with debt. That's just about 5 times the capacity of Hampden, and 45,000 of those customers come from right here in Scotland, with experts based in Glasgow. In fact, in the time it takes Scotland to play Switzerland, around 145 people will have asked them for help with their finances. So, if you're struggling with debt you can't control, please talk to UK Debt Expert. There is a solution for you. They've got 5-star rating on Trustpilot, so you know you can rely on their services to take you forward. And for more information, please check out ukdebtexpert.co.uk. And remember, keep listening. Clyde One Super Scoreboard is going to be live from Germany this summer.
I love history podcasts. I was listening to one about the suffrage movement, and it got me thinking about my great nan. With Ancestry, we discovered she'd been arrested and imprisoned with other suffragettes. They've got her voting records and even examples of her protesting on the census. It made my family so proud.
Bring your backstory to life. Get a free 2-week trial of a full membership at ancestry.co.uk. Renews automatically from $10.99 per month unless cancelled.
Meet Sage Copilot, your new AI productivity assistant that understands natural language so you can get straight to what you need.
Copilot, draft emails to chase unpaid invoices.
So, if you're a baker, like Diana, it could mean spending more time on what really matters. That's more carrot cake she can bake. Small businesses could save 4 days a month on financial admin. Search Sage Copilot to get early access today. Sage, helping business flow.
Scotland won, Switzerland won. The Scotland fans are on their feet, they're applauding. This is much better than the showing from Friday night. Scott McTominay with the opener in Cologne, but it's all square at the break after a stunner from Xherdan Shaqiri. The first few minutes were a good sign. It looked as if that reaction everyone was looking for could well come. A bit of back and forth then, but before 13 minutes in, goal for Scotland. A lovely touch by Billy Gilmore in the middle of the pitch to find Andy Robertson, the captain, driving through the centre of Switzerland's half before feeding Callum McGregor into the left side of the box. He cut back, found Scott McTominay, and his strike took a big deflection into the top corner. I immediately turned to my left to see thousands of Scotland fans going wild, falling over each other in pure joy. That is the moment they have been waiting for, and that is the moment that put Scotland 1-0 up. Scotland's tails were up, some nice passages of play. It was all looking positive really at that point, but a big mistake from Anthony Ralston. He played a blind pass back towards goal. Xherdan Shaqiri ran onto it. He still had a lot to do. First time, left foot, edge of the box, curled it into the top corner, giving Angus Gunn absolutely no chance. An outrageous strike, really, from Xherdan Shaqiri, but Scotland shooting themselves in the foot there in the lead up to it. Moments later, the ball opened up for Sylvain Widmer. He blazed over. Then a really, really nice team move by Switzerland, working the ball from their own half. One touch, reverse passes in there. Really slick to eventually work it into the box. Ndoye cutting in. He had the eventual effort, but that was saved well by Angus Gunn low to his left. Switzerland then had the ball in the back of the net. Scotland really not covering themselves in glory defensively there either, but the flag went up for offside. That was confirmed by VAR. Jan Sommer then forced into a save at the other end, but a corner dropped to Shea Adams at the back post. Got his strike away, but Sommer denied him. An entertaining half it is anyone's really going into the second 45. The half-time score here in Cologne is Scotland 1, Switzerland 1.
We would possibly have taken that, Mark Wilson, at the break.
Yeah, I would say so. I think in the balance of play, I thought we started pretty well. Territory high up the pitch, couple of corner kicks, looked much more positive, much more confident in our press. And I thought we got things right in those opening stages. Well, obviously recognising the threat that Switzerland could pose. But I thought it was so important tonight for us to get the first goal, just to get that optimism going the right way that the Scotland fans have brought and the players to take confidence. Unfortunately, we couldn't hold on to it for a wee bit longer. And look, at any other level, you would probably get away with the goal we conceded. It's a poor pass, a negative pass from Anthony Ralston. That would be my real criticism of it. But what a finish from Shaqiri. He's been a world-class player for a long time. He's in his 30s now. Has he lost it a wee bit? Well, not in tonight's account. A fantastic goal. But then when you looked at it from that, it swung from end to end. Again, we gathered our composure. Better towards the end of the half. And I feel 1-1, probably fair. I don't think Steve Clarke will change anything going into the second half.
No, I agree with that. I think it's a fair result at half-time, Gordon. I've been impressed with the way we've went about our business. I think we've pressed very high. You can't fault the work rate. I think everybody's putting a shift in. We've been punished by a mistake, but you said earlier in commentary, 9 out of 10 you wouldn't get punished with that. That was just world class for me. It was a terrific finish. I think Steve Clarke will have a lot of positives in the dressing room. I'd like to see a little bit more quality if we're going to keep playing balls early up to Adams, because we definitely have the support of McTominay, who's covered every blade of grass. I'd like to see John McGinn getting into the game a little bit more. We know the quality he's got, especially going forward, that burst energy carrying the ball. But all in all, I think it's been a real decent performance.
Well, what do you make of it? You could send us a tweet whilst we're on, mate. We could even try and squeeze in a call at half-time. Who knows? 01419511025. If you fancy it, you could give us a go. And we will be back with the second half in Cologne. It is a huge night for Scotland. It's 1-1 at the break. And we'll be back after these.
Live from Cologne, this is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Scotland 1, Switzerland 1 at the break. How do you assess that first half with a bit of a calm mind now that the whistle's gone, Hugh Keevins?
It's hard to be accurate in your assessment, Gordon, because both defences susceptible. The own goal easily avoidable, but Shah elected to kick the ball and that took it out of his goalkeeper's hands. Anthony Ralston, I've seen the mistake over and over and over again here on television, obviously, and it's an aberration. He's just had a second's aberration, and Shaqiri's finish, sublime. So anything at all could happen in this second half. It could be 2-2, 3-3, but there are more goals to come. Of that, I am certain, because both are wonky at the back.
We had a moment. We want more than just moments, of course, at international tournaments, but we had a moment. What was good about the goal Scotland scored?
Well, first and foremost, how we defended the initial danger, which was a corner kick, swung right into the 6-yard box. It was McTominay that heads out, and he gets good height and good distance. Then when the ball gets worked up to Billy Gilmore, it's a sensational touch and bit of composure to then bring in Kieran Tierney, a runner who's came through his own box. Callum McGregor outside him, overlaps him, but McTominay makes the ground up from one 6-yard line to the other 18-yard box. And I thought the pass back from McGregor was a bit heavy, but to control it, keep his composure, keep it down, keep it on target, I thought that was impressive. 6 players Scotland had in the box from one end to the other. That is desire, that is a willingness to try and get up the pitch and make the most of those, minimal opportunities you might get. So I thought that was really impressive from Steve Clarke's men.
Yeah, I think that's very hard to disagree with. I thought from the minute that we got possession, everyone was busting a gut to get there. And Mark's touch on, I said earlier, Gilmore's touch is absolutely brilliant for me. Then Tierney takes up the mantle. He goes, he drives there. McTominay's there, McGregor. I thought the chance was going to go away from us because I thought the ball to McGregor and his touch was sort of a poor. And then all of a sudden he makes up for it. He puts a good ball back, and McTominay has run what? We think we've seen it
80 metres, I think.
85, I think, Gordon. 85 metres, I think we've seen there. So that just shows you the desire and the heart to get there, and he gets his reward.
There are two key components to the goal Scotland concede, Mark. It's not about trying to excuse Anthony Ralston. It was a mistake, but for anyone who's not seen it, it's the type of mistake that you probably get away with at most levels of football, unless it falls to someone with the left foot of Shaqiri.
I would say so. Look, it's a poor pass, no doubt about it, because it's behind your back three, but he's still about 24 yards out or 25 yards out as the ball's travelling towards the goal. Now, Hanley at one side of him and Tierney at the other. I think if Shaqiri takes a touch, I think both of them are getting back to him, but he doesn't even think about taking a touch. It's such high quality. But when you land at a tournament like this and you're playing against the best players in the world, that could happen. He's not even one of the best players in the world now, but he's still got such high quality that he curls it in. I mean, it's an inch away from the post right into the top corner. Terrific finish.
Yeah, I saw a stat, Gordon Dalziel, from Opta, that Shaqiri's the only European player who's scored in each of the last 6 major international tournaments, every World Cup and every Euros since 2014. So that's the level that you're up against. Whether he's beyond his best or not, fair enough.
Yeah, but he showed us tonight that he's still got that quality in that left foot. There's not many players going about that could achieve that. He's put that in the postage stamp. You see it on the TV, the goalkeeper's dive, full length, everything he's got, 6 foot plus. He ain't getting anywhere near that. I feel for Ralston because I think that the Swiss have had a game plan tonight. When the ball goes to Ralston, that's where they trigger the press. And Ralston continually has been trying to get on the ball, and he's had to get back the way and play that ball back the way. I think that's what happened to him, and I think he was expecting one of his centre-backs to be there. They switched off, but when it falls to him, Gordon, I hated the goal, but if you're looking as a neutral, it's absolute world class.
What is Steve Clarke's message then in there at half-time, Mark?
Well, they're in a good position at the minute. They started well. Okay, they were a bit shaky in between, and Switzerland had large periods of possession, but they showed great desire to get bodies up the other end of the pitch where we got the goal from, and he needs more of that. I think at times they've defended well from set pieces, but just in open play, just close the gaps a bit and kind of nullify that pass in between Tierney and Robertson, and the same with Ralston and Henry on the other side. But it's got to be positive. You think of where we were, 3 or 4 nights ago at half-time to where we are now, everything's positive.
Here come the Scotland team. Andrew McLean, same 11, I take it?
Yeah, the same 11 for both sides as they make their way out the tunnel at the moment. Just looking over to my left where the Scotland fans are as well. It's been a roller coaster of emotions for them. The celebrations when that goal went in were absolutely incredible. I wouldn't be surprised if people ended up several rows away from where they started. Some nervous moments in there as well, some rapturous moments, then the devastation when that Ralston pass fell to Shaqiri, and he did spectacularly to find the top corner. No lack of entertainment really in that first half, but I'm not sure how much these fans will be able to enjoy it because there's so much at stake, there's so much pressure. Half-time probably coming at a good time just to allow Scotland to regroup, focus on the positives that they had in that first half, because there were plenty compared to Friday night. That control in midfield, Billy Gilmore's been really good, Callum McGregor really good in there, Scott McTominay has shown real energy, of course scoring the goal as well, and the fans just applauding as we get back underway for the second half.
Strap yourselves in, it is about to get nervy because Scotland are 45 minutes away from potentially pretty much crashing out of the Euros or keeping the dream alive. That is what this 45 minutes means realistically. The goal difference damage done on Friday means that the point is a must. A minimum of a point is a must tonight, Mark Wilson. So it's going to be A very interesting 45 minutes, hopefully a positive one.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the players' shoulders once again, but we are in a decent position, much better than we were the other night, and we've shown up not too bad tonight, but I think Daz is right, just with a wee bit more quality in possession would suit us better, but we've conceded a corner here early into the second half.
Just conceded a corner within 30 seconds of the second half restarting, or the second half starting, I should say. So a bit of defending to do early on. That man Shaqiri, I'm a bit sick of the sight of him already, quite frankly.
Yeah, he's got a terrific left foot. You've got to even from set play.
Yeah, it's another one right on the money. Scotland have defended most of them pretty well, but of course you've got second balls to deal with. That hits Callum McGregor's backside, and it's another corner.
Honestly, I think Scotland have been brilliant defending corner kicks tonight. Every one of the players have went and committed to it, went and attacked the ball. But we just can't.
So many, isn't it?
That's the problem. You can't keep giving them away.
Well, Shaqiri goes short this time. That doesn't mean it's going to be any easier, because he gets a second bite at it. McTominay heads it up, and you know what's next. Offside, actually, this time.
We'll take that.
It was actually Jack Hendry. We'll take that, because it looked like it was going to be another corner.
I think just from dead balls where they're just taking out and swinging them in, we should be good at that. We've got a lot of good height along that 6-yard box. It's when he did what he did the last time, took it short, tried to move a few bodies. It's that second phase it could become difficult, but our line was good there.
Those are the ones that don't really work for Scotland. Grant Hanley's kind of edging his way out, opening his body. He's about to kind of try and fire it long down the right. Those passes are not really coming off.
I don't think there's anything wrong with seeing that it's not on and just going back to Angus Gunn and trying to do it from the other side, because you can't just continue to force things and then you start to lose possession again easily. Again, at the same time, I would like to see us start the same way we did the first period, playing it in Switzerland's half. We're edging up the pitch a bit here. We've got a throw in. Hopefully we can work it into a dangerous area.
Yes, out on the right hand side, Anthony Ralston operating that role, of course. He's on throw-in duty. Not really much on if he wants to go long, I have to say.
Yeah, he's looking about, Gordon. He's looking for a bit of support. McGregor, his Celtic teammate, goes over and obliges.
That's better.
Yeah, it is better, and it allows them to come out the other side.
Yeah, it's a nice pass from Tierney. He finds McGinn. It's the first time we've seen him really manage to roll, and the referee eventually gives Scotland the free kick. I thought he wasn't going to. It's the first time he's done that backside thing.
He's brilliant at that. He's absolutely... You know what's coming. The minute that ball went into his feet, you know what's coming. He protects it great. He invites that tackle.
But it's so good from Scotland, from a throw-in from one side to get out the other. That is the objective, where Switzerland have loaded one side of the pitch. Ralston to Hanley, out to Tierney, a great ball into McGinn. McGinn does his thing. Now we've got a free kick in a dangerous area.
Yeah, the contact lasted so long, you forget it's where it started, because I thought this was almost in shooting territory, but it's not. It's miles out. And Andy Robertson's going to try and cross the ball in, but it's poor, and Scotland will be kicking themselves. If they've got those set-piece opportunities, they have to do better. It goes all the way back to Angus Gunn.
Yeah, and he's got better quality in that left foot. You're right, Gordon, he's got to do better there. I've seen him just having a little...
Well won by Shea Adams. Robertson just can't quite get in the box. He goes down, referee waves him back to his feet. I actually think it could have been a foul, Mark, if his touch wasn't so heavy. I'm not sure he was getting it anyway.
I think he was actually just behind the Swiss player there. Not so sure, but by the way, good play from Shea Adams. Nice and strong. Well, I suppose Gordon actually, you may have been right. He called it well, yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah, had his hand out and pulled him back. But anyway, we've got a throw in round about the Swiss box.
Yeah, Kieran Tierney's going to launch it again. There aren't loads of big players for that flick on.
By the way, he can throw it quite a bit.
Yeah, he sure can. Hanley tries to keep it alive, and it's a bit of head tennis at the moment. Tierney brings a more composed touch to McTominay. Pipe in, it's great defending. And John McGinn's probably going to be penalised.
No,
Akanji will stay down though.
I like this
draft. There we are.
Good
Very frustrating that, because it's not a foul. Referee wave play on. It's not a head knock either.
Yeah.
And he's just blown the whistle eventually.
He did let it go for a bit. Was he right to let it go?
Again, just stands. I know it's a dangerous one when someone's in the air.
There's nothing in that for me. I think he's quite entitled to just stand.
The referee's decision to then just stop it is a strange one, because It's not a head knock, and Akanji, would you believe it, he's up and he's fine, and Scott McTominay's been booked, clearly for protesting too much. It's not ideal.
Well, I thought the referee had a good 45, but he's not started this second half very positively.
Does he think it was Scott McTominay that leaned into Akanji? I'm not too sure. Or where's this restart going from? Oh, it's going from a Scotland restart.
No, it was never a free kick because he let play go on for so long.
So I don't know where the bookings came from unless it was protesting.
Well, I'll tell you what it will be for, right? Because there's this new supposed rule, but just to add an extra layer of frustration, they were trying to bring it in this tournament that only the captain can speak to the ref. So it might be that, but I have to say, I've been watching closely, and it's not being, that rule's not been imposed in all the games properly so far. What are the chances that Scotland's getting on the receiving end of it?
Just looking at Scotland again, how the press, look how high they are up the pitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're right up in Switzerland, but that's the danger. Swiss just miss that out. But there you go, that's what you get from being brave.
I think that's good.
It's good pressing. It's great pressing. And the back three's high up the pitch because they know Shaqiri doesn't have that physical presence, or he's not got the pace. He's got the technical ability if he gets it to feet. But Switzerland then just give possession back, which is exactly what we need to do.
There's a run from McTominay and he does brilliantly, because I thought it was maybe too floaty from Jack Hendry, but he finds him, and Gilmore's just going to keep it with McGregor. Again, Scotland do come back. Maybe that forward pass is what's missing. Andy Robertson's going to try and run down the left. We have so little width in the team, you need him to do that, and he does well. Throw in by the corner flag.
Yeah, I think that's good play for Scotland. McTominay makes that forward run, he gets it. He's not got a lot of support, then they come through the middle of the park, they come out the other side. I thought that was good play for Scotland.
Yeah, it's a bit more composed this start to the second half, Mark.
Yeah, without doubt.
Oh, Jack Henry's been caught. Yeah.
Just as you say that, Henry's caught, Hanley then has a swipe at it and we give possession away. But that little period there, working it from one side to the other, and then Robertson willing to carry the ball up the pitch, I think we need that. We need a mix of people being composed in possession, passing it 1 and 2 touch, but we also need runners as well.
Yeah, Steve Clarke will be fairly happy with the start to the second half. You can still see the danger from the Swiss, of course, a very good side, ranked inside the top 20 in the world for a reason. But that ball's going to go all the way through to Angus Gunn, and Scotland will take that for sure.
Fairly balanced. Yeah, Scotland will take that all night. They will not be fazed with that at all. It'll be interesting tonight, the tactical substitutions, obviously, from Clarke. I'm watching Adams. I'll tell you what, the power of work he's doing is incredible. On and off the ball. I think he's been terrific tonight.
That's a really brave pass from Callum McGregor. Scotland probably need that. He squeezes it in a couple of bodies to McTominay, and then eventually Gilmore's the one that gives it away, goes out of play for a throw-in.
It's a brilliant position McTominay took up to find that initial space. He just starting high, then coming in to allow McGregor to play that. Gilmore just gets the other pass wrong. But we're trying to be brave, much braver than we were the other night. Okay, passes are going to go astray. It's just trying to minimise that.
Yeah, and that's nice from the Swiss as well. Every now and then they just burst into life, and you remember how good they are, Hugh Keevins.
Yeah, it's going to take something, though, befitting of an international tournament of this standard, Gordon, to separate these teams. Yes, they're each having their moments of normal efficiency, but like Shaqiri's goal in the first half, I think it's going to take something extraordinary to separate them.
Will that hero be in dark blue? That is the question. Shea Adams is working so hard, but he can't quite affect the ball on that occasion. Angus Gunn has it.
Yeah, well, Switzerland, for them being so technically good on the ball, they have went more direct in this second period, and Scotland are dealing with it okay at the minute.
Yeah, I agree with Mark. I think the Swiss are looking to go as direct as they possibly can. And I think if you're a back three, which Scotland have got, with the pace and the presence there, they can handle that. They've just got to make sure they concentrate. Once again, they're trying to get down between the full back and the wing back. The wing back and the centre back.
Frustrating. Scotland give away a corner. I think there was a good case to say that Jack Hendry was fouled, or I think it was Jack Hendry when he first went in.
I think what we're used to seeing in the continent, that those are given, but this referee doesn't seem like he's willing to give any soft, bit of contact, and now we're facing another corner kick.
Another corner. Vargas takes it short. It's only McGregor out there. Someone needs to get out and help him. Callum McGregor's trying to cover everybody. headed
a
away.
bit surprised with that, Gordon. I thought someone would have got out there quickly, stopped that cross coming in.
Another good header away though.
Still got bodies.
Terrific, they've been terrific from set play.
And Scotland have to be careful. 56 on the clock. Still Scotland 1, Switzerland 1. Match day 2 of Euro 2024 for the Scots.
Yep. Now we just start needing the edge up the pitch a bit. We've done well to restrict Switzerland, but they've played through us.
Yeah, a bit of space here for Switzerland. That's not good at all. The ball comes flashing across, but it's going to go all the way. Ralston's got defending to do. It comes in low, held. Angus Gunn, take a breath.
I tell you what, I don't think that's the easiest for Gunn, because I think that's came through a lot of bodies, but Switzerland were patient to work it from one side to the other. It's Robertson that's out there. It's actually came through his legs. Maybe a bit easier than I thought, actually, but it still comes through Robertson's legs, and he takes it low into his body.
Yeah, you're expecting Gunn to save that all day. Just taking a bit of the sting out the game of Switz. Good bit of possession there, working it very well. Good effort, but you're expecting your goalkeeper to save that, Gordon. So you can hear the Tartan Army in their full voice now. I'm with you. You could hardly call this. I don't know if it's got to be a bit of magic that'll separate it, a mistake, a bad decision. I don't know. I just think we've got something. I do think we will get a winner, and hopefully it'll be for Scotland.
We're approaching that magical hour mark, Hugh, where managers have to earn their bit as well. You wonder what's in Steve Clarke's thought process right now.
Well, I've listened to Gordon DL praise Che Adams for the shift that he's put in. I wonder, is it time to buy a lottery ticket, put Shankland in, and see if he's got the goal in him?
Yeah, if you're looking at changes, Mark, they tend to be attacking anyway in any game of football. You know, you swap a striker for a striker or a winger. I wonder if the real roll of the dice is something like a Forrest for a Ralston.
I wonder. I would worry about the threat, having seen Switzerland gone back the way. Or does he play Forrest just off the main striker? You know, we've not seen a lot of him again. Does that mean he just stays on regardless? You know, that bit of pace who can carry the ball and burst into position. I don't know. I think Steve Clarke will maybe leave it a wee bit longer than we're used to seeing.
I know what you're saying about McGinn. I can't disagree with you. But just now, the importance of this game, I think we've got to try and keep our best players on the pitch as long as we possibly can. I think McGinn comes into that bracket, of course he can. I would certainly be looking at fresher legs through the middle, because Adams has just worked tirelessly.
Oh no, Switzerland are in behind, and it's wide. A huge chance for the Swiss, and I think Kieran Tierney's in trouble. He's waving over the bench, and that is a problem, because he was the one that was tussling with the Swiss striker. He kind of rolled, and his hamstring. No. Kieran Tierney's clutching his hamstring. Gordon DL.
Yeah,
that'll be his tournament over.
Yeah, exactly. It's not looking good for him at all. But I'll tell you what, the disappointment of Kieran Tierney.
Is that baby reindeer on the screen? You're watching German coverage. Is that your man?
I didn't know.
I'm sure it was.
Yeah, it's Tierney's in agony, Gordon. He's off. His tournament's finished. There's no chance he's going to come back from that.
That is a massive blow, Mark Wilson. He's not just any other defender. You look at the way that we play. That is huge. A huge blow for Kieran Tierney and a huge blow for Scotland.
Yeah, certainly is. And you have to feel for him, and how does that impact his going forward now? Got himself in a bit of a tangle there as Ndoye went through and go, look, let's talk about the chance, because the chance was a huge one. Angus Gunn, I think, does well to come out and narrow the angle, but you've seen the stretcher coming on for Kieran Tierney. It looks a real bad one, and I'd imagine it's Scott McKenna maybe getting themselves ready.
Yeah, it's a terrible scene here. Yeah. Kieran Tierney's in bother. You can see the distress on his face. Stretchered off, and Gordon, I don't like these sweeping statements generally, but you know, like tournament football, we play again in a couple of days. He's been stretchered off. It's terrible to see.
Listen, we've been there. The minute he grabs his hamstring, he knows that's gone. That's the first thing you do, Gordon. You can see it. That's just not a strain. His hamstring, he's pulled his hamstring. But when you look at the chance, we have really ridden our luck here, because we should be 2-1 down. But I agree with Mark. I think the goalkeeper comes out, makes his cell as big as he possibly can. But that's tragic.
It might even be something in the back of his knee, because he's
tragic for.
It was when his leg landed.
It really jarred and straight, and you could see the impact on the turf. It looked a real bad one for Kieran Tierney, and we obviously wish him all the best, but I don't think we'll be seeing him again at this tournament.
Stretchered off, hands over his face. We wish him well, Gordon. That's always the priority. It also makes Scotland's life a whole lot harder. If you're talking about the kind of elite players we have, the players in that top bracket, I mean, he's one of them.
It's been one of these tournaments, even the lead up to it. You know, we lose our striker, Dykes. Obviously, Porteous has got the 2-match ban. He will not play in the tournament. We've had one or two real bad breaks, and that goes down as one tonight. There's nothing worse, and we wish Kieran Tierney all the very best.
Oh, Hugh Keevins, it's a dreadful scene for the player and for the country.
Well, if body language is any indication, Gordon, then Kieran Tierney knows that his tournament is over. It's an astonishing situation to lose Porteous in one game, followed by Tierney in another. We're now just making it up as we go along in terms of who plays at the back. It's a question of trying to just cope with the difficulty, not concede a goal. But I agree with Gordon Dalziel, we get away with one there because that ought to have been a second goal for the Swiss.
Yep, ride our luck a bit, and it didn't come from a lot. Just a ball, no pressure on the ball, kind of hooked round the corner, and before you knew it, Tierney was 1v1 at the edge of his box, and that's how the chance came about. But Ndoye should have put it away, and we should really be 2-1 down.
I mean, defensively, Mark, Scott McKenna's got that stature. He's actually pretty quick as well, and he's got the physicality. It's just the whole team's almost built around that system of trying to get Kieran Tierney driving, underlapping, working with Andy Robertson on the left-hand side.
Yeah, we're not going to have that anymore. So you wonder what's going through Steve Clarke's mind at the minute, because it's like for like, he's a left-sided centre-half with decent pace, that's fine, but in possession, how does that affect us? No, how does that affect us? So you just wonder, does he think of changing something else alongside McKenna? Sometimes managers just need 5 minutes just to get their thoughts together.
Are you talking about a 4 or changing shape?
No, I wouldn't say a 4, but look, if you're not going to get people round Andy Robertson, if you're not going to get people overlapping them or underlapping them, then you're leaving Andy Robertson isolated. So how do you change that just ahead of him?
I mean, forget all that. Was that the boy for Baby Reindeer in the crowd?
Yeah, it looks like forget all about that. Spitting image.
No, more than spitting image.
That's definitely him.
Surely.
Okay, we'll go for that, but we've got more important things here than Baby Reindeer.
If you say so.
We've got a big Scotland game still going on.
Switch it up, put Baby Reindeer on. But this is such a crucial part of the game. Just over the hour mark, we concede a huge chance that we quite possibly should have been punished from, and we'll lose a big player. The Scotland players have just got to ride this out at the minute.
Yeah, this half seems to be getting away from us a bit. Vargas comes in, right foot over the bar. A sigh of relief all round from the Scotland fans here in Cologne, in the stadium, and I'm sure at home as well. So it's weird, Mark, you'll know this having obviously played, but when you're watching, sometimes even an injury is enough to just throw everything off. It just feels all a bit disjointed now, and all of a sudden we're in the 63rd minute or whatever it is, and it feels like everything's getting a bit hectic.
Well, it destabilises you, no doubt about it, particularly when it's such an important player. Not just in terms of stature, but what he brings in terms of tactical, going up the pitch. And, we've not seen a lot of Shea Adams now, we've not seen a lot of McGinn again, we've not seen a lot of the ball at the top end of the pitch. It's all coming in one direction, and that's towards Angus Gunn.
And it's funny, Gordon, because the start to the half was actually all right.
Yeah, the problem he's now got, I think in his mind he's talking maybe to his staff and saying, look, we're going to make substitutions. I probably think it would have been the forward line.
There's a chance for the game to open up a bit. Yeah. Billy Gilmore striding forward.
Billy
Gilmore just hits the defender. He caught a lot of it, Billy Gilmore.
He's right to take it on. Everything 100%. Just opened up in front of him. He's about, 25 yards out. Certainly got the quality, but Swiss just get a body back just to block it.
Yeah, Scotland will just need to settle this down. You talk about McKenna coming on there. I know he's not a Tierney. I like McKenna. I think there's something strong. He's got a good left foot. He's pacey. He's played in the English Premier League.
Right on the corner of the box. Scott McTominay spins Akanji. He's brought down. John McGinn's claiming for a penalty. I'm not sure, I have to say. It looked a good bit outside the box.
He does so well there, because the throw into him, is bouncing up, and he has to take it and turn at the same time, knowing there's a man coming right behind him. A great area, this.
A lesser man than me would be asking for a booking there, I have to say, but that's not my style.
I've got to say, McTominay has been outstanding.
Brilliant, isn't he?
He's been everywhere.
He's like Akanji's at Man City. These are good players that he's up against, and he's really shown why he's one of our main men.
I mean, you would take a left footer, would you know, on this, to swing it right in.
Andy Robertson's asking who's
to take it.
That's the pool that Austin McPhee has. The players on several occasions have looked on the pitch over to him to say who's taking it.
Well, what's Andy Robertson going to do? If he fires it in with pace, it might just take a nick. One of those that can sneak its way in. He has to at least try. If you try and be too cute, he's very close to the box.
Ask a question, that's what you've got to do. Put a bit of quality in there and ask a question.
Andy Robertson's going to step up left-footed. It's a cross-come shot type situation. He kind of floats it in. Oh, it's the post off the post and hacked away to safety. Scotland agonisingly close. I think it was Grant Hanley. He did brilliantly. It comes off the inside of the post, and it will not fall for Scotland. How close was that, Hugh Keevins?
Yeah, that could have been the pivotal moment in the game. Hanley, a brave header, because plenty of boots flying in there. It's going to be like this from now until the final whistle, I think. Moments in front of goal, it's whoever takes the moment.
I mean, he looked second favourite all the way there, Hanley. Robertson's ball's terrific. Daz says ask a question. He certainly does it. But Hanley's behind Shaw, and how he gets his body round and gets it towards the goal. So close.
And also it comes off the post that quick that it misses McTominay.
Yeah.
He's going in for a rebound, but fantastic header there from Hanley.
And this is better from Scotland. They've got their tails up after that chance. Oh no, it's not, because McGregor gives it away. And Scotland might want to take a tactical foul here if they can. They don't need to, because Robertson can. Switzerland do get the benefit of the doubt there on the decision.
Yeah, I think it was a free kick on.
I don't think it was for the player on the ball, was it?
Was it
player off the ball.
Player off
McKenna.
the ball, McKenna. Just on the pitch, got a booking. Yeah.
I'm not sure there's much in that, is there?
And apart from the rugby tackle.
Apart from that.
Yeah, and no, there's not much in that.
Is he not pulling Scott McKenna as well? No?
Well, I'd like to agree with you, but that's a free kick, in the booking.
If you say so. Scott McKenna given too much physicality for the referee's liking. And Switzerland are the team that's going to come forward. That was a very small mini period for Scotland there, where you thought maybe something could happen, but now it's back to defending again. 69 on the clock.
Men over at the back post, Switzerland. If you look at that area, 3 bodies round about McKenna.
Ralston, good challenge.
Good challenge,
really strong.
Yeah, I wondered just moments ago if he would think about McCrory over Ralston. I think Ralston is struggling a bit in possession, but only because Switzerland allowing it to go and pressing so quickly. And you just wonder, do you get any less from McCrory or someone else playing out there? But that's a good challenge. You'll take confidence from that.
Yeah, I saw him stretching his calves as well at the last set piece. Anthony Ralston, don't know if he's feeling the effect, but we'll keep a close eye on it and just wonder, we've been forced into one change. What does Steve Clarke do now? Is he going to inject a bit of something into the attack? You look at the way he favours Ryan Christie at times. Is it time to see him?
Do you know something? That's a great shout. I think we need some bit of pace, energy to get us up the park, go and support. It could be a time for Christie to come on and play a part in this game. Is it a time for Shankland to come on and play a part and hopefully get that all-important goal that we're looking at? Because we all agree he's been terrific form. This is better play from Scotland.
Yeah, I was going to say McGinn's not had a vintage night, but he shows really good power and tenacity there. And Gilmore gives it to Ralston. Can he just deliver that ball in? It deflects, and it's going to be a corner. Better from Scotland.
Great play from McGinn. He's not had the best of games, but gets into a good area, composure to work into Robertson. They end up working it across, and Ralston's finally in a good position where he wants to be in the attacking third. Corner incoming.
Yes, Andy Robertson, the skipper, is going to go over and in-swing it with the left boot in front of a raucous Scotland support in Cologne. They would erupt if this was to hit the back of the net, as would we. But let's see what we can carve out from this set piece. Andy Robertson, as he raises a hand into there, it's not a brilliant delivery. Billy Gilmore was at the front post.
It's poor.
You think he's targeting that area? You think Scott McTominay was targeting that area as well?
I just think it never worked.
And then you look at the danger when he actually just puts it to the back area where you've got, your bigger guys.
Such a low margin for error ball, isn't it? Because if it's slightly too low, it's eaten up by the guy at the front post.
It's easily defended.
Well, this is it. The Scotland fans are complaining because I think the Swiss throw was taken a good 20 yards further forward than it should have been.
Yeah, but this is a better press from McGinn. Yeah, it was right on him. I don't think he'll get away with that.
John McGinn's going to end up being booked for that, I think.
Yeah, he is.
You know, he had a bit of contact just moments ago that the ref just waved away, but then he instantly went for the right back, and I don't know how much contact there is, but
I'm
sometimes
not sure
that makes...
Is it one of them because the right back so sharp? Oh yeah, that's a foul all day long.
Yeah. I think it's the pace he goes in it, maybe, because he went from one to the other.
I mean, his Scotland teammates are all praising him for it.
Well, they were praising each other for defending a goal kick the other day.
I've got to say, I think Scotland have showed good character since Tierneyman off the pitch. You know, because it was definitely a
but they have now,
Yeah, so they're obviously they showed good character. I think Stevie Clark will be pleased with that. We're just looking and thinking, will there be another one or two subs coming on? I think it's at that time, that crucial time, that this is as a coach sharing your money.
What a precarious time it is, Hugh. You want to win the game, obviously. A draw keeps your Euro hopes alive, and a defeat sends you home. So, how's your nerve? What do you do?
No, I only get nervous when my wife's got something on me and I have to go home.
Not you personally.
No,
Stevie Clark. Are you gambling here? Are you trying to win the game?
Yes, he is, because the effect of a win on us would just be cataclysmic ahead of the game against Hungary in Stuttgart on Sunday, and I think it's an eminently winnable game for both teams. I just don't think there's defensive solidity enough to guarantee Switzerland or us that we can get to the final whistle without conceding.
That's the thing, Mark. You can't afford to lose this.
No.
And the Euros ends tonight if you lose this game.
I'm looking at the Swiss bench here, ready to make another change, and I just wonder, the effort that the players put in and that heavy defeat with 10 men. Do the legs start to get tight? But I'm seeing Stevie Clark, he's prowling along his technical area. We're usually seeing him so calm and composed, but he's right there. He's caught up in this frantic atmosphere. Scotland get a good free kick in a good area here that they can maybe put in.
Yeah, it's John McGinn who draws
he's buying some amount of these free kicks. He's brilliant. He's the best in the business at that.
The delivery has to be good though. Andy Robertson, it's miles out, it's way out on the left side, and he's going to try and whip it into an area. We've not had brilliant set piece deliveries tonight. What can he conjure here? It certainly looks better, but it's just again
too easy.
If your contact on the header is 14 yards out,
it's always hard.
You're going to score.
Always hard, isn't it? Well, the Swiss are actually making 2 changes, so that would take the totals up to 3 overall. So, they're obviously going for it. Fresh legs.
Gordon, if we accept that we really need to win this game, then surely you go for Shanklin now. Surely. I mean, we're running out of time. It will only take one touch from Shanklin, then it might change the entire tournament for us.
I agree with you. I think they've got to mix it up front. I think that I'm taking nothing away from Adams. I think he's worked his socks off for us tonight. I really do. I think he's covered every blade of grass. But there comes a time where you think, do we sit here and hope that we can just get that draw and keep everything going for the weekend? Or are we brave enough to turn around and say, do you know what? We can smell blood here. Get him on. He's a terrific finisher. He's had a brilliant season, and the way we're doing the now, we look the better side for the last 5-10 minutes for me. So I think if we can create one more chance, I would like to see Shanklin on the pitch.
I would have to agree with the guys. I think something has to change. I don't know if we're going to get anything like this other than a draw. We defend resolutely, but if we're wanting to win it, then I'd like to see Shanklin, and maybe Christie, your suggestion, Gordon. I think Christie would give his energy as well.
That's good. That's a good win from Scott McKenna. Can he channel his inner Kieran Tierney he can and gets a corner
What
kick.
do we know? This is why I want Shankland. I think we're picking up the pace of the game. I think we're getting forward. I think we're getting obviously a corner kick now. We're trying to get balls in the box. I think he's a poacher. I think he's a goal scorer. Everybody knows that.
Right, one thing that you do benefit from swapping Tierney for McKenna is that height. Can Scott McKenna come up with something here in the box? It's again a Scott McTominay delivery. It's a deep one round the back. It's kept alive. There's a head knock in the box. The referee's going to have to stop it, even though Scotland have got good possession, I think. No, he doesn't stop it.
He's up. Whoever the Scotland player was just got dragged up with his own teammate.
Gilmore.
Because we had possession.
Looks like he took a sore one, Billy Gilmore.
It was well up.
He gets up really well for someone of his size, doesn't he?
It was well up.
Yeah,
he's to say.
He doesn't mind mixing it. Billy Gilmore, that's for sure.
It's good play from Scotland.
Oh, John McGinn tries to draw the corner, but the deflection doesn't go his way, and McKenna's going to be penalised. He has to be careful.
Yeah, he's on he got an early booking. He's just got to make sure he doesn't put himself under a lot of pressure with another one.
Oh, it's been a good spell for Scotland as well. Can they capitalise on it?
I think it's a hard one now for Clark, isn't it? You know, you're sitting there, it really is a big decision. But I just think because of the work that Adams put in, I would bring on a fresh player.
I mean, Ryan Christie will be chomping at the bit, won't he? You're looking at the way McTominay and McGinn are running, and look at this pressing. There's 5 Scotland players. It's brilliant. What an effort.
And you know what? They're getting the reaction from the crowd. You can hear as well. The crowd appreciate that.
How good is that from Switzerland?
Very good. They've worked out, but at least we're putting them under some pressure.
Because that really sucks the life out of Scotland. That they've pressed and pressed and pressed, and Switzerland still have it.
Yeah, good technically. We did say that. But you're seeing the possession stats now. It's still in Switzerland's favour, but much closer than it was in that period in the first 45.
Here comes Switzerland, though. We've not seen them attacking much in the last 10 minutes or so, and they're allowed to walk it quite easily to the edge of our box.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony Ralston just looking a bit tired there.
Oh dear, he's 1v1, and you know it's coming. It's coming. It's over the bar. That was a let-off for Scotland. Ralston looks really tired now.
I think he's got to change him. I think he really has got to change him. He's on his feet. He's out feet, Gordon. He's just, you see him coming inside there. He's absolutely no recovery whatsoever, Ralston.
See, to be fair to him, I think either Gilmore or Henry has to help him. Henry's standing a couple of yards behind him. Gilmore's standing a couple of yards in front of him, and none of them help him. As a full-back, a wing-back, you need help round about you.
And you've got to take into consideration, Mark, we're not looking at the opposition here. They're thinking, a point will do us. You know, they got a great 3-point. A point will do us. They're quite. So that's where I think we could smell a little bit of blood, because I think they would be delighted to get the point. 4 points out their opening 2 games. I just think we've got a chance in this.
Well, let's hope. You are right, Gordon Dale. It's a free kick to Switzerland, though, just inside their half. Oh, and there's, I think Ralston is it on? That's Gilmore, isn't it? Yeah, it's Billy Gilmore, I think, that's down at the moment.
I wonder what's happened there. We could do without losing another player through injury. I wonder if it's just a bit of tiredness. Is it cramp? But here's a change now for Scotland.
Yeah.
And it's a favourite change of Steve Clark.
Yeah, it's Kenny McLean who comes on for Billy Gilmore. So he's obviously just going to sit there, Gordon, and try and do that Gilmore role, I guess.
Yeah, and there's a bit of paper getting thrown out, so they're going to change his tactics somewhere along the line. That's just a substitution for some reason the Scotland manager absolutely loves. I'm not against Kenny McLean. I thought we could have been a little bit more positive than that.
I think that was an energy pouch that was getting thrown
was
on a piece of paper. I think it was getting chucked to Ralston. Get that in you.
It's an oxygen tank, he needs no energy.
Spinach for Popeye.
Yep. Hugh, Kenny McLean came up with a big moment in Oslo. It'd be nice if he could do that in Cologne.
Well, I think there's a big mistake in the Swiss at the back, I really do. And whether it's Kenny McLean or anyone else, I think they could be the architects of their own downfall at the back if we can make them do so.
Here comes Switzerland, though, and Scotland are backing off. It's into the box. Surely that'll be a free kick to Scotland. Goes out for a goal kick anyway. Okay.
The pace that Switzerland are playing the game looks to me that they're delighted with a draw. They'll take the draw. I think they'll obviously, if they get a chance,
they still could easily win this, and then it's 6 points and they're guaranteed.
Look, I think if they got the chance, they'd be delighted to. But right now they're thinking, yeah, we would take the point here.
Just seeing a missile being thrown right into Angus Gunn's penalty area. Not what we want to see. Billy Gilmore just taking the applause of the Scotland fans walking around the pitch. He deserves it. He was a good inclusion tonight.
Great flick, Scott McTominay's been brilliant.
Yeah,
Scotland's best player for sure.
Yeah, he's been man of the match for me. He's been unbelievable.
I think Hanley's done reasonably well as well.
Lovely flick, Shea Adams. It's just bounces a bit too high for John McGinn. He's going to try and power his way forward. His skipper joins in, Andy Robertson. McTominay's up. It's always going to be a bit of an ash.
They're still in play here.
Handball! Hit him in the face, I think. McTominay's still alive. Can Shea Adams find? It goes all the way back. What a chance it was for Scotland as well. A huge opportunity. It was huge. Scott McTominay caught it flush. I think it hit the Swiss defender in the face. It was goal bound. It was goal bound, no doubt about it.
Just when you see something like that, you automatically shout handball, because you're right, Gordon, catches it so well and it just rebounds so quickly. Well worked from Scotland.
Yeah, really good spell this from Scotland. Callum McGregor trying to string it across the pitch, and Scott McKenna. There's a pass in midfield. They just need to be a bit braver, perhaps.
Yeah.
I think it was Kenny McLean that was trying to demand it.
If we can get a little bit of luck, a little bit more quality in the ball, this game's here for us.
Yes, it is.
This game's crying out for us.
Shea Adams just can't find Scott McTominay. This is getting nerve-wracking. Oh no! Switzerland are through, unfortunately, and it's in the back of the net. It's a disaster. Scotland's Euros hope. The flag is up.
Yeah, I thought that at the time.
But let's hope that it's the right decision, because VAR might let him off the hook.
That comes from Adams' tiredness. He gives the ball away. He's worked so hard tonight, gives it away cheap, and we have got off with one again. We're lucky there.
Well, we don't know yet. Right, should be off.
Yeah, that's
when you see the replay, it should be off.
Yeah.
Huge let-off if that is to be the case, Hugh Keevins.
Well, I think fair is fair. He's offside. Marginally, but what does that matter? He's offside. So we get away with another one. But so do the Swiss occasionally. The McTominay volley, they get away with one there. So it's still in the balance, and I still think there's a mistake in the Swiss at the back.
I wish we could see that McTominay volley again. You know, because it's a terrific block. You've got to give credit where it's due. It's a terrific block, whoever it came off of, because he catches it so cleanly. And it was a big opportunity. I agree with the guys. I think there is an opportunity. One last chance in this for us. Well, there's 8 minutes plus stoppage to go, but there's a chance in it.
Free kick to Switzerland. It seems like a soft one. It was two players, Hanley and the Swiss striker, just doing the same thing as each other. Maybe he misses the ball, to be fair, and holds them back. Okay.
Yeah, well, Hanlon's been a real rock in the middle of that back three tonight. He's going to have to be now.
Yeah, Scotland with defending to do. There are tired legs in Switzerland. It's a great piece of play, and it's not clear yet. It was cleared by Callum McGregor, but Switzerland do still have it. And luckily, it's poor from Switzerland, out for a goal kick.
Yeah, Callum McGregor takes up a great position there, because the cutback comes in. It is exactly where you need to fill to clear the ball. And Switzerland just waste the opportunity, but you can clearly see, Gordon, there are tired legs in there.
Yeah, we're seeing that Scott McTominay chance again. Anthony Ralston does great. Actually hit Shea Adams. So it's not the Swiss defender.
Great technique as well.
Ooh. There was a wee Scotland handball claim as well, but I think the hand's by the side, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the arm. It's just above the elbow, and I don't think you're ever getting that. So we can't be too hypocritical, can't be too biased as much as we might try.
Yeah, I know I'm stating the obvious here, but I would like to see another change from Steve Clark.
I'm surprised with it, Mark, I really am. I think Adams has really run his course.
He's been excellent as well, hasn't he? In terms of the endeavour, look, there's not been loads of opportunities for him to sniff around, but he's been a real key part of what Scotland have done tonight. John McGinn just can't quite bring it down. It's getting nervy, it's getting scrappy. McGinn needs to be careful. He's on a booking. So is this man, Scott McKenna, but he does well. Sees it back to Angus Gunn.
Just tire minds there from John McGinn, you know, and that plays a part as well as the legs when you've been through so much in a short space of time.
Can Adams keep it? He can indeed. Gives it to Callum McGregor. Scotland almost want the free kick rather than playing on. They look absolutely shattered here.
What I've admired
Shea
about
Adams is in the centre circle.
Yeah, what I've admired about the Scotland players is when they lost Tierney, they didn't let it get to them. I think they've really, really showed a lot of character. Shea Adams to me just looks like a lad that wants, look, I've done my bit here, I've ran my course.
And I know the obvious one is Shankland, but see in the Finland game, I thought Tommy Conway looked really sharp.
Yeah.
You know, if you're maybe looking for someone then who's going to buzz about a bit more.
Could be the unsung hero.
Because Switzerland have made what
How many have they made?
Feels like they've made 14 changes. But Scotland have only made 2, is that right? One was
one enforced,
Kieran Tierney.
Kenny McLean, yeah. But come on, we need one more chance.
Yeah, we've got a free kick, but it's pretty much in the centre of the pitch, so going to be hard to get anything off the first ball. Going to need to be a bit of imagination maybe, or a second ball. Yeah, and it's just that, it's just flighted out, asking a lot of the players out there, but it eventually comes. And John McGinn's in a difficult crossing position, but it's a decent one. And it's going to fall to the back post. There's not much on. How's Kenny McLean's left foot? It's low, it's trundling, and it's easily held by the goalkeeper. Not enough, unfortunately.
I just didn't catch it right, did he? He tries to really bend that in with a bit of power on it, a bit of pace, but he doesn't catch it, and it just trundles through easily.
87 on the clock in Cologne. It is nervy. Scotland 1, Switzerland 1. It's a draw at the moment. That would keep things going to the last game, but Scotland can't afford to lose this, and they're in a bit of trouble here at the back. But well done, Andy Robertson, who tidies up, and Angus Gunn boots to safety.
He does well there. He sniffs out the danger. Andy Robertson comes inside the pitch, helps his back three out.
John McGinn tries to draw the foul, but it doesn't always work.
I think Robertson's been good on this left-hand side, especially in this second half.
I think I'm at the point I would just take the point now and look forward to Sunday.
We don't want to go home. Blow the whistle.
Yeah, can we just agree point suits both teams?
Yeah, and we'll move on to another day.
Hugh, it's going to be a fraught couple of minutes.
Well, and how much more time will the referee add on as well? I do accept the point that the Swiss, if they go on to 4 points, will think that's a good night's work for them, but it's just players so tired in mind and body now.
Yeah.
Something could happen.
Yeah, hopefully it's at our end. At the end we're attacking. Thought the ball was maybe out of play. The officials say no. It should be an easy one for Jack Hendry, but sometimes when you get so much time and space, and it is hacked along, or into the air I should say, by Angus Gunn. Scotland players do look dead on their feet.
I'm watching McTominay as well. He's really, really suffering. He's put so much into tonight's game. But I think the organisation, the shape's been terrific tonight. The pressing's been good at times. And plus the fact you're up against a good side. They started this tournament brilliantly.
Yeah, you're surprised we've not seen even that's going to be a free kick to Switzerland. Andy Robertson. It's a real heavy one, and it's going to be a dangerous one to defend for Scotland.
Yeah. It's a bad position. It's just one of those that...
tired tackle, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Just mistimes it. This will go right in top of the Scotland back line, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, it looked a heavy one for sure. You're surprised we've not seen Ryan Christie in particular?
Yeah,
just
for energy.
Yeah.
I mean, McGinn... We've not seen a lot of McGinn in this tournament so far. He has got quality, there's no doubt about it, but he's, you wonder, adding Christie in maybe 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, might have gave us a more attacking threat.
This is a huge moment, this 89. We're in the 90th minute, and it's a really dangerous set-piece position for Switzerland. Their delivery's been good, their delivery's been better than ours tonight. And that's another good one. And it's wide. What a let-off for Scotland. It is just wide of the post.
Sometimes you need a bit of luck.
How many pairs of boxers did you bring with you, Gordon Dalziel?
They're offside. He's offside,
that's fine then.
That's offside.
I don't know if he is.
No, he's not offside.
There's a double substitution that we've been talking about.
Lawrence Shankland and Ryan Christie are going to enter for the last couple of minutes. That's all it will be. John McGinn good shift, but it's not been his vintage night, Hugh Keevins, by his standards.
No, but now we really are into lottery territory. We've got Shankland on. He might have 2 or 3, 4 minutes to do something, but I'm happy to see him on the park, because when you have someone like him in the season he's enjoyed domestically, the number of goals he scored, I'll take my chances on him for a few minutes.
4 minutes added, 4 minutes that could be the end of Scotland's Euros hopes if it goes wrong, but could really, really, really inject some life into them if it goes right. We'd even take it to stay the way it is as Lawrence Shankland wins his first header. Kenny McLean's battling away in there as well, and that's good. First touch from Ryan Christie getting involved. And Andy Robertson just tries to go quite direct.
Right idea when you've got Shankland on there.
Fair play to Anthony Ralston, who's still going, because he looked tired.
Oh, he's done well.
Yeah, I don't know what was in that pouch, but it certainly helped him.
Here goes McLean again, and it's nice play. Ryan Christie just trying to shift it, but he just can't work a shooting opportunity.
Ball.
There's Andy Robertson, back across. Oh, it's hacked off the line. And Scotland so close over the bar from Callum McGregor. Scotland so close to what would have been a winner.
Brilliantly worked from one side to the other. It's a great ball from McGregor into Robertson. He does everything right. Is it a Kanji?
Yeah, McTominay's there as well. He's lurking.
He's just going to turn it in from 3 yards out. Oh, it's great defending. You've got to give credit to the Swiss here, because if that's the other side, we are praising whoever it is. That was a big chance. I don't know if we'll get one better than that.
How close was that, Hugh Keevins?
Yeah, we've got 2.5 minutes left, and anything is possible either side of the pitch. It's just that kind of night, and I think the overall impression would have to be that Switzerland have missed a lot of chances, and we have 2.
Yeah, Angus Gunn's just going to try but his kicking's not been great tonight, Mark.
Hesitant there. Should have done that just first time.
He's got underneath so many of them.
Yeah.
That one's high and wide.
And this is not what we needed. We needed to keep the ball in the Switzerland half to allow Shankland and Christie to get up the pitch. We don't want to invite the Swiss on these last couple of minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes left. 2 minutes of the additional 4. You can see Ryan Christie's hungry. He's on. He's trying to make something happen. Some of his teammates not quite as fresh, clearly.
Yeah, and you'd like to see Shankland just go after it as well there. He's just a bit hesitant. Or was that McTominay, sorry?
Yeah, it's actually McTominay, you're right.
I'll give him a pass.
In that Shankland position.
He's done a fair few kilometres tonight.
You have to be careful, because Anthony Ralston's pressing really high.
Very high. I would be a bit concerned about that. Leaving the space in behind.
Oh dear. Angus falls, Angus Gunn, but he gets back to his feet.
Angus was down for a second there, but he recovered well. Yeah, it's end to end. I mean, what a game of football. These Euros have been brilliant, served up some great games, but this has been a real good one as well for the neutral, not just us sitting here.
Go on then. Lawrence Shankland does well. It's pretty tidy from him.
Get it down this left-hand side. We've been really
There's nothing for Andy
here.
Robertson to hit, though. Nothing. He wins a throw, and I think he's delighted about that, because there's just nothing there in front of him. Tired bodies in dark blue everywhere. A real heroic effort tonight. Of course, there could have been more quality, but what an effort it's been. One more chance, just maybe. 30 seconds to go. It comes back to Scott McKenna. What have Scotland got up their sleeve here?
Yeah.
It can go in one more time. 20 seconds of the 4, and of course it is a minimum.
And
it's
it's
not
a
bad.
great ball.
It's going to fall to Anthony Ralston. Bends it into the back post. There's no win initially. It's just Kenny McLean, and it's just up in the air. I don't think Scotland are going to be able to make this settle in time. Ryan Christie, maybe. It's going to be a handball, I think.
Come on, put it in.
Robertson headed away. The clock is ticking down. It's a brave jump, Kenny McLean. This might be, Ryan Christie can't quite get in there, and I think that's going to be that. And it is game over in Cologne. Let's go to the stadium and speak to Andrew McLean.
Scotland won, Switzerland won, the full-time score. Steve Clarke's side knew they needed at least a point tonight to keep their knockout hopes alive, and that is exactly what they've got in what was a really entertaining game. But I'm not sure any Scotland fan will have any fingernails left after that, because it was a tough watch at times just because of the nerves involved and everything at stake, but it was a game people were desperate to see a reaction from Scotland, and a good start led to the opening goal 13 minutes in. A lovely touch by Billy Gilmore in the middle of the pitch. He found Andy Robertson. He drove through the centre of Switzerland's half before feeding Callum McGregor. He cut back, found Scott McTominay, and his strike deflected into the top corner for 1-0. Things were looking up for Scotland as if Friday had been completely forgotten about, but then a mistake from Anthony Ralston, a blind pass back towards the Scotland goal. Sherdan Shaqiri ran onto it. Still had so much to do, but first time with his left foot at the edge of the box, curled an outrageous shot into the top corner. Angus Gunn had absolutely no chance, and just like that the game was level. It definitely gave Switzerland some confidence. A lovely passing move from them, started in their own half, ended up with Dan N'Doye being denied by a good Angus Gunn save. Switzerland then had the ball in the back of the net again, defending not looking good from Scotland this time, but a flag went up for offside, confirmed by VAR. Jan Sommer had to make a save at the other end. Shea Adams was free at the back post from a corner, but he was denied. The game was there for either team to really step up and try and take control in the second half, and at the start of the second half Switzerland looked the better side, certainly in the early stages. A couple of openings before Dan N'Doye, a lovely turn at the edge of the box, probably should have scored, shot just wide, but that did prove to be costly for Scotland, because in that move Kieran Tierney went down injured, stretchered off. He looked absolutely devastated. So were the Scotland supporters. His Euros is surely over. Then back at the other end, Andy Robertson, an in-swinging free kick delivery headed off the post by Grant Hanley. A bit of a scramble before it was eventually cleared by Switzerland. The momentum kept on shifting both ways in short spells. Scott McTominay had a goal-bound effort blocked by Shea Adams of all people. Briel and Bolo then found himself through on goal. Dinked Angus Gunn, found the back of the net. That one was offside as well. A real heart and mouth moment for Scotland when Zeki Amdouni had a great headed chance at the back post. He could only direct that wide, but it means it all rolls over to Sunday, where Scotland have the chance still to make history and reach the knockout stages. The Scotland squad are over, applauding, taking the acclaim of the supporters, who are much happier with what they've seen tonight than on Friday night. They'll have some hope. They'll have some belief that it still is possible that this Scotland side can get out of this group. But for now, tonight, the full-time score is Scotland 1, Switzerland 1.
Wow, that was nerve-wracking, but Scotland are still in there, they're fighting away. What did you make of that performance, Mark Wilson?
I thought quite remarkable after everything that the players have been through in recent days, to go at it and give their all, from the goal that they scored to promoting so many bodies further forward, to then the blow of losing the goal, to then losing one of their best players. That everything like that knocks you. But there was a period in that second half where we scrapped back into it and had chances ourselves. Yes, we conceded some real big opportunities for the Swiss to snatch it, but we gave our all at the other end as well, and hugely proud of what the players put out there this evening.
Yeah, I think the Scotland fans will appreciate what the players put in. Gordon, they've come under a lot of pressure after the disappointment of Friday night. We said that they weren't one pass mark tonight. That was completely different. The effort, the passion, the desire. Yes, we were up against a good side that created one or two chances. We actually played quite well, especially in the second half. I thought tonight our organisation, our pressing, everything about it, could we have had a wee bit quality, better quality in the final third? Of course we could have, but look, we came here to stay in this tournament tonight. It'd have been great to win, but we're still in it, we've still got an opportunity, and I think most of the fans looking at this would be delighted with the reaction of the players.
Hugh Keevins, your view from home?
Well, it's classic Scotland territory now. We go to the last game in Stuttgart against Hungary. It's the equivalent of a cup final at international level. We run the risk, if you look at the dark side, of finishing up as we did 3 years ago in the European Championships. Lost the first game, drew the second, lost the third. We have lost players, Tierney to injury, Porteous to indiscipline. We had Ralston looking dead in his feet, and he wasn't the only one. But we have to rise above physical complaints. We have to rise above everything that has happened to us and understand that in this cup final we must win the game. There is no other option available to us. We must win the game and take our chances.
0141 951 1025. What did you make of that? That was a nervy old finish. How are you feeling? How do you look back on it? Give us a call right now and we'll speak to you next.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast with Lookers Audi. Book a test drive for the fully electric range today. Head online for details.
I love history podcasts. I was listening to one about the suffrage movement, and it got me thinking about my great nan. With Ancestry, we discovered she'd been arrested and imprisoned with other suffragettes. They've got her voting records and even examples of her protesting on the census. It made my family so proud.
Bring your backstory to life. Get a free 2-week trial of a full membership at ancestry.co.uk. Renews automatically from $10.99 per month unless cancelled.
There's one big thing on our mind this summer. But for many Scots, even our adventures in Germany won't take their mind off money worries. That's where UK Debt Expert comes in. In the time it takes Scotland to play a group match, 145 people will have asked us for help with their debt. Search UK Debt Expert. UK Debt Expert. Authorised and regulated by the FCA. May not be suitable for all. Fees and disadvantages may apply. Free advice at moneyhelper.org.uk.
Meet Sage Copilot, your new AI productivity assistant, helping you add even more value to clients.
Copilot, create a 6-month forecast to share with my client.
So, if you're an accountant like Charlotte, it could mean spending more time on what matters most, like more face-to-face meetings with clients.
Latte for you, Americano for me.
Ah, lovely.
Accountants could save 3 days a month on admin. Search Sage Copilot to get early access today. Sage, helping business flow.
The Clyde One Super Scoreboard Podcast.
With Lookers Volvo. The full electric range is now available on Motability.
Live from Cologne, this is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
The dust is beginning to settle on a 1-1 draw for Scotland against Switzerland in Cologne. It was quite the game, very open, chances at both sides. They could have won it, we could have won it. What it means is Scotland are on the board, first point, and it means that it goes down to the game against Hungary. So the Euro hopes remain alive, a shootout to come. And I'm pleased to say you can still have plenty of time here to get your calls in. 01419511025. We're here for another hour or so. Hugh Keevins is in the studio. Mark Wilson and Gordon Dalziel are here with me live in Cologne. And I'm pleased to say we've got some live fan reaction as well. So get your calls in. We've got Dean from Dundee. How's it going, Dean?
Oh, it's been great. I can't believe it. We're still in it, 1-1, and we're into the last game.
Would you take that before the game?
I said it before in the square. I would have bit your hand off for 1-1. Bit your hand off for 1-1 and take it into the last game. Because in Scotland, we do it the hard way, but if we could do it, it'll be the last game.
Hopefully that is the case, Mark. And I think we've got to be honest about ourselves. We'll get into the nitty-gritty of the 90 minutes and what bits were good and what bits were bad, but it's a result that keeps us in it, and that's fine. Some people will say it's really good, some people will say it's not so good. I think can we all settle somewhere in the middle? That's okay. Well done, and we kind of move on. Good effort tonight.
Well, the be-all and end-all was taking us to Sunday's game. You know, the fans have travelled here in their numbers. Some have bought packages that will last till Sunday. Some will just be flying in for Sunday's game. So it was important that the players kept that dream alive tonight. They've done that with a point. A lot of us, I think, predicted a point. A lot of us predicted 1-1. And I think
who didn't? Hennis, the goal. He needs to have a look at himself.
Oh, that's what he did. Hennis got it wrong. We'll be done that Zuramora.
Goat curry for lunch tomorrow. I can't condone that sort of stuff. It was a joke. I'm really sorry. Anyway.
Yeah, so it was all about keeping the dream alive. And it was about recovery for the players. Recovering some of the belief that these fans have put into them. And were really disappointed on Friday night, and I think they've went a long way tonight in doing that, because I thought it was a really good performance. Yes, there were problems in there's no doubt about it, and we can pick the bones out of that in the next few days, but the important thing is we're getting into Sunday's game with still a chance of qualifying.
What did you like about it, Dean, tonight?
Like Mark was saying, I couldn't believe that. I've been here for 7 days. I'm a bit rough, but all I wanted was to get into the last game with still hope. I'm here till Monday. I've got a ticket. I can't wait. I just wanted to get to the last game with a bit of hope. We don't care about winning. We just want to care about going there and having a good time.
I mean, Gordon, that was the thing about I get why people would say that that's a sort of bare minimum, a minimum requirement, which it is, but the alternative tonight was that it could have been over tonight. So when you lose so heavily in the first game, and my goodness, we've gone over the reasons why, game 2, you have to keep yourself in it. That's it. That's like the main thing you need to achieve, and if you can add some gloss to that, fine. That's where we fell
That's
short.
why I'm giving the players all the credit in the world, and the manager. I'm giving him a bit of credit. Yes, you could pick the bones out of the game tonight. There's one or two negatives, of course there were, but they went into the game with such high pressure on them, Gordon. If they'd have lost that tonight, the manager, some people were even going to call for his head because he's come into this tournament and it's not worked for him. The players come in for a lot of criticism. The big players come in for a lot of criticism. So the massive pressure on the players tonight was incredible. And I'll say one thing. Ralston makes a mistake. Now, Ralston probably wouldn't have been in that team if we had other options fit. But I was listening to Andy Robertson on the TV there, and I totally agree with him. After that, the lad I thought was different class. He'd had to accept it. He could have easily buckled. He could have went under there tonight with the pressure and obviously everything that's going to come his way. It was a bad mistake that 9 out of 10 wouldn't get punished, but the bit of quality last night was brilliant.
It was a hard shift for him. You said right back, he came in this tournament, only played a couple of caps, and it's been a hard shift for him, but one mistake, you can't really rule him out after that.
You said, Mark, look, it was a mistake, but you don't often get them punished in that manner. He was pretty good after it, especially second half when he looked dead on his feet, but he then found another third wind, I think, at that point.
Yeah, well, the goal's phenomenal finish. That is a mistake, no doubt about it. But I think in that period in the second half where he looked tired in the defensive third, but he still gave his all to give us an out ball on that right side. And a lot of the chances that we created came from that right side, whether that be someone winning a free kick or it being cut back to McTominay. And that's because we had that outlet. And that was important because we were missing that, the other night going forward. Ralston gave that. That's difficult to go from one side to the other. So fair play to him. Well done, and he's going to have to rest up and recover for the game on Sunday now.
Dean, we need to be honest, are you only agreeing with Mark Wilson because you've got that big Dundee United tattoo on your knee?
He is a Dundee United legend. I would have picked Mark Wilson in for the team.
How many beers have you had?
Of course.
Too many to count. I'm not going to lie.
Well, I'll tell you who you've not had as many as your mate. Is that your mate that slept through that full game down there?
10 a.m. he was giving it big licks. Game time, he never made the national anthem.
What's his name? We need to out him. He slept the full thing. He's away now.
Oh man, I can't. I'm sorry.
He's a good pal.
I'm a good pal. I can't slate him, but Ryan, you know who you are.
He had the best seat in the house as well. He had a deck chair right in front of this jumbo screen, and he just curled up. And missed everything. He'll regret it tomorrow.
Hugh, I know we're not really interested in the neutral side of things, but probably was quite exciting. It was quite open. We hit the post. We had a couple of other things blocked. We didn't carve out loads of clear-cut chances. They had a couple, so it was. I think it was entertaining in its own way.
Highly entertaining. Football on a tightrope. The number of chances that we had were almost equal to the number that the Swiss had. The VAR calls were absolutely correct. There's no dubiety. The goals that were disallowed for Switzerland were deservedly disallowed. And for bravery, we deserve every bit of credit that comes our way. It's now about how we cope with the loss of Tierney on top of the loss of Porteous, on top of the fitness issues, on top of the fact that so many players looked out on their feet and there's very little recovery time. It's classic Scotland. We came for 4 points. We still have the opportunity to get 4 points, and that would take us into the knockout stages for the first time in history. So classic Scotland. It's Super Sunday.
Dean, I know there was a break with the goal that Scotland got, but just how important is Scott McTominay to this team?
We sing about him all the time. He is unbelievable to the team. Does that goal count as his?
I think it's gone down as an own goal, and I have to say, not just Scotland bias. I genuinely don't know why. I don't think it's gone in, but it's certainly gone on target, which is the rule. But anyway, he still makes. He still has a big part.
It was going in. It was a great strike from McTominay. And I just hope that, like you say, come the third game, he can make magic again. I hope John McGinn makes something, because I've been singing about him for about the last 20 minutes. And I just want something.
Yeah, I mean, Gordon, there was a lot to like about the you're calling it the McTominay goal. Let's start with him, though. The desire. They've got a great feature here on German TV. They sort of measured the distance that he ran, 85 metres, I think. Yeah. He clears the corner with the head, and then he gets on the end of it at the other end.
Yeah, and other players had a great part to play in it. You look at Tierney, the desire and effort, he just drive with it. You look at I thought a fantastic touch from Billy Gilmore to set it up. McGregor then gets it and puts it into the path of McTominay. As you quite rightly said, they highlighted it, 85 metres. Desire, hard to get there. Want to see if he can get a reward at the end of it, and he certainly did. And I will give him the goal, no doubt about that. I just thought we were indifferent tonight, Gordon. Yes, they created good chances. Yes, we rode their luck a little bit. But that's what happens in tournament football.
Dean, what do you think tonight can do for the sort of mood? You know, look at how low it must have been after Friday.
No, like you were just saying there about McTominay and making that effort. Fans just care about effort. Don't care about the flash. Don't care about. See if guys are fighting for a tackle, fighting. You seen it against Germany. Tierney and Robertson celebrated a tackle, and we went crazy. Because that's what you want. You want boys fighting for the shirt. You want boys fighting for every tackle, every pass, every shot. Because that's all we want. It's just a bit of passion, because, let's be honest, the Tartan Army give you passion in full, and we just want that on the pitch.
Yeah, Hugh, it was no doubt lacking in quality in an attacking sense at points, but you couldn't really fault the bravery, could you?
I think Dean summed it up perfectly well. All of us, whether it's the written press, whether it's the broadcast media, we can have our say, good, bad, indifferent, but Dean has summed up the attitude of the hundreds of thousands of people who went to Germany. They demand effort. If they don't get effort, then they feel their time has been wasted and they have been let down. Whatever the shortcomings of this team, and heaven knows Germany exposed all of them in one night, they have hung in there, and they continue to hang in on Sunday, and they are giving the effort. Therefore, Dean goes away not thinking we only have 1 point and have yet to score a goal for ourselves. He is happy with the effort that the players gave.
I mean, Mark, having been in dressing rooms, not entirely similar situations, but just generally, when you put in one of those really kind of gutsy performances, there's something really quite satisfying when you come away with, even if it is a point.
It brings you together, especially when you feel that people are getting on your back, whether that be right or wrong. And we were correct. Everyone analysed that game the other night, and the Scotland players had to come out and prove something. And I thought they did tonight. And the atmosphere, even though they didn't win the game, the atmosphere in that dressing room must be terrific. Just to, have that achievement of still being in this tournament and giving their all on the pitch. Like Dean's saying, they gave their all on the pitch and they got out at what they deserved, in my opinion. And it takes it on to the next game, which, of course, lifts a bit of pressure off their shoulders.
Dean, you're a good man. We will let you go. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you
can
very
go and
much.
wake your pal up and take him up the road.
I'll see you in Stuttgart. I'm still here for another 4 days.
Look forward to it. Good man. That was Dean from Dundee. He loves Mark Wilson, which is...
what a guy. I love you too, Dean. Enjoy your time, mate.
It's not great, I have to say.
Belter of a tattoo, eh?
If you say so, if you're into that sort of thing.
I maybe should have got that over my knee. Do you know, see it? Big Dundee United badge over his knee.
I was just worried about that kilt was going to come up. No further, that's plenty.
What else you got up there, Dean?
I know.
There we go. 01419511025. If you want to join in on the phones, and please do, you can tweet your thoughts at Clyde SSB. Let's do that actually. Wayne is on the line. How are you, Wayne?
How are you guys, all right?
Good, Wayne. How do you look back on it then?
Well, guys, I was watching it tonight, and I'm very, very proud that we got the one each. At least we're still in the tournament, which is great. But again, as Gordon and Mark said, we could pick the negativities, but that's all I can look at right now is just some of the display where Steve Clark's put his team out. I don't know why we waited to the 90th minute to put 2 attacking subs on. Switzerland were there for the taking. First 20 minutes, Scotland were amazing. It was a wee slip up from Ralston, fair enough, things happened. But then we just went in our shell again like Germany, and it took us a wee bit to get out of that. And I don't think how we can count our eggs into one basket, as Hugh even said when it was 3 years ago, where we're now come into the last game. We know that Hampden against Croatia, we only needed the 3 points, and we look what happened there. And now we're going into the one with Hungary, and we need the 3 points for that one. But Hungary need the 3 points as well to have a chance for them. So I think we're in a bit of a predicament where subs could have happened a wee bit earlier. Switzerland made their 5 substitutions, easily within 70 minutes. And Scotland, again, just stumble. We'll see how we go. It was only until Tierney pulled up the injury, it was the first substitution. And I'm going, what's happening here? Like, I don't understand where we're going to actually push on here and actually go for them, because 3 points I'd have been happy with to go into the final game. And it was definitely there for us to get the 3 points. And
I think it was there for the taking, Gordon.
Of course, I thought tonight we were a million times better. I'm with the caller. I was a wee bit, disappointed that we didn't make the substitutions quicker. Not because I thought we had failures. I thought that Adams ran his race. I thought he was absolutely brilliant up front. It's the hardest position to play. You've got to go and hold the ball up. You've got to go and chase. You're the guy that goes and does the first press. I thought he'd done all that tonight. I really did. But I thought Steve Clarke would have made the substitutions a bit early, maybe Shankland and Christie. Bit surprised. He likes the Kenny McLean substitution, obviously the one that's forced with Tierney. But it's okay sitting saying that. We can pick the bones out. And we had to get a result tonight under severe pressure. And Steve Clarke's managed that and kept our dreams alive.
Against a team, Mark, who are ranked in the top 20 in the world, who are always at major tournaments, who quite often go beyond the group stages. So it was a huge task, but you still get where Wayne's coming from. You wonder if it was a missed opportunity, but I mean, they had chances as well.
Yeah, and Hugh mentioned it throughout the show and throughout the game that he felt that there was opportunities to be had because the Swiss defence were ropey, and you've got to see the way the game played out and thinking about that full 90 minutes, he was correct as the game was building on. Anytime we seemed to put them under pressure, the ball in their box, it was never really controlled clearances, they never really had controlled possession in their box, and they looked panicked. So in that respect, of course, but again, Gordon, you've got to balance it out where Switzerland are in comparison to us, where they are actually in this tournament, and the feeling getting into the game, how they were feeling about themselves and how we were feeling about themselves, and then the chances that were in the game. Yes, we had the post, and McTominay had a good connection with his volley, but the Swiss had 2 really clear-cut chances and 2 goals ruled out for offside, which were offside, of course, but the 2 chances they had were real good ones. So 1-1, I think that was fair.
Wayne, do you think that's positive enough outcome to sort of lift the morale and really give Scotland a good footing going into the weekend?
Oh, I hope so. Like, blue Scotland through and through, and I'll be supporting Scotland on Sunday night like nobody else in the world, even Germany here back in Motherwell. I'll still be shouting for them, but I felt as though tonight they could have maybe have pushed a wee bit on, and maybe the team that started tonight could have maybe started against Hungary and kind of started out a wee bit kind of pushing for the draw. But again, we're going to have to go for attacking. So Steve Clarke needs to seriously look at the situation coming against Hungary. What kind of team is going to put out? Because the last 2 games, the teams he's put out, they can't play that formation. The Hungary's going to go as we're going to go at them, and it needs to be the tit for tat. And the Spain game that we played 18 months ago, that's the kind of mentality we need. That first 20 minutes tonight, we were really, really good. And it was not just one wee slip up, as again, it can happen to anybody. They just put the morale down. Everybody just thought, there's a goal in. There, we go in our shell, and nothing was happening. And it just was back to Germany again. They need to just shake this out their head and forget that it's an actual tournament, and it's just like they're qualifying for another tournament again. Just enjoy their football. Play how they want to play. Use each other how they play with each other, and that's the way it needs to be.
But they can't really, can they? Because this is a knockout tournament with 3 games, really. Now, this isn't a qualification campaign where you've got 5 games home and away or whatever it is that you've got time to recover. You get no time really to recover here. So, I think, look, I know that is frustrating for some people, but I think we should just analyse tonight's game and what the players put into that. We spent an awful lot of time analysing what went wrong in Friday's game. I think the Hungary game will come to that when, in the next few days. But tonight, I think the players deserve huge credit for keeping us alive.
Where do you stand, Hugh, on the original point that Steve Clarke should have made changes sooner?
Yeah, I agree. I have to think that Shanklin could have got on the park earlier than he did. I just felt that there was a chance going to arise. You want him above all others to be there to take advantage of that. And I do understand that Hanley hit the post before that and anyone can score, but take a chance on Shanklin and give him more than 3 minutes on the park. I just felt that one was a little hard to understand.
The only thing you would say, though, Gordon, it feels like, is that not born more out of Shea Adams had run his race and Ryan Christie would have been fresh and so would Lawrence Shanklin, so you can do it earlier. I'm not sure. I don't think Steve Clarke was settling for a draw by not making the changes, because it's not like we played particularly defensively in that second half. It's not like the setup or the way we went about it looked like a team that was settling for a draw. He didn't make the changes.
Yeah, I thought it was a difficult one for the Scotland coach tonight, because if he makes a wrong change and we lose that game tonight, he comes under severe criticism. He planned that game. Yes, I'm like everybody else. I looked at Shea and I thought, he's ran his race here. I would like fresh legs, whether it be Christie, whether it be Shanklin. I'd like to see Shanklin given an opportunity. I think he can get us a goal. But when it all boils down to it, Gordon, he's given us a cup final on Sunday. We've come in for so much criticism. Well, the players, the manager and everybody concerned come in for so much criticism. We heard it on, the show last night from people back home. They had to go and respond tonight, and the pressure these guys must have been under was incredible. The manager included, he's got us to this cup final that we would all have taken from Glasgow Airport when we went on a plane. We would all have probably taken this situation. So I think sometimes, as much as we can pick the bones out it, I think you've got to give a wee bit credit, especially after the character of Friday night.
Yeah, thank you to Wayne. 0141 951 1025. What did you think then? Are you agreeing or disagreeing with what you're hearing so far? Give us a call right now and we'll do our very best to get you on next.
Live from Cologne, this is Clyde One's Super Scoreboard.
Well, it's certainly a bit quieter now in Cologne, I have to say. We're still here. It's a beautiful setting on the banks of the Rhine. The only problem is it's pitch black and all the Scotland fans have gone home. So give us a call on 0141 951 1025. How do you reflect on what you just witnessed? Was it as nerve-wracking at home as it was for us here? If you're just joining us for some mad reason and you've not heard, it was Scotland 1, Switzerland 1, and that means it's all eyes on Hungary at the weekend to see if Scotland can progress out of this group at Euro 2024. What did David make of it? Take it away, David.
Oh, roller coaster as per usual. Just good to get a breath after that. My thoughts getting into the last game, getting forward quickly, is the fact that if we'd have won the night, I don't like getting into games losing a draw. I think we even if we'd have won the night comprehensively, we would have needed a draw most likely in the last game. Now we're going to know exactly what we need to do. A win, and they're history makers.
I love the positivity. It was better to draw than win tonight. Is that what we're going for? Are we going for that? I don't know.
I'm not so sure.
I do like your thinking. Yeah. It's a convincing case.
It'd be nice to be sitting here with 3 points, no doubt about it. But look, it feels good, doesn't it, when we see the fans here cheering and going away optimistic and pretty happy. And then, like Dave's right, the guys have got the chance to create history on Sunday. Daz just mentioned it moments ago. It is as close to we get to a cup final, really, for us. But our guys have never qualified at a group stage, and the players will be well aware of what lies in front of them and the opportunity that they have, because this Hungary side doesn't look as good as I thought they would be. I thought they were okay against Germany at times today, but if you compare their performance against the Swiss to what we did against the Swiss, then there's every reason to be confident.
I mean, Hugh, the way this has panned out, if we're being completely honest about it, is we were probably going to lose against Germany. Let's be honest. I know we all said some excitable things, but we're probably going to lose against Germany. And a draw against Switzerland, who are 19th in the world and have got a very good pedigree at major tournaments, is a decent enough result. This is tournament football. You only get 3 games, so therefore it is volatile. You know, yes, we might now end this group with just 1 point, and it's spectacularly, failed again.
Yeah.
But this is it. These are the margins that you're working with, and if we're being honest about it, 1 point, although it doesn't sound like a lot, 1 point after these 2 games wouldn't be a million miles away from kind of what you expected.
Without doubt. And if we get 3 points on Sunday and we qualify for the knockout stages, then it has to go down, and there's no point in looking for faults in the argument. It has to go down as a success for Steve Clarke and the players. This is a qualification and participation in a tournament that has been characterised by bad luck. Patterson, Lewis Ferguson, Aaron Hickey, then Porteous, entirely his own fault, but we lost him and we don't have him on Sunday. Kieran Tierney, one of our very best players, no chance of seeing him on Sunday. So it's been characterised by one mishap after another, but the bottom line is still hanging in there.
What did you like about the performance tonight, David?
Just what the fans said that was in earlier about the effort. I just think Billy Gilmour has gives us so much. You must feel like 160 fans or something. The way that he's
David's line's a bit unclear, but hopefully we'll get that tidied up and we'll get him back on in a second. He definitely was praising Billy Gilmour, understandably.
Yeah, for me, the right choice to include him in the side, something that we were missing. And I thought in the opening stages you could see his composure. Now, he did play 1 or 2 misplaced passes within that period, but he still had the confidence to take it. And then as that first half wore on, you could see him starting to dictate play in small periods, which is exactly what we needed. And of course he has a huge role in the goal, so he could be pleased with his night's work. And he obviously got substituted. Now, I hope that's just through tiredness or maybe a bit of cramp, because I think he's one we're going to need come Sunday.
It's funny, Gordon, because I don't know if it was one of his absolutely flawless in possession games.
Yeah.
He slid a couple of passes out the pitch, but you can still just see what he brings, and it was characterised perfectly in the goal that Scotland scored.
I was just about to say that. I didn't look at Billy Gilmour tonight and think, he dominated the game, he was absolutely brilliant. But he gives us something different. He gives us that confidence that we can play the ball. When we're under pressure, we look for him just to take the sting out of the game. But we touched on it tonight, Gordon. If you look at that goal, yes, Tierney, big pat in the back, McTominay making the 85-metre run, desire to get there and score a goal, McGregor overlapping, getting there. But if you watch it closely, the touch from Gilmour is absolutely brilliant. That's what he's got in his locker. And plus the fact, you see him just before he went off, there's a ball come in the box and he's in there challenging like he's 6'6", trying to go for it, determination. He can mix it if he wants. He's a terrific footballer. And I'm like Mark, we've actually seen him going off the pitch tonight, but I am sure he'll be okay for the weekend.
I think you can see the others enjoying playing with him as well. I think the guys round about him, Cal McGregor, I think plays better with Gilmour on the side. I think McTominay as well. We didn't see much of McGinn, but I think in previous games, when you see that 4 playing together, you certainly see the best of Scotland. And it sounds harsh on Ryan Christie. I'm a huge Ryan Christie fan, but just the way the system is, I think that's our best 4.
I think we've got David back. You were just praising Billy Gilmour. David, happy with what he brought? Right decision.
He must have got like a 16 Spanish in there, because composure that he's got on the ball. Obviously, looks like different nationality sometimes. I felt a bit sorry for Tony Ralston. He looked a wee bit out his depth in the first half, but he definitely recovered to make up for it in the second half. Let's go into Sunday and just do this.
That's the thing. Sometimes there's only so much you can do, Hugh Keevins. There's a reality here that it's not a secret. Everybody knows Anthony Ralston is Scotland's third choice right back, and he wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the injury. So, it's international football. There's only so much you can do. You just pick whoever's there, and testament to the character, because he didn't shrink. He actually did a fairly good second half. Yes, it was a bad mistake, but he was punished.
I am glad that David summed up the Anthony Ralston situation so well there, because I feel that for many people, particularly after tonight's game, will see Anthony Ralston as a convenient whipping boy. Let's start with Anthony Ralston. He doesn't get a regular game for Celtic. There's a reason why he doesn't get a regular game for Celtic, because there are fullbacks who are better than he is. But he has responded to what we'll term a national emergency by coming in because fullbacks dropped out through injury. And Anthony Ralston is in there, and I think he shows moral courage. He fought to have a career at Celtic when he went on loan to St Johnstone, Dundee United. People thought he was finished at Celtic. And he fought and he held on to a career. And he played Champions League football and all the rest of it. And he's doing his level best. No one is going to tell lies and say that Anthony Ralston would be an automatic pick under any other circumstances than these. However, he made a mistake. Angus Gunn, for me, made 2 mistakes on Friday against Germany, and we lost 2 goals. So these things happen, but I'm glad that David got it into perspective, because, as I say, Anthony Ralston will be, for many people, just a convenient whipping boy.
It's easy to moan about it, but again, you are where you are. You have your squad. Is Ross McCrory miles better? He may well be. I wouldn't pretend to know, but it's not like Steve Clarke's just randomly putting Anthony Ralston in, ignoring all these other good right-backs. You can only pick what fit players you have in that position.
Ralston made a bad decision tonight, right? He made a bad decision when he played that ball back the way. Now, it's not a horrendous mistake. It's only a horrendous mistake because it ends up in the top corner. It's an absolute quality finish. And we can all make the mistakes. Unfortunately for the lad, he get punished. But I've got to say, and I agree with you boys, second half, he looked out on his feet, and he's still at the end of the game making those runs, the determination, he put everything into the game. Is he our number one? No, he's not. But we are where we are, and I'm not going to point the finger at Ralston tonight. He made a bad decision that every one of us that's played football have done. Unfortunately, he put it to a player who had the quality to put it in the top bin.
Yeah, it's one of his biggest attributes, the heart and desire to keep going that he's got. And, even when he makes mistakes, he digs in deep. Not a lot of footballers have got that. You've got to say there's other players that have got greater ability, but to have that is certainly something, and it's gotten to this level. But the guys are right. The mistake, it was a negative pass, but still, when you're playing at this level, it takes a fantastic finish to lead to the goal. So give credit to Shaqiri. But he was the outlet for us on that right-hand side, and that's what he's got to take great credit from, because a lot of your good stuff came from switches of play to him, and we need that outlet in that side. And look, if Steve Clarke didn't think he was the best right-back in the squad at the minute, he had every opportunity to change things round tonight for the start of the game. He chose Ralston because he thought he was the best option, and he performed well, just apart from that negative pass.
Thank you very much to David on 0141 951 1025. I think we've also got another caller lined up. Let's go to Craig, who's in Clydebank. How are you, Craig?
Clydebank's a bit far from Nashville, Gordon.
You're in Nashville? Well, it says on my screen Clydebank. I'm very sorry.
Twinned with Clydebank.
It's an easy mistake to make, Craig. They're similar.
Plenty of cowboys.
Hundreds of cowboys out here.
What takes you to Nashville? Is that where you live now, Craig? Are you holidaying?
No, Gordon, I'm the golf caddy. so that's why I'm here.
Oh, that Craig, right, brilliant.
Craig, we've been looking for him for a long, long time.
When you say
You've been looking for me, and as I looked for it, Gordon, I can see Hunter's a tight list here.
Oh, lovely.
Get them packaged up, get them sent over. He accepts freebies from every man.
They are coming home to Clydebank.
So what tournament are you working at this week?
It's the Live Nashville tournament, and I managed to see the last 15 minutes of the game because my German employer decided that he would work before the Germany game and would take 2 hours off to watch the Germany game, and then would go out when Scotland kicked off. So I was quite peed off at him.
How did you and your German employer, Martin Keimer, do the other night? How did that go down on Friday?
Oh, well, for him it's just business as usual. We beat the Scots. There's nothing to worry about. Blah blah blah. But he did have a couple of cheeky digs. I'll give him that, and it was rightly deserved. So. But for him, it was just a case of, well, we expected to beat you, and we did beat you, and you never turned up. So,
would you have taken that tonight then? Take that point and just move on? Is that the way everyone's feeling?
No, I know. Listen, as I said, I saw the last 15 minutes, and I thought the game was there to be won. I am obviously no football expert, but I was just absolutely gutted that Shankland and Christie only got those last 3-4 minutes before obviously went into injury time. And I thought the way Scotland finished the game, obviously they could have won it. And I don't. And obviously, you don't want to lose the game. I get that. And Steve Clarke's quite pragmatic. But I just thought, why not go and try and win it? Why not try and get the 3 points? Why not try and win it? Because nothing ventured, nothing gained. And it's just typical Scotland. We go out before, the group's even finished. Why not just go out and try and win it? I don't know. Listen, as I said, I saw the last 15 minutes. And that's what I'm only judging it on. So I just thought that he could have made the changes a little bit earlier and given those boys a bit of a chance.
I think lots of people would say that, Mark, to be fair. Because also, I think there's this misconception still from some people that Lawrence Shankland's only useful if he's in the 6-yard box to finish chances. But he's way more than that. Even a couple of times when he came on, he's tidy. When the ball comes to his feet, he looks after it well. He brings other people in. What does he not do that Adams does then? Is it that like hustle and bustle? Is that the bit that Steve Clarke clearly wanted to keep, or?
Yeah, maybe. He's certainly not got the legs of Adams and how Adams closes down. But at that time, the argument, I think it's a fair argument that Adams had put that much into it, that you just needed that a little bit more energy up there, and Shankland could have gave that. And similar with Christie, John McGinn, again, was quite quiet. And I think when you see Christie coming on for those few minutes, he was darting about, and I thought that's what we needed. But it's easier sitting here and Craig in Nashville and Hugh back in the studio saying it. It's a different experience, I'd imagine, for Steve Clarke, who has that bit of fear and trepidation of a change it and it goes the other way. And maybe a set piece comes in and Shankland's maybe not as defensive minded as Adams is in the middle of the 6-yard box or whatever.
Watching that though,
but what I'm saying is, hindsight's a great thing, and we're sitting here and going, he should have changed it, and it would have been so much more positive going forward. What if it took a bit away from going back and you lose a goal and people said, well, you shouldn't have changed it? I guess that's what Steve Clarke said. Look, we were saying 10 minutes previous to that, we expected changes, we would like changes, but the manager decided to go that way. Look, he still came out with a relatively positive result.
Plus the fact, Mark, you look at for a manager's point of view, and I totally agree with Craig. I totally agree, because I was saying I'd like to see fresh legs on there. I think a lot of guys had put so much effort and commitment into the game tonight. But if you're a manager and you've got a big result, a massive result, and you're looking at John McGinn, who wasn't his best tonight, but you've got to remember, in the back of the manager's head, he's still thinking, he's one of my best quality players. He could win this game for me. He could be the difference. So I think that we were all a little bit frustrated that we'd have liked to see Christie Shankland on earlier. But once again, I'll go back to it. He's got us into a position where we want it to be.
Craig, thank you very much. Will you drop Gordon Dale's golf balls off next time you're home?
The little guy goes swimming at the at Radio Clyde on a Saturday, so I'll just post him through the letterbox.
We'll be there.
Just Gordon Dales. I'm into my golf now, Craig. So
here he goes.
Listen, I'll drop off a few, mate. Don't worry about that.
Lovely.
Craig, we going to drop off for a fellow banky.
I've got another wee Tiger Woods signed glove.
You're the man.
He's kept that quiet, Hugh.
No, Craig
sorted him out for charity in the
Craig,
past.
for a charity event, gave me a signed Tiger Woods glove. He came up to the Keevans Towers to deliver it off. And last time I saw you, Craig, was in Clydebank Shopping Centre. I'll look out for you next week.
Absolutely. I'll be home next week.
We'll get
Good
you.
stuff, Craig. Thank you very much, Hugh. I'm going to leave you with some good news for tonight. Okay, this is just a small celebration. I've just gone on the UEFA website, so it's surely official. Scotland's goal scorer, Scott McTominay.
Yes, we've
I think
got
they've come
one
to
now.
their senses.
That's it.
Right, okay, brilliant.
You happy with that?
Oh yes, I think he
Good.
deserves it
Right.
because him that runs up distance deserves to get the reward.
Exactly.
The best player in the park for us, but that's a work of fiction.
Yeah. No, it was on target, Hugh. That's how they do it. It doesn't have to be going
Come
in.
on, Hugh. Get on board with the car army.
Straight into the goalkeeper's arms.
You're not listening to me. Listen to what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be going in. It has to be on target. So if it was going into the goalkeeper's arms, that would be, by anyone's book, on target, and therefore it's Scott McTominay's goal.
Funny,
we move
okay.
on. We're going to hear from Stevie Clark, the Scotland manager. We'll hear from him next.
Live from Cologne, this is Clyde One Super Scoreboard.
Into the final part of tonight's Clyde One Super Scoreboard. We are still live in Cologne on the banks of the Rhine. It is pitch black. It's actually quite cold, and hopefully Gordon Dale and Mark Wilson make it through the rest of the show. They don't have long to go. Let's hear the thoughts of the Scotland manager Steve Clark. Here's what he had to say following that 1-1 draw against Switzerland.
This is the way we've been playing as a team over the last 3 or 4 years. It's why we're here at a major tournament. So we knew what we had to do. The players knew what they had to do, and I thought it was a good team performance against a good opponent. That was what we expected. Good reaction to a disappointing night, and we're still alive in the tournament. They're going to feel a lot better going into the next game on the back of that kind of performance, which is what we are. This is how we play. This is how we work, and we've showed that, as well as the aggression in the fight and that dirty side of the game, if you like. We can play. When we get the ball down and we play, we created some chances. Switzerland created some chances. I would imagine for the people watching was a pretty good game. For me, was pretty nervous at times, but also pretty hopeful at times. So we did what we had to do. We're still in the competition, and that was the most important thing. When Tony made the mistake, and what was a small mistake that could have maybe been recovered because we had 2 players near the ball, I think if that chance falls to any other player in the Swiss team, it's not a goal. So that tells you what I think of Shaqiri. Just rolled on a plate, and the way he finished, you knew when it was rolling towards Shaqiri, it was destined for the back of the net. He's the top player, so you don't give top players that kind of chance.
I think that's the way everyone feels about it, isn't it? We keep seeing it back, Mark. If Shaqiri takes one single touch, we've got 2 defenders that are probably going to get there.
Yeah.
He doesn't need it.
Well, I think Hanley and is it Tierney the other side would get there. He doesn't need it. The quality's there. But I think Steve Clark pretty much sums up what we've been saying all throughout the game and even after the game. It was a much better performance, much grittier. We had composure at times, but at times we were exposed from a very, very good side as well. It was nerve-wracking, certainly, watching it from our perspective. Never mind being the Scotland manager on the touchline, and maybe that's why he was a bit reluctant to make some changes at a critical point in the game. But he's right, we're still alive, we're still going to Sunday's game, and we've still got optimism in Germany for these hundreds of thousands of Scotland fans.
What did you make of that assessment, Hugh?
Been fascinating looking at and listening to Steve Clark since Friday. And I think that's a man there who has summed up the game perfectly well. And when Craig was on the line, my fellow Banky, talking about why doesn't he just go out and try to win, that's the only option now that Steve Clark has for Sunday. Draw is no use, has to be an outright win, and I'd love to hear his press conference if we did win, because I think Steve Clark has been annoyed at the way people have picked holes in the team, picked faults in him, And I think Sunday's a huge day for the manager, and he will try everything in his power to come off of that park still in this tournament.
Yeah, I don't think he's liked some of the criticism, Gordon. But some of the criticism has been fine. Some of it's been fair, and some of it's been over the top. That's the nature of it. You can understand to a point where he's going to come from to remind everyone that's the way we can play. That's the way we've been playing. You said it before the show. You almost become a victim of the fact that you qualify so early. So your foot ends up inevitably coming off the gas against Georgia and Norway. And by the way, again, look at the teams. The likes of Tierney and Robertson missed a lot of those games. And so then that forms part of this winless run that is used as a stick to beat Steve Clark with. That winless run might not exist if you hadn't qualified so easily.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought he summed it up perfectly tonight, Gordon. And the one thing I did pick up on, and I think he's 100% spot on, especially after last Friday, tonight, tomorrow, going into Sunday, we're now in a better place. Yes, we've lost Kieran Tierney. That's his tournament finished, obviously. We wish him all the luck in the world. But we get in a better place. We get in with positives. There's a lot of positives tonight. There's a lot of good things in that game. There's a lot of desire. There was a lot of heart. It was a massive game for the boys. Big pressure. So I think we take a lot out of that. And as I said earlier, standing at Glasgow Airport, give us this cup final on Sunday, I think most of us have accepted it.
Glasgow Airport feels like 6 weeks ago.
I don't even, is it still there? Has it moved?
Honestly, I mean, I love you all, but seriously, I've been here for 3 months. Hugh Keevins, give us your final thoughts then, sum it up, and how exciting is the next few days? Because that's the way it has to be. We have to embrace this. You can't bemoan not getting to tournaments and then not embrace these few days when they come around.
This is classic, oh so typical Scotland. It all comes down to 90 plus minutes. It all comes down to how much strength, mental and physical, we have left. We left nothing on the park tonight. It was an even game with the Swiss, but we had the courage to come back after a 5-1 massacre from Germany, and we stood our ground, and we were as good as the Swiss, and we could have won it as they could have beaten us. One game, history at stake. Steve Clark wanting, I think, to turn round and say to the public, told you so. I can't wait.
Let's do it. Come on, Scotland. Stuttgart, Hungary. That's the final act of the group stages. Can we make it a memorable one? Plenty more time to look back on tonight's game and look forward to that one. We're back here again. We're in the same venue live in Cologne tomorrow before heading off to Stuttgart. So make sure you join us 6 o'clock your time tomorrow, as always, on 01419511025. Thanks, Hugh Keevins, for looking after things at home. Thank you, Mark Wilson and Gordon Dalziel, for joining us live here in Cologne. I've been Gordon Duncan, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your night.
Clyde One Super Scoreboard podcast with Lookers Audi. Book a test drive for the fully electric range today. Head online for details.